Chapter 1980 Zhang Xian is out of seclusion. This, Bai Feng was rendered speechless after hearing the old master's confirmation. If they put it like that, everything made perfect sense. The young mistress had left with the intention to challenge Zhang Xian, but somehow, she had ended up willingly putting on an act with Zhang Xian. After she returned, she had somehow managed to learn low-profile swordsmanship, and using his moves, she dominated all the core disciples. Thinking back, it was indeed suspicious how Zhang Xian had medicine that was capable of treating the old master. Furthermore, it had just been a day since he entered the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Yet he had somehow managed to comprehend the God's sword intent and challenge all of the inner disciples. Thinking more into it, all the clues indeed pointed toward Zhang Xian. They could not deny it even if they wanted to. Let's not rush to conclusions. We still need to verify whether it's truly him or not, Elder Bai said. I'll test him out myself. Yes, old master, Bai Feng replied. As the two of them had been communicating via Zhenqi telepathy all this while, the old man before them was unaware of the exchange that had just gone on between them. Do you not intend to interfere in this issue? Seeing how they were ignoring him, the old man was so angry that he could have exploded on the spot. Of course not. We'll head over there to take a look now. Elder Bai instructed Bai Feng to fetch 2 ethereal tokens of the core disciples, and immersing his consciousness into it, he swiftly entered the ethereal hall together with Bai Feng. Upon entering, they swiftly disguised themselves so that outsiders would not be able to tell. At that very moment, the dueling location had already switched from the private rooms to the public ring. Many core disciples had received the news about Bai Wanqing's consecutive successful challenges, so more and more of them were gathering around the dueling ring. At this moment, there were already dozens of people. Their names were a little unfamiliar, presumably because they had used their spare ethereal tokens so that no one was able to tell who was who. In the dueling ring, Bai Wanqing was currently exchanging blows with 5th-ranked Emo Shangyun. Just as her name suggested, Emo Shangyun was a female disciple. But unlike Bai Wanqing, she had a massive physique that towered over most men. Furthermore, she made no attempt to tidy herself up, resulting in her appearance being frequently unkempt. If one did not hear her name, one might just mistake her for a male. This was not limited to her appearance, but extended to her swordsmanship. In contrast to the usual elegant and delicate swordsmanship that most female sword practitioners opted for, her swordsmanship was extremely brutish, almost reminiscent of the hack of an axe. Let's begin. As soon as they got into position, Emo Shangyun could not be bothered to waste any time on words. Without any hesitation, she dashed forward like a tank while swinging her sword forcefully. Her sword was different from that of most sword practitioners. It was freakishly huge, standing at 7 chiel long. Sonic booms echoed along with its movements, leaving one with no doubt that it would smash everything in its path. Bai Wanqing knew better than to face Emo Shangyun in a direct encounter. She skillfully deflected Emo Shangyun's first attack with a horizontal slash before decisively flicking her sword outward. She was basically betting everything on the sword toss. It was one of the 2 strongest moves that she had. She knew that her other sword arts would not work against the top 5 of the core disciples. If anything, it was likely that the other party would exploit the openings in that swordsmanship to corner her instead. As a result, she knew that she had no choice but to use her trump cards right from the start. Heh, that move is useless against me, Emo Shangyun said as she swiftly swept her sword upward. Danglang! The incoming sword was deflected away. Astonished, Bai Wanqing quickly backed off. As expected of an expert from the top 5, each of them had their own trump cards. She could not hope to defeat them just by learning the bare basics of Senior Uncle Zhang's swordsmanship. Not to mention, the other party had watched her previous battles and knew that she was only capable of those 2 moves. Naturally, it was much easier for the other party to take precautions. If you dare, why don't you wait here a moment? I'll come right back to fight you in a moment's time. Seeing that it was impossible for her to defeat Emo Shangyun with just 2 moves, Bai Wanqing decided to make a strategic retreat. Bring it on. I'll be here whenever you wish to pick a fight. Emo Shangyun roared while laughing. She had heard of what had happened previously, and she knew that Bai Wanqing was not just joking around. She was curious to see what Bai Ruanqing would be able to do once more within a few minutes. Bai Ruanqing clasped her fist toward Mo Shangyun before dissipating into light fragments. The next moment, she was already back at Zhang Xian's residence. Junior Xiaotian, teach me another 2 moves, Bai Ruanqing shouted as soon as she rushed out of her room, but the next moment, she saw a figure who caused her face to immediately crumble from awkwardness. Senior Uncle Zhang. That figure was none other than Zhang Xian. Having advanced his cultivation to heavenly pseudo-immortal, he had finally concluded his momentary seclusion. What's going on here? Zhang Xian asked with a frown. Why was this woman in his residence? Not to mention, she was even asking Dan Xiaotian to impart swordsmanship to her. Senior Uncle Zhang, I'm using your swordsmanship to challenge others in the core disciples' ethereal hall. With a crimson tinge on her cheeks, Bai Ruanqing quickly filled Zhang Xian in on the details. After hearing the full story, the first question that Zhang Xian asked was as followed. Did you place a bet on the battle? I didn't. Bai Ruanqing was surprised by that abrupt question, but she quickly shook her head. I am using the swordsmanship you taught me to fight with others. Why are you asking me if I placed a bet on the battle? She found that she was completely unable to keep up with Zhang Xian's train of thought. If there's nothing on stake, what's there to fight over? Zhang Xian's face looked as if he could not have been more disappointed in Bai Ruanqing's stupidity. He had been thinking of finding an opportunity to sneak into the core disciples' ethereal hall to earn another killing. After all, he was not so naive as to think that the sword pavilion coins that he had earned would be enough for him to reach high immortal. Who could have known that this woman would do something so futile as to fight without earning anything in return? Are you running a charity? Do you have too much time on hand so squander around on meaningless pursuits? Seeing the look of disappointment on Zhang Xian's face, Bai Ruanqing suddenly found herself utterly speechless. All along, she had thought that I Am Low Profile was a low-profile expert who thought nothing of fame and glory, but it turned out that he was simply too absorbed in making money to care about anything else. The reason I'm challenging them is to prove my own swordsmanship. Yet, somehow, you make it seem as if I'm foolishly missing out on an ideal opportunity to rob them of their money. Would I, the granddaughter of one of the 3 grand elders, need to rob others of their money? Oblivious to the fact that his transcendental image was crumbling at the moment, Zhang Xian continued asking, Do you have any core disciple ethereal tokens left? Give me one. I'll head in to challenge them. The core disciples should be rather wealthy, right? He felt that he should clarify some matters first so that he would not be too disappointed by the results later. Why yes, I guess so. Bai Ruanqing could not help but clasp her face. That being said, most of the core disciples in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion were indeed rather wealthy. Given that even the weakest of them was at the pseudo-immortal realm, there was no way the wealth of inner disciples could begin to compare to theirs. Good. Where's my ethereal token? Zhang Xian stretched out his hand. Even the weakest core disciple is a lesser pseudo-immortal. In other words, there's a strict limitation that only those who have reached the pseudo-immortal realm are able to access the ethereal hall. This is to ensure that inner disciples aren't able to sneak in by any chance, Bai Ruanqing said hesitantly. When she fought against Zhang Xian 4 hours ago, the latter had only been at Dimension Shatter Realm consummation. It was clear that his cultivation was still insufficient to enter the core disciples' ethereal hall. That won't be a problem at all. I have already achieved a breakthrough, Zhang Xian said as he allowed a hint of his aura to flow out. Heavenly pseudo-immortal? Bai Ruanqing nearly fainted on the spot. She was extremely certain that the other party had only been at Dimension Shatterer Realm consummation when she fought him earlier. Yet, in just 4 short hours, he had actually managed to advance an entire cultivation realm. What the holy cow? Even a pill junkie would not be able to advance his cultivation that fast. Amazing! Chao Qingli muttered as his eyes glowed in excitement. Dan Xiaotian also clenched his fists tightly. They knew that Zhang Xian was extremely powerful, but they did not think that he would actually be that formidable. Given young master's incredible strength and superior swordsmanship, he would definitely be able to defeat that I Am Low-Profile fool easily. Chao Qingli exclaimed in agitation. Over the last few hours, he had kept hearing others talk about how powerful I Am Low-Profile was. But no matter how strong I Am Low Profile was, Could he be any more powerful than the young master? Look at how our young master advanced from dimension shatter a realm consummation to heavenly pseudo-immortal within a day. Is there anyone in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion who could match this accomplishment? Pa. But barely after Chao Qingli said those words, he suddenly felt yet another painful smack on the back of his head. He indignantly turned his head around, only to see the livid face of the young master looking back at him. I saw you stepping into the residence with your right foot earlier. You broke my rules, so you deserve to be punished. But you said that I can't step in with my left leg too. How am I supposed to get into the residence? Chao Qingli nearly burst into tears from sheer indignation. It was like there was no correct answer at all. Let's go. Paying no heed to that thick-skulled, lustful bandit, Zhang Xian walked into a room together with Bai Ruanqing. With a flick of his finger, he infused a droplet of his blood into the jade token. His consciousness faded from reality, and the next moment, he was standing in the core disciple's ethereal hall. I caused a huge fuss previously with the nickname I am low profile, so the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion will surely be keeping a close lookout for that name. Thus, I should avoid using it again. Zhang Xian fell into deep thought. Given that inner elders were on the lookout for him, he could not use that name again. Thus, he had to find a new, fitting nickname for himself. It sure is difficult to find a good nickname. Since I can't use low profile, I'll just have to find other strengths of mine instead. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before he finally nodded affirmatively. I guess I should just call myself I am very handsome. It might not be as low profile, but it's honest at the very least. He was fairly satisfied with this new name that he had put so much thought into. Of course, nothing would beat I am low profile in his mind. That was the name that perfectly embodied his ideals and dreams. Nevertheless, I am very handsome was still able to capture his disposition to some degree, so it was acceptable to him. On the other hand, seeing the name that her senior uncle had come up for himself, Bai Ruanqing clasped her face for the umpteenth time that day. Bro, can you come up with something that sounds a little more pleasant and humbler? It feels almost like some sort of humiliation play walking beside someone with such a nickname. With an awkward and conflicted look on her face, Bai Ruanqing walked toward the dueling ring together with I am very handsome. While walking over, Bai Ruanqing sent a telepathic message to Zhang Xian. I am going to fight with Mo Shangyun right now, but I'm no match for her. What should I do? She had come back without learning anything at all, so there was no way there would be any difference in the outcome of the match. Simple. What you have to do right now is make a bet with her where the loser must give all of their Sword Pavilion coins to the winner. After that, I'll give you some guidance during the duel so that you can easily achieve victory. Zhang Xian replied telepathically. During the duel? Bai Ruanqing's lips twitched in disbelief. The situation in a battle was ever-changing, such that every decision had to be made instantaneously. Would it not be way too late to give her guidance only during the duel? Even an expert of her grandfather's caliber would not dare do something like that. How could her senior uncle be so sure that he would be able to do it? If it was just an ordinary battle, she would have had no qualms about it. After all, she had been killed plenty of times in the dueling ring. However, it would be completely different with that bet in place. She had no desire to go bankrupt. Indeed. Zhang Xian nodded. Go on, you won't lose. All right then. Bai Ruanqing was not too sure if it was the right decision to heed Zhang Xian's words, but eventually, she decided to trust him. With a heavy heart, she marched back up to the dueling ring. Since you're back, let's resume our duel. Mo Shangyun replied as she raised her sword with a resounding screech. Wait a moment. Even without turning her head over, Bai Ruanqing could feel the piercing glare that Zhang Xian was shooting at her. It almost felt like he would skin her alive if she failed to propose the bet. Thus, she pursed her lips tightly for a moment before saying, Since we're going to have a duel, I think it would be good if we spice things up with a bet. A bet? Mo Shangyun frowned. Indeed, if I win, you must give all your Sword Pavilion coins to me. On the other hand, if I lose, I'll give you all my Sword Pavilion coins. As Bai Ruanqing said those words, her face turned as red as it could get. She dared not go against her senior uncle's words, but still, it just felt so shameful saying those words aloud. You want me to bet all of my money? Mo Shangyun widened her eyes. Are you trying to rob me? Why, yeah. By watching thickened her skin. That's exactly it. The old man earlier had come into the ethereal hall with Elder, Bai Yi, and Bai Feng. At this very instant, he could not help but look at Elder Bai Yi in utter shock. Your granddaughter, has she gone mad from being too poor? Elder Bai Yi was stunned, too. To gamble on a duel in front of so many people. Was this really the obedient and filial granddaughter he knew? It went to 33 meters. Chapter 1981 Lu Yulian. If there was a volcano right there, Bai Feng would have leaped into it without the slightest hesitation. The Old Master is one of the 3 Grand Elders of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. With his influence, even those of the top echelons would not dare disrespect him. Did he limit your pocket money, or did he starve you of food? To think that you would resort to gambling. Not to mention, you even proposed such a thievery-like conditions to the bet. She couldn't beat Mo Shangyun earlier. It hasn't even been 2 minutes since she left, so I doubt that there will be any difference in the outcome. Despite knowing that it's a certain loss, Bai Wanqing still made such a bet. She can't possibly have gone mad, can she? Probably not. She might be intentionally trying to humiliate Senior Mo, so as to make the latter lose her temper. That could very well be the case. After all, one's mental state is extremely important in a battle. However, there's no way that someone of Senior Mo's caliber could be emotionally affected that easily. Such a bet is completely meaningless. The rest of the crowd looked at one another as they tried to figure out Bai Wanqing's true intention. Which of the top 5 core disciples had not struggled through countless battles to reach the top? If they lost their rationality just because of such a provocation, they would have lost long ago. They would not have been able to hold onto their positions so securely and become figures highly respected within the sect. Just as everyone else thought, not only did Mo Shangyun not lose her temper, she even looked at Bai Wanqing playfully. Very well, the bet sounds wonderful to me. Let's see who will take whose money, shall we? Ah, sure. Bai Wanqing's face was so red that she could have died from embarrassment. While she was violent and reckless at times, her straightforward temperament made it hard for her to do something as embarrassing as this. This should have been a sacred swordsmanship duel to compete for the top spot, but as soon as Senior Uncle Zhang came, somehow, something just feels really off right now. It feels like a cheap underground duel. It was fortunate that she was fighting in the ethereal hall, and her grandfather was unaware of her actions. Otherwise, she would surely be beaten to death. What was done was done. It was already too late to take back her words, so she could only push on. Let's carry on with our duel. Mo Shangyun roared as she dashed forward once more. It was the same move as earlier, and it carried the same tremendous might. Gritting her teeth tightly, Bai Wanqing was just about to execute the horizontal slash to deflect the attack, as she had done earlier, when she heard a voice in her head. Toss your sword. The one speaking was none other than Senior Uncle Zhang. This? Bai Wanqing's eyebrows shot up in bewilderment. Mo Shangyun's sword was rushing over with thunderous roars from the frightening momentum of its movements. It was about to land on her head. If she chose to toss her sword instead of deflecting the attack, should the sword fail to land on target, she would be doomed. After all, once the sword left her hand, she would be completely defenseless. Hurry up. Senior Uncle Zhang's voice urged her impatiently in the midst of her dilemma. Forget it. Recalling the various miracles that the other party had pulled off in the inner disciples' ethereal hall, managing to slay even Grandpa Feng in a single blow, Bai Wanqing gritted her teeth furiously as she tossed out the sword without paying any heed to the swiftly incoming strike. The sword shot right out of her hand. What? It was completely out of Mo Shangyun's expectations that Bai Wanqing would not try to protect herself at all. Just as she thought that she would be able to smash Bai Wanqing into a flattened pancake, a sharp pain suddenly assaulted her head. Before she knew it, a sword had already plunged right into her forehead. So, her sword was just a finger's length away from Bai Wanqing when her body, together with her sword, suddenly dissipated into light fragments. She was off by just that little bit. What a close shave. Bai Wanqing's heart was beating so wildly that she could hardly tell if it was out of fear or exhilaration. She had thought that she was a goner, But who could have known that her senior uncle's calculations would be so spot on? It was the same two moves, but she had been unable to win earlier. Under senior Uncle Zhang's guidance, everything had happened so smoothly that she could hardly believe what had just happened. Even with the best swordsmanship, if one was unable to grasp the flow of the battle, one would still be unable to seal the battle with it. Her senior Uncle Zhang had already taught her a valuable lesson in swordsmanship. Even the most ordinary move could be used to achieve victory if it was utilized well. By launching one? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Senior Imo really lost just like that? What sharp grasp of timing that is. If she was off at all, the results would have been vastly different. It's this seemingly infinitesimal difference in timing that is the crux to Bai Ruanqing's victory. When did she become so formidable? Her swordsmanship capitalizes on big movements in order to bring forth superior might. However, this means that her defense is weakest while her offense is the strongest, thus making it the ideal moment to strike. Challenge 4th place, and don't forget to place a bet. Senior Uncle Zhang's voice echoed in Bai Ruanqing's mind. Bai Ruanqing replied telepathically before turning to a young man amid the crowd, who had been watching the commotion. Senior Hu, it's your turn. The 4th-ranked core disciple, Hu Chen. Hu Chen knew that Bai Ruanqing would challenge the rest of them if she won against Mo Shangyun, so he had chosen to use his real name. Hu Chen unhesitatingly walked into the dueling ring. A challenger had already come knocking on his door. He could not turn down this battle, or else he would risk losing his honor and prestige. Just like before, I wish to propose a bet between the two of us with all of the Sword Pavilion coins we have. Senior Hu, may I know if you are willing to accept this bet? Bai Ruanqing asked. It seemed like daylight robbery, and that sort of naughty stuff just needed some getting used to. She was visibly much calmer when she proposed the bet this time around. As you wish. Hu Chen nodded. Let's begin then, Bai Ruanqing said. The two of them quickly got into position and grabbed a sword each. Bai Ruanqing was just about to grasp the initiative when her senior uncle's voice suddenly echoed in her ears once more. Retreat 7 steps. Toss your sword toward your left. Retreat? Toss my sword to the left? Bai Ruanqing was confused. Hu Chen hasn't even moved at all, seemingly trying to prepare a huge move. Is it really fine for me to retreat and toss my sword before even seeing what he's up to? Isn't it foolish to use my one-time off trump card so recklessly? Bai Ruanqing could not comprehend what her senior uncle was up to at all, but she did not dare disobey his words. She hurriedly retreated 7 steps without any hesitation. The moment that she moved, the silhouette right before her abruptly vanished from sight. That's the steps of the Ghost Sword Saint. Elder Bai Yi exclaimed with a grim look. Steps of the Ghost Sword Saint? Are you talking about the ghost swordsmanship created by that remarkable genius 800 years ago? The old man not too far away exclaimed in horror. That move rattled the entire continent back then, but ever since then, no one has succeeded in cultivating it. Are you saying that Hu Chen has managed to do it? That seems to be the case. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to move at such speed. Even I am unable to figure out where he has flitted off to and where he's going to appear from. Elder Bai Yi remarked. The crux of the ghost swordsmanship lies in its stealth. It's a sword art that's intended for assassination. There are many experts who viewed it with disdain, thinking that it's underhanded, but there's no denying its strength, the old man said deeply. I think that your granddaughter is going to lose the battle. It's beyond Bai Ruanqing's current ability to overcome this. Elder Bai Yi sighed deeply. The fact that Bai Ruanqing had chosen to retreat right from the start likely meant that she had seen through Hu Chen's attack, but what was truly fearsome about the steps of the Ghost Sword Saint was how it was impossible to track it all. It did not seem like there was any plausible way she could win this battle. After all, by the time she finally caught sight of the opponent to launch her attack, she could already have been killed. It could be said that this move was enough to make Hu Chen nearly unrivaled among those of the same cultivation realm. In fact, the main reason the top 3 were able to defeat him back then was because they were swift enough to make the preemptive move and suppress him right from the start. On the other hand, his granddaughter had only learned 2 moves so far, a horizontal slash and a sword toss. Neither of them seemed to be of much use in this situation. Amid the discussions, Bai Ruanqing had finished retreating 7 steps, but she was still unable to see Hu Chan. However, she could not care as much at this moment. Gritting her teeth, she decisively tossed her sword to the left without any warning. Hu! The sword shot forth like a shooting star. Elder Baiyu was rendered speechless. He knew that the chances of his granddaughter winning were indeed extremely slim, but to toss her sword before even seeing anyone, even if she was leaving it to fate, this felt a little too ridiculous. Sighing deeply, he was just about to cover his eyes when the air in the dueling ring suddenly distorted. A silhouette abruptly appeared in the trajectory of the flying sword. Die! Hu Chen bellowed frighteningly as he lunged forth, but before he could even take a single step, a sword had already plunged right into his head. Holy H*T. He could barely utter a curse before his body burst into innumerable light fragments. The surroundings fell completely silent. It was yet another one-hit KO. This was Hu Chen, the fourth strongest core disciple in the sect. Those who knew of the steps of the ghost sword saint knew just how frightening the technique was, such that even the top three would have a huge headache trying to deal with it. Yet, Bai Wanqing defeated Hu Chen in a single move? That was insane. I really won? Bai Wanqing also scared herself with this feat. She had been convinced that she was a dead woman, but somehow, everything had turned out fine just by following her senior uncle's words strictly. It was as if her senior uncle was able to peer into the future and predict her opponent's future moves to make preparations in advance. Having won 2 battles with ease, Bai Wanqing was more confident than ever. She turned to a young lady among the crowd and said, "Senior Lu, it's your turn." The third strongest core disciple, Lu Yulian. Lu Yulian was a ravishing lady, carrying the demure charms of a traditional beauty. In terms of appearance, she did not lose out to Bai Wanqing at all. However, those who had exchanged blows with her would know better than to judge her swordsmanship by her delicate appearance. Her defensive swordsmanship was airtight, such that even Hu Chen, when executing his steps of the Ghost Sword Saint, was unable to breach her defenses at all. Eventually, he had ended up revealing an opening, which she had unhesitatingly exploited to subdue him. Lu Yulian stepped daintily into the dueling ring. Bai Wanqing chuckled softly and said, "I have long heard that your lotus swordsmanship is inviolable, Senior Lu. I'm eager to see for myself." Rising above the water, the proud lotus refused to allow the slightest droplet of water to stain its surface. It was such a conceptualization that gave rise to Lu Yulian's lotus swordsmanship. "You are too courteous. Junior Bai, if you are able to breach my defense, I'll admit my defeat and give all of my sword pavilion coins to you." Lu Yulian replied with a subtle smile. Knowing that the other party would want to make a bet, she decided to be the one proposing it instead. "Thank you, Senior Lu." Bai Wanqing nodded. Her reputation was probably going to go down to the drain after this. Her motive had been very innocent at the start. She just wanted to challenge the core disciples and climb to a higher position. But right now, she probably looked no different from a greedy thief who wanted to steal money from everyone else. It sure was difficult to keep up a good reputation. All it took was a moment for everything to come crashing down. "Let's begin." With a flick of her wrist, Lu Yulian flicked her wrist, and innumerable sword afterimages appeared around her as if blooming lotuses rising above the dirt. Lotus swordsmanship. Only those who had reached major accomplishment in the swordsmanship were able to carve out blooming lotuses around them. Bai Wanqing could feel goosebumps rising all over her body as she looked at the swordsmanship display before her. Against this impenetrable defense, she really had no idea where she should start. The other party's sword chi was stacked upon one another, forming a multi-layered barrier that one could hardly see the end of. If one made a bad move, one could be easily caught within the multi-layered barrier and slowly ground to a pulp. "Toss your sword." Just as Bai Wanqing was at a complete loss, her senior uncle's voice echoed in her head once more. This time, without any hesitation, she threw out her sword. Pooh! The lotuses abruptly dissipated as a sword mystically plunged into Lu Yulian's head. Her eyes were widened into large beads as she stared at Bai Wanqing in disbelief. Then, her corpse fell heavily to the ground. The third strongest core disciple had been defeated. Chapter 1982, You Want Me to Give Up on My Money? The crowd went completely quiet. Not a single person in the area was able to utter a single word in this instant. Is that really your granddaughter? Are you sure she isn't someone else in disguise? The old man turned to Elder Bai Yi and asked. He knew about Bai Wanqing's condition very well. Even if she had managed to learn two extremely powerful sword arts from somewhere else, there was no way she could have been so powerful as to perform an OHKO on Lu Yulian. Wouldn't this mean that Bai Wanqing already possessed fighting prowess that rivaled the top 3 of the core disciples? To rise from the 17th place into the top 3 in less than half an hour. That was enough for her name to go down in the history of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. I think so. Elder Bai was also a little overwhelmed by the current situation. He had guessed that his granddaughter had received low profile's direct importation, but it was hard to believe that just those 2 moves were actually enough for her to get into the top 3. After Lu Yulian was defeated, the second-place disciple voluntarily walked up to the dueling ring. His strength was pretty much equal to Lu Yulian, so under Zhang Xian's guidance, he also ended up getting one shot by a sword toss. The top ranker of the core disciples is a person named He Jingxian. He's the grandson of First Elder He Tian. It seems like we're going to witness an exciting wrestle over the first place of the core disciples. Even if Bai Wanqing is rise to the top spot of the core disciples in the ethereal hall, she still isn't necessarily the strongest of the core disciples. After all, the cultivation of all of the fighters is suppressed to lesser pseudo-immortal in here. I heard that He Jingxian has already reached heavenly true immortal, and he's only a step away from becoming a high immortal. You are being too short-sighted over there. I heard that Bai Wanqing has also reached true immortal realm as well. As long as she's able to surpass He Jingxian in the field of swordsmanship, given Elder Bai Ye's identity, he should be able to acquire the cultivation resources for her to swiftly reach heavenly true immortal within a short period of time too. It's indeed easier to advance one's cultivation than to refine one's swordsmanship to greater heights. Watching as the representative of the highest fighting prowess of the core disciples walked onto the stage, the crowd couldn't help but chatter excitedly amongst themselves. If even He Jingxian were to be defeated, it would be no exaggeration to say that Bai Wanqing had triumphed over to the entire core disciple sector. I'll make the same bet with you, He Jingxian said calmly, unaffected by the many victims before him. Thank you for your understanding, Senior He. Bai Wanqing nodded. Let's begin then. Taking a deep breath, He Jingxian took the first step forward. His movements were not fast, and his swordsmanship didn't look fanciful at all. The impression he gave out was reminiscent of a sealed black tortoise. No matter how one tried to strike him, it felt like there was nothing that could pierce through his defense barrier. It's the spirit tortoise swordsmanship. Someone swiftly recognized the move. The spirit tortoise swordsmanship is centered around defense. It seems like Senior He is also fearful of the enemy's flying sword. Well, it can't be helped. It has never missed so far. As soon as it's thrown, it would strike ahead. Who wouldn't be wary against a technique like that? That's true. In any case, I would probably be doomed if I had to face it. There were fervent discussions amongst the crowd. Even though the spirit tortoise swordsmanship was centered around defense, there was no one who would think that He Jingxian was weak. Instead, they felt that it was a good idea that he chose to use this move. Those who allowed their pride to get in the way of their decisions in a duel were subpar fighters. In the end, it was the ones who won in the end that would retain their dignity. Seeing how the other party's swordsmanship was reminiscent of a tortoiseshell, leaving her no way to attack, Bai Wanqing panicked. How could she overcome a defense like this? If she couldn't overcome He Jingxian's defense, how would she be able to achieve victory? While Bai Wanqing was still looking at the situation before her worriedly, her senior uncle's voice sounded in her ear. Have you ever killed a tortoise before? Killed a tortoise. Bai Wanqing repeated those words slowly beneath her breath. She had never killed a tortoise before, but she had heard about it before. You need to lure it with food. Attract it so that it would reveal itself. Create the opportune moment to slay it with a fast blade. Zhang Xian's voice continued. Such is the current situation too. If your opponent wishes to defeat you, he would have to eventually make a move. So, what you have to do is to use yourself as a bait to lure the other party in. His offense would be the best moment for you to strike. I have already shown you a way, and whether you are able to achieve victory or not, that would be up to you. Yes, Senior Uncle Zhang. Bai Ruanqing nodded gratefully. She knew that this was a test that her senior uncle had set for her. He had already told her the way to fight the battle. If she was still unable to win the fight, even if she were to obtain the highly contested #1 spot, she would still lose it soon enough. As long as she could win this battle, regardless of whether it's her swordsmanship or her state of mind, they would elevate to new heights. She would become an existence whom none could rival amongst the core disciples. This was similar to how Shimin Shueishue's swordsmanship, despite its formidable prowess, could not be considered to be #1. However, after he killed Yi Guqing, his state of mind changed. As time passed, he eventually became the sword god of his generation, rising to become an unsurpassed existence in the world. 2. Such was the situation before Bai Ruanqing too. She had won battle after battle under her senior uncle's guidance, but this only built up a mindset of dependency within her. If this went on, it would form a notion in her mind that she was incapable of winning a battle with her own capabilities. So, she urgently needed a personal victory so that she could affirm herself, as well as her swordsmanship. So, knowing that her senior uncle was doing all of this with her welfare in mind, Bai Ruanqing unhesitatingly bolted toward He Jingxian. Is she intending to use her body to lure He Jingxian out? Elder Bai Yi narrowed his eyes. It went without saying that he, as one of the 3 grand elders, would be able to see through the flaws of He Jingxuan's swordsmanship too. It was just that he didn't think that her granddaughter could make such a decisive move. One had to know that charging over like that was no different from presenting oneself to the opponent. The slightest carelessness could easily end in one's death. I thought that the reason why your granddaughter was able to win battle after battle is due to the bizarre swordsmanship she has learned from somehow. Even if she were to get into the top 3, she wouldn't be able to secure her position for long. She doesn't have the stable foundations of the other core disciples, and the others would swiftly overtake her once they uncovered the flaws in her swordsmanship. But it seems like my judgment is wrong, the old man beside Elder Bai Yi said with a bitter smile. Challenging from the 16th rank all the way up to the 2nd rank, the only moves that Bai Ruanqing had used were either the horizontal slash or the sword toss. There were no skillful maneuvers involved at all. She was relying completely on the prowess of her swordsmanship to push forward. Even if she were to take the first place, would anyone recognize her? Would she even be able to recognize herself? But in this instant, Bai Ruanqing had seen through the opening in the other party's swordsmanship and chose to charge right in to bait He Jingxian out despite the threat of death. Just on that itself, it could be seen that her comprehension of the way of the sword had reached an even higher level. She wasn't just relying solely on the sheer strength of her sword art. Hoo. While the two of them were chatting with one another, the situation on the dueling ring was changing. He Jingxian could discern Bai Ruanqing's intents, so he refrained from taking the offense. Instead, what he did was to slowly back away. He wouldn't reveal any opening that would allow Bai Ruanqing to breach his defense. Until he was absolutely guaranteed a victory, he wouldn't make a move. Such a countermeasure is not too bad either. Zhang Xian nodded. It seemed like He Jingxuan's instincts were quite sharp too. It was no wonder why he could become the #1 amongst the core disciples. His state of mind was indeed not too bad. The current him was reminiscent of a patient hunter, lying in wait in the grasses for the ideal opportunity to slay his opponent. Any other opponent would have leaped at the opportunity to claim the tides of the battle and pressure Bai Ruanqing on. However, that would have given Bai Ruanqing the opening she desperately needed in order to launch a decisive attack too. On the other hand, if he were to drag the battle out, Bai Ruanqing would have no choice but to bide her time as well. Right now, what they were competing on was their patience. Both sides traded a few blows, but they were all shallow attacks that left no opening for the other to exploit. Seeing how He Jingxian refused to make the first move, Bai Ruanqing began to get anxious. She had never been a patient person, and all of this waiting and shallow clashes were really grating on her nerves. Right now, He Jingxian keenly perceived that Bai Ruanqing was getting more and more impatient by the moment, and her movements fully reflected her mood as well. He knew that the opportunity to strike had finally surfaced itself. Amidst the bizarre calmness of the battle, he abruptly dashed forth to strike down by Ruanqing. It was as if a predator pouncing on a prey. The calmness before was nothing more than a facade to make the other party put down her guard. As soon as the true hunt began, his speed surged to the extent where one could hardly perceive his movements anymore. "He's coming." Bai Ruanqing gritted her teeth tightly together as she shot out her sword. It was true that she had been getting more and more frustrated as time ticked by, but she didn't neglect to abide by her senior uncle's teaching. All this while, she had been keeping a close lookout for He Jingshuan's move as well. Puha! He Jingshuan's sword stabbed right through Bai Ruanqing's chest, but at the same time, Bai Ruanqing's sword had already been plunged into He Jingshuan's head. Pada! He Jingxian was dead. But Bai Ruanqing had been defeated too. The battle had ended in a draw. "She's still too weak." Zhang Xian shook his head. He had already pointed a way out for her, so he thought that she would be able to achieve victory. But who could have thought that she would end with a mere draw? How embarrassing. It was lucky that she wasn't his student, or else he would have surely given her a good tongue lashing. But speaking of which, it sure was a huge pity. She could have taken the money of the top-ranking core disciple as well, but all of that money had slipped past her fingers due to her weakness. In contrast to Zhang Xian's frustration, the crowd was utterly silent. Everyone was shocked beyond words. It was apparent that all of them found it hard to believe that Bai Ruanqing was actually able to equal He Jingxian in a battle. Watching as the two figures on the dueling ring dissipated into light fragments, the old man turned to Elder Bai Yi and said, "Congratulations, you really have a good granddaughter. Ha ha ha. It seems like she has been enlightened recently." Elder Bai Yi replied cheerfully. Of course, he was proud that his granddaughter was able to fight on equal grounds with the #1 core disciple. She's indeed formidable, but it's just not too good that she made a bet against the core disciples to take their sword pavilion coins. It doesn't reflect too well on you either. The old man said, "It would be fine just to have a normal duel, but to bet money on that as well. That would undermine the spirit of sportsmanship amongst fellow core disciples. You are already the third elder of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, and yet, your granddaughter is actually so desperate for money that she goes around gambling with others. Those who heard of the matter might even think that you are mistreating your own granddaughter. I'll make sure to give her an earful later on." Elder Bai Yi replied. "Old master, I'm afraid that it might be too late by then," Bai Feng said worriedly. Those words made Elder Bai Yi ponder deeply for a moment. Indeed, the matter would have spread far and wide by then, and his granddaughter's achievements would be sullied by the news of her gambling. "You're right. I should deal with it right away." Elder Bai Yi nodded as he took a step forward to address the crowd. "Please listen to me." His voice was loud and clear, and it immediately drew everyone's attention to him. "The bet that Ruanqing has made earlier with the rest of you concerning your sword pavilion coins is just a jest. Her motive is to motivate you to give your all to the fight so as to ensure the fairness of the battle. Since it's just a jest, you need not take it too seriously." Elder Bai Yi said with a chuckle. "Need not take it too seriously?" As soon as Elder Bai Yi said those words, a displeased voice echoed from the crowd. "What rights do you have to tell them not to take it too seriously? Who do you think you are?" Elder Bai Yi turned his head over with a frown, only to see a young man walking over. "Well, I am only an ordinary core disciple. However, I believe that these are the thoughts that Bai Ruanqing had in mind when she proposed the bet to her opponents. May I know who are you?" Seeing how this young man had confronted him angrily, Elder Bai Yi's first reaction was to reveal his true-eyed happy face. However, after a moment of hesitation, he still decided to conceal his identity and probe on first. As an elder, it was best for him not to get involved with the matters concerning the disciples, or else it might reflect badly on him. I am very handsome, and I'm a good friend of Bai Ruanqing's. My words represent her will." Zhang Xian replied. "Since it's a bet, what meaning is there if the other party doesn't pay up? This is no longer an issue about the bet, but the fundamental trust between humans. If we start undermining the sanctity of promises over here, who would take them seriously in the future? If you don't wish to pay up, sure. Just see if my sword agrees to it or not." How could he give up on the money that he had so painstakingly earned just like that? "You must be joking with me. Whoever asks me to give up on my money, be prepared to have the sh*t beaten out of you." A one. One-hit knockout 2. These two are famous swordsmen from the Lu Xiaofeng series. Yi Guqing was known to be the sword immortal back then, and there was no one who could rival him back in his era, but Shimin Shueishui rose through the ranks. They eventually had a fight with one another, and it ended up with Shimin Shueishui's victory. Chapter 1983, Killing the Core Disciples, Audacious. Do you know who you are standing before? Seeing how this fellow dared to step forward and utter such arrogant words, the face of the old man standing beside Elder Baiyi immediately darkened. Elder Baiyi was Bai Ruanqing's grandfather, so he had the right to speak on behalf of Bai Ruanqing. It was just that it was inconvenient for him to reveal his identity due to his standing in the sect. Who do you think you are to interfere in the affairs of their family? I'm talking to him. An outsider like you should just scram aside. Zhang Xin scoffed as he swung his sword toward him. The old man didn't expect Zhang Xin would dare make a move toward him, and he couldn't help but roar in furious laughter. What audacity you have! Come then, let me see just what you are capable of then. I'll acknowledge you if you can just withstand 3 blows. Put Hong. But before the old man could finish his words, his head had already slid to the ground. He had already drawn his sword to deflect the young man's offense, but clearly, the young man somehow still managed to slip through his defense. What a load of nonsense! Zhang Xin scoffed after decapitating the old man with a single strike. That fellow is just spouting rubbish, so there's no need to pay him any heed. Oh, money pay money, there's nothing more natural than that in the world. If even esteemed disciples of our sect were to shirk from their debts, what would become of our credibility? This young man over here, we don't disagree with what you are saying, but I don't think that you have the right to speak on Bai Ruanqing's behalf. We want to hear her direct opinion. A core disciple harumphed. There was no way they would willingly part with the money they had earned so painstakingly. When someone stood up and said that it was all a jest, they felt like they had finally seen a ray of hope. But before they could even start celebrating, that fellow suddenly stood forward to refute those words. Naturally, they wouldn't feel any goodwill toward the fellow standing before them. Furthermore, none of them was conscious of just how powerful the young man before them actually was. The young man had killed the old man standing with Elder Baiyi with a single strike, but as the old man was disguised as a young lad in the ethereal hall as well, everyone simply thought that he was an unimportant cannon fodder that was not worthy of a mention. He was killed too easily that it highlighted his weakness instead of the young man's strength. No one could have possibly imagined that the old man was actually one of their elders. Oh, judging from what you are saying, it seems like you are quite reluctant to pay up. Zhang Xin asked lividly. He never thought that he would witness such shamelessness from the core disciples. They had agreed to the bet earlier, but they refused to admit it just because Bai Ruanqing had been killed and hadn't returned yet. Really, some people can become so shameless when money is involved. It's not that we want to shirk on our debts, but you don't have the final say in this matter. Instead, I think the words of that friend over there makes more sense. As the granddaughter of the third elder, Bai Ruanqing is not someone who lacks money. Surely the only reason why she would be prompted to make such a bet is to heap pressure on us. The core disciple who had spoken earlier turned to Elder Baiyi and asked, "Isn't that right, that friend over there?" "Yes, that's indeed the case," Elder Baiyi said. "The only reason why Ruanqing did what she did was to place more pressure on you all in hopes that it would be a fair battle. There's no reason for her to take anyone's money." But before Elder Baiyi could finish his words, the glint of a sword suddenly flashed over. "What?" Hurriedly turning his head over, Elder Baiyi saw I am very handsome slashing his sword toward him. His eyebrows shot up in displeasure as he reached out to grab his sword in order to deflect the blow. But before his hand could even reach, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation at his wrist. When he finally lowered his head, he realized that his wrist had already been severed. Danglang! The sword in his hand clanged on the ground. This? Elder Baiyi narrowed his eyes in horror. As one of the 3 grand elders of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, his cultivation had long reached high immortal realm, making him one of the strongest experts on the Forsaken Continent. This was especially so for his swordsmanship. In the field of swordsmanship, there were simply not many who were a match for him. But right now, before he could even make a move, his hand had already been severed at the wrist. It was true that the other party had assaulted him abruptly, but with his mastery of swordsmanship, he should have been able to deal with it easily. It seemed like the other party was much stronger than he had thought. It was no wonder why his old friend would be killed in a single slash. He thought that the latter did not retaliate out of fear of exposing his identity, but from the looks of it now, it seemed more likely that he was unable to retaliate at all. Of the entire sect, other than the sect leader, there was only one more person who could render his old friend completely helpless and sever his wrist with such ease. The genius who had comprehended the god's sword intent. I am low profile. I am very handsome. I am low profile. As these two names revolved in Elder Baye's head, the truth swiftly came to him. So it's you, I am. The reason why Elder Baye was unable to think of it till now wasn't because he was slow-witted, but that it was a known fact that I am low profile was at Dimension Shatter Realm consummation. On the other hand, the minimum cultivation requirement to enter the core disciple's ethereal hall was lesser pseudo-immortal realm. Given the vast disparity between the two realms, it was hard to imagine that I am low profile would actually be able to achieve a breakthrough within such a short period of time. However, after the profound swordsmanship displayed by the other party, he would really be a fool if he was still unable to draw the links. But before Elder Baye could finish his words, he felt a sharp pain on his tongue. A sword was entered his mouth, and with a swift flick, his tongue and teeth were crushed by a surge of sword chi. Blood flowed profusely out of his mouth as he was rendered incapable of words by the excruciating pain. Don't you try to mess around with me. Even I would get frightened of myself when I get nasty. Zhang Xian glared at Elder Baye coldly. Woo! Elder Baye cried out. There were words that he wanted to speak, but he was unable to do so as a result of his current condition. He tried to speak to the other party via telepathic communication. The other party was completely warding him out. Despite the illusory nature of the ethereal hall, the pain was extremely real. Just the severing of one's wrist was enough to make one scream for hours at end, but his tongue and teeth had been torn apart by sword chi too. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead as his body trembled uncontrollably. To think that he, a powerful high immortal, as well as one of the most esteemed powerhouses on the Forsaken Continent, would have been placed in such a state by two simple slashes. You are seeking death. Everything happened within just 2 short breaths, and it was only around this moment did Bai Feng finally recovered from his shock. Overwhelming rage erupted from him. Insolence. How dare this arrogant lad make a move on Elder Baye? You are asking to be killed. Who? Bai Feng charged forth with his sword directed toward Zhang Xian. But before the tip of his blade could even come close, he felt a sharp pain on his neck. Pada. His head fell to the ground. You are. In the moment that Bai Feng found himself faced with his own feat, it finally dawned on him who the other party was too. To think that he would be killed twice by the same people within the span of a day, he really felt like crying. After dealing with the 3 meddlesome fellows, Zhang Xian looked at the crowd and uttered coldly, Is there anyone else who thinks that Bai Wanqing is simply joking around? He wanted to maintain a low profile and not get into any trouble either, but these fellows had the audacity to not pay up. They must be unaware that they were provoking a sleeping dragon. Have you never heard of the saying, never touch the inverted scales of a dragon? He knew that his words held little power, so it was important for him to establish his authority first. Thus, he acted decisively and slew the 3 loudest naysayers right away. If he hadn't done so, the others would have shrugged him away as if he was a nobody. That friend over there, don't you think it's inappropriate for you to make such a vicious move on them? May I know who you are? A core disciple stepped forward and asked. Upon seeing that this person had stepped forward to mediate the situation, everyone immediately fell silent. She was no other than the 3rd strongest core disciple, Lu Yulian. After being killed, she quickly returned with another ethereal token. To ensure that the others were still able to recognize her, she chose to assume the same appearance as before. You don't wish to pay up either? Zhang Xian looked at her and sneered. I believe in Bai Wanqing's character. There's no way she would accept money over a. Lu Yulian was only halfway through her words when she suddenly found herself faced with her bottom. Pada. Her head fell to the ground and rolled around the area. Done. Is there anyone else who doesn't want to pay up? It's fine by me if you don't want to pay up either. Just be warned that I'll kill you each time I see you in the ethereal hall until you finally pay up. Zhang Xian flicked his sword coldly to the side as he spoke. You must have been thinking that you can gang up on me and pressure me into forgetting your debts. But too bad for you. What you have provoked is not an ant, but the devil himself. You. The reason why they thought little of I am very handsome was because they had no clear notion of how powerful he was. Elder Bai Yi, Bai Feng, and the old man were in disguise, and they were killed so easily that it appeared like they were weak instead. They thought that no matter how powerful I am very handsome was, there was no way he could have matched the top experts of the core disciples. However, this was Lu Yulian they were talking about over here. She was actually decapitated just like that. Everyone was horrified. It was only in this instant that it dawned on them that the young man was no ordinary core disciple at all. This fellow is extremely weird. We should move together to kill him. I think it's very likely that he's not one of the core disciples. The crowd shouted. Even the strongest amongst the core disciples, He Jingxian, was incapable of slaying Lu Yulian with a single slash. Yet, this fellow was able to do so. Something was surely wrong here. The lengths which people will go to shirk payment sure is frightening. Zhang Xian scoffed. Who could have thought that this bunch of fellows would be so shameless as to come up with all kinds of excuses to kill him, just so that they could avoid paying up? I wanted to solve this amicably, but it seems like the world only talks with strength. Since that's the case, let me give you all a lesson that you will never forget. This shall become the worst decision you have ever made in your life. As long as you refuse to pay up, I'll kill all of you until none of you dares to enter the ethereal hall any longer. Who? Zhang Xian leaped right into the midst of the crowd. In an instant, sword chi gushed around the area, and the ground quaked furiously. Elder Bai Yi, who had his tongue sliced and wrist severed, looked at the sight before him with a pale face. At this rate, it felt like the entire ethereal hall would be destroyed. This fellow is getting way out of hand. After causing a commotion at the inner disciples' ethereal hall, he wishes to do the same over at the core disciples' side too? Elder Bai Yi thought furiously. Bearing with the pain, he was just about to step forward and reveal his identity when he suddenly felt a sharp pain stabbing into his neck. Pada! A sliver of sword chi leaked out from the heart of the battlefield and decapitated him. Elder Bai Yi. By the time he opened his eyes once more, he had already returned back to his own residence. In front of him, Bai Feng and the old man were staring at one another face to face with incredulous looks on their faces. Somehow, their faces seemed to appear more wrinkled than before, as if they had aged a decade. As high immortals, they were top experts of the Forsaken Continent who could influence the politics of the world with every move that they made. But earlier in the core disciples' ethereal hall, they were subdued in just a single move by the young man. They were simply no match for the young man at all. You have been killed too, the old man exclaimed when he saw Elder Bai waking up once more. Elder Bai Yi nodded slowly. How many moves? The old man asked. He was asking Elder Bai Yi how many moves from the other party he had survived. As he had died the earliest, he was unaware of the happenings afterward. Elder Bai Yi stuck out 3 fingers. 3 moves? That's already a lot. Just recalling how he was killed within a single move left the old man feeling so stifled that he could die on the spot. He found it hard to believe that Elder Bai Yi could actually withstand 3 moves from the other party. So he asked, what sword art did you use in order to survive 3 moves? While Elder Bai Yi was indeed stronger than him, he didn't recall the gap between the both of them being so huge. I didn't use any sword art at all, Elder Bai Yi replied with a bitter smile. You didn't? The old man shook his head in disbelief. That's impossible. Given how fast that fellow's sword is, it's impossible for those of the same cultivation realm to evade it. There's no way you would have been able to survive his attacks if you hadn't counterattacked. The first move he made, he severed my wrist, causing my sword to fall to the ground, Elder Bai Yi said. The second move, he stabbed into my mouth and severed my tongue, preventing me from speaking. Hearing those words, the old man's goosebumps rose up and he felt feeble all over. But those aren't killing moves. Indeed, they aren't killing moves at all. It's because he didn't intend to kill me in the first place that I was able to survive the first 2 moves. Elder Bai closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. Then, you. The old man continued asking. I was intending to step forward to reveal my identity and mediate in the conflict while he was killing the other core disciples, but I ended up getting killed by a random surge of sword chi that escaped from the center of the battlefield. Elder Bai said. You were killed by a random surge of sword chi. The old man was stunned. What was with this situation? A random surge of sword chi leaking out from the center of the battlefield actually killed one of the 3 grand elders of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Was such a thing even possible at all? He's the genius who comprehended the god's sword intent? The old man narrowed his eyes as realization struck him. Chapter 1984 Elder by Yes Breakdown. Even though he was a core elder, his mastery of swordsmanship didn't stand out within the sect. While he did feel a little stifled at being killed within a single move, it was still something he could accept. But for Elder Bai, one of the 3 grand elders, to be killed by a random sword chi that leaked out of the battlefield, just how powerful must the other party be? No matter how dumb he might be, he knew that such a thing was impossible for an ordinary sword practitioner. Heck, not even the sect leader would be able to do it. There was only one person in the world who could possibly achieve this feat. And that was the man who had sent the entire Elder Council into an uproar over not too long ago, that genius who had comprehended the god's sword intent. That's very likely to be the case. Elder Bai nodded. Previously, he had heard Bai Feng lavishing compliments on I am low profile. While he knew that Bai Feng was not one to exaggerate, he felt that the latter might have overstated I am low profile strength by a little too much. However, in the short encounter that he had with I am low profile, he realized that those compliments were not excessive at all. Despite the other party's seemingly ordinary swordsmanship, his maneuvers were precise and spot on. Every single flaw that could be exploited were exploited, thus rendering whatever moves he could execute completely meaningless. It was as if he had been stripped clean before the other party. There was nothing he could do that would possibly deceive the other party. No, something is not right. Did you mention earlier that he was killing the other core disciples? Does that mean that he's challenging everyone at once, similar to what he did back at the Inner Disciples' Ethereal Hall? The old man narrowed his eyes in horror as a thought struck his mind. What are we idling around here for? We have to stop him. It's already too late. Elder Bai shook his head and sighed deeply. He has already killed all of the core disciples by now. He has already killed all of them? The old man and Bai Feng were stunned by what they had just heard. All in all, it was probably less than a minute since they had been forcefully ejected from the Ethereal Hall, and within this short period of time, dozens of core disciples had been killed? We should hurry up and inform Elder He and the others of the matter then. They are probably still unaware of this matter at the moment. They should be at the sword gazebo at the moment, so they should be able to confirm I am low profile's location right away. The old man was silent for a brief moment before he exclaimed in agitation, There's no need for that. I have a good idea of who that person is. Let's head over to find him right now. Elder Bai said as he rose to his feet. He looked at the old man once more and instructed, Look for Elder He and report everything that had happened at the core disciples' Ethereal Hall earlier to him in detail. After which, I need you to request him to return to the Elder Council with the other elders. Meanwhile, Bai Feng and I will be looking for I am low profile. Most likely, we should able to bring him over very quickly. After saying those words, he gestured for Bai Feng to follow him before quickly walking out of the residence. Back at Zhang Xian's residence, shortly after Bai Wanqing was killed by He Jingxian, she swiftly grabbed another ethereal token and returned back to the core disciples' Ethereal Hall. Where is everyone? She was surprised by how empty the area around the dueling ring was. It was just a moment ago that a crowd was gathered around this area, so why would all of them disappear in the short interval that she was gone? While she was brooding over this matter, the person who had died together with her earlier, He Jingxian, appeared not too far in the distance with a dazed look as well. What happened over here? Bai Wanqing asked in astonishment. I just received news that a person named I am very handsome has made a move against all of the core disciples. He Jingxian replied with a dazed look in his eyes. He was still pondering over the battle he had earlier with Bai Ruanqing when he received the news that a formidable opponent had challenged all of the core disciples. Thus, he immediately returned to the ethereal hall, intending to lend a hand. But who could have thought everyone would actually be killed so quickly? Wasn't the other party's swordsmanship a little too powerful? So, I am very handsome killed everyone that was here? Bai Ruanqing suddenly felt a little lightheaded, and she nearly fainted to the ground. Senior uncle, are you trying to stage a revolt here? It's like you didn't have enough fun dominating the inner disciples, so you came over to bully the core disciples as well? Are you intending to challenge the Elder Council next then? I'll head out to take a look. Bai Ruanqing rubbed her glabella in frustration as she backed out from the ethereal hall. Just as she finally returned back to the room, she saw Zhang Xian rising to his feet, stretching his back lazily. Senior uncle, did you, by any chance, kill all of the core disciples in the ethereal hall? They were despicable people. They have lost the duel, yet they refused to pay up. Thus, I had all of them killed in order to teach them a lesson. It's not as if they could be harmed in the ethereal hall anyway. Zhang Xian harumphed coldly. Bai Ruanqing was frenzied. Was there really a need for you to go so far over something as minor as this? Right, I need you to check if they have paid you yet. Quickly transfer the money over to me if they have done so. Otherwise, I'll return to the ethereal hall later to purge them again later on. Zhang Xian waved his hand coldly. There was so much frustration bottling up in Bai Ruanqing's chest that she could hardly breathe anymore. Why would such a formidable expert stoop so low as to kill all of the core disciples over mere money? Shaking her head, she took out a jade token and glanced at it before replying, "They have already paid me. The total sum is roughly 100,000 Sword Pavilion coins." 100,000? Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. It seems like the core disciples are quite wealthy after all. He had killed half of the core disciples, only to earn 200,000 Sword Pavilion coins in total. On the other hand, just by defeating 5 core disciples, he was able to make a killing of 100,000 Sword Pavilion coins. It seemed like the wealth disparity was really no joke. Well, it seemed like he had just found himself a reliable avenue to resolve his monetary issues once and for all. It didn't take long for Bai Ruanqing to transfer the money over, and Zhang Xian couldn't help but celebrate a little gleefully on the inside over the mini fortune he had earned within a single day. A while later, he raised his head and looked at Bai Ruanqing. "Your swordsmanship is still not too bad, but the sword toss you have learned from Dan Xiaotian is riddled with far too many problems. I'll correct it for you now. Later on, I need you to return to the dueling ring and earn more money back for me, understood?" Bai Ruanqing. She was conflicted on whether she should feel happy that she should be delighted that her senior uncle would be teaching her personally, or that she was being used as a tool to earn money, but eventually, her desire to learn advanced swordsmanship won over. She quickly stood up and prepared herself to listen to her teacher's impartation when she suddenly heard several knocks coming from the main entrance of the residence. Following which, Chao Qingli's shout echoed loudly, "Who are you?" "We are here to find Zhang Xian," a voice replied. Upon hearing the voice, Bai Ruanqing immediately felt goosebumps rising all over her body. With quivering lips, she exclaimed, "Senior uncle, it's my grandfather. He's here." "Your grandfather?" Zhang Xian was stunned. "You are referring to Elder Bai Yi?" Based on what he knew, Elder Bai Yi was one of the 3 Grand Elders of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, a true expert of the continent. Why would such an esteemed individual come knocking on his door? Was the acting he had put on earlier not good enough to convince the other party not to take him in as his student? That should be the case, right? After all, he had only been at the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion for a single day, and he had made sure to maintain a low profile all along. He didn't seem to have done anything really excessive yet. So, there didn't seem to be any reason why Elder Bai Yi would want to pay a visit to him. That's right. Bai Ruanqing nodded. "I reckon that the reason why he's here is because he still wishes to take me in as his student. Since that's the case, I'll need you to feign as if you were trying to teach me sword art later on. You'll criticize me for my weak mastery of swordsmanship and express your disappointment in me for having let down your grandfather's expectations." Zhang Xian said. This, Bai Ruanqing was conflicted. She had never been good at acting and deceiving others. It's settled then. Otherwise, don't expect me to teach you any swordsmanship anymore. Zhang Xian replied. All right then. Hearing those words, Bai Ruanqing had no choice but to agree to his request. She would do anything as long as she could learn from her senior uncle. The latter's swordsmanship was simply that formidable. She had only learned 2 sword arts so far, and they were only the 2 most basic moves, but it was already enough for her to fight the number 1 core disciple to a draw. If she were to just study a bit longer under him, even she would dare not imagine how powerful she could possibly become. This was an opportunity that she couldn't give up on. While they were still discussing the matter, Bai Feng stepped forward and flashed his token to Chao Chengli. Why? Do you think that you can enter by keeping mum and showing me a token? Chao Chengli frowned in displeasure. He was still angry at having his head smacked, so his attitude toward the 2 guests wasn't too nice either. To shove a token right in my face when I'm asking you a question, do you think that this is a place for you to show off? SK. As if you were the only one who knows how to show off. I am an elder of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. I'm here to pay a visit to your young master, Zhang Xian. Seeing that the other party didn't recognize the elder token, Elder Bai Yi explained calmly. Considering how Dan Xiaotian, Zhang Xian, and the others had only entered the sect a day ago, it was understandable for them to have never seen such a high-tiered elder token. You are an elder of the sect? Chao Chengli was still at the peak of his rage when those words scared his wits out of him. His face immediately paled as he bowed down respectfully. Pardon me for my previous disrespect. Please, this way. Chao Chengli was different from Sun Chong. As a bandit, he had been through many life-and-death situations, so he was extremely wary about offending those who were stronger than him. Naturally, there was no way he would dare to cross an elder of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. If the other party were to make a move on him, he would be dead before he knew it. Pulling his weight before such a figure? Forget it. There were still many carnal pleasures in the mortal world waiting for him to explore. He had no intention of losing his life just yet. Elder Bai Yi nodded as he raised his feet to enter the residence, but Chao Chengli suddenly rushed forward to stop him. My apologies, but the young master has a rule that those who walk into the residence aren't allowed to enter with their left leg or right leg alone. I beg your pardon for this. After which, he took the lead and hopped across the doorsill with both his feet. This? Elder Bai Yi and Bai Feng glanced at one another in confusion. What kind of eccentric rule was this? Geniuses usually have their own quirks. Since we're here to visit, I guess it would be good for us to abide by the other party's rules. Bai Feng said. Back then, the Ghost Sword Saint was known to have an extremely eccentric temper as well. Considering that Zhang Xian had comprehended the God Sword intent, it was still understandable that his personality would be a little peculiar. Put Hong. The 2 of them hopped into the residence too. As soon as they stepped into the residence, they were just about to ask where Zhang Xian was when they suddenly heard a harsh voice sounding from one of the rooms. How can you be so dumb? I have been explaining it to you for 2 hours now, but it seems like nothing has gotten into your head at all. How do you expect my grandfather to take you in as his student like that? You are really daydreaming. Pong. In the next moment, the door to the room opened, and a young lady stomped out furiously. Following behind her was a young man with his head lowered in shame. Elder Bai Yi and Bai Feng stared at each other silently. The heck? What in the world are these 2 up to this time around? Grandfather and Grandpa Feng, why are the 2 of you here? While the 2 of them were still trying to figure out what kind of act those 2 were trying to put up here, Bai Ruanqing turned to them with a surprised expression on her face, as if she had only noticed their presence. She quickly walked up to them. We came here to. Elder Bai Yi was just about to reveal the purpose behind his arrival when Bai Ruanqing abruptly interjected impatiently. Grandfather, it's good that you are here. This person over here is the person who sold me the medicine, Zhang Xian. I'm extremely grateful to him for having saved your life, but I must say that his swordsmanship is truly mediocre. I have already taught him for several hours now, but he hasn't even understood the most basic sword art yet. Bai Ruanqing said as she glared at Zhang Xian in disappointment, as if she couldn't believe that there could be such a useless disciple in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. I'll give you one last chance. Execute the sword art which I have just taught you to my grandfather. As you know, my grandfather is one of the 3 grand elders of the sect. If you can just do well this once, you will be able to acknowledge him as your teacher. Why yes, Senior Bai. Zhang Xian hesitantly lifted his sword and slashed down. His movements were incredibly awkward, and they carried not the slightest hint of sword chi at all. It would be an insult to call even something like this a sword art. Elder Bai looked at Bai Feng once more with a conflicted look in his eyes. Do we look like fools in their eyes? I don't even know if they are really trying to fool us or mock us. It doesn't even seem like they are putting any effort into their act at all. I'm really starting to feel a little offended over here. Grandfather, look. His skills are really disappointing, and he doesn't have the slightest talent for swordsmanship at all. Such a dumb person isn't worthy of being your student at all. I do know that he's our benefactor, and this debt must be repaid somehow, but we shouldn't do it at the expense of your reputation either. Or else, why don't we just give him some money instead? Seeing that her grandfather and Grandpa Feng had gone completely silent, Bai Ruanqing thought that she had managed to fool them with her acting. Heaving a visible sigh of relief, she monotonously repeated the script which Zhang Xian had forced her to remember a moment ago. Dumb? Isn't worthy of being my student? Elder Bai nearly choked on his saliva. It was one thing if he didn't know a thing at all, but this was the young man who had severed his head with just a stray surge of sword chi. If there was anyone here who was unworthy, it would have to be him. It was lucky that there was no crater here, or else he would have dived right like an ostrich. I am deeply ashamed of my weakness, but I fear that I really don't have any talents in the way of the sword. I'm truly apologetic to have let Third Elder down. Zhang Xian lowered his head in shame. In the depths of his eyes, one could see a hint of regret and low self-esteem, reminiscent of a person who had tried time and time again, only to be struck down by the cruelty of reality each and every single attempt. His eyes were so expressive that it almost felt as if he was the protagonist of some kind of hot-blooded youth drama. Seeing this, Elder Bai Yi and Bai Feng felt their chest getting even more stifled. They were convinced that they were going to bottle up some sort of severe internal injuries at this rate. What the hell was this? It turned out that this young man was not only a vastly talented sword practitioner, he was also a born actor. With such talents, he was already set for his life. Elder Bai took several deep breaths to assuage the stifled sensation within him, so as to ensure that his veins wouldn't suddenly rupture from high blood pressure before finally speaking up. If you are lacking in your swordsmanship, it's indeed inappropriate for me to take you in as my student. However, it's not for show that the sword is known as the conqueror of weapons. There's nothing that can replace what it is capable of. If you do want to acknowledge me as your teacher, I can start teaching you from the basics. I trust that you'll soon reach Bai Ruanqing's level under my guidance. Zhang Xian didn't think that the other party would still want to take him in as his student even after all the acting he had put on. Speechless, he hurriedly waved his hand and said, I'm deeply honored, but I dare not accept your offer. Given my lack of aptitude, I am not confident that I'll be able to meet up to your expectations. I don't mind sullying my reputation, but I dare not besmirch Third Elder's name. It's nothing much. I am indebted to you for saving my life, and it's only right for me to repay your favor. Or could it be that you were interested in other weaponry instead? It was not that Elder Bai was toying with Zhang Xian, but he wanted to force the latter to admit to his identity as I am low profile. Otherwise, if the latter were to deny it to the bitter end, there was very little that he could do either. He could try resorting to force too, but it would carry the risk of possibly pushing this talented sword practitioner away from the sect. On the other hand, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up upon hearing Elder Bai's words. Indeed, I'm not too interested in swordsmanship. I don't mean to be rude, but my true passion actually lies in the way of the saber. Chapter 1985, Meeting the Sect Leader. Seeing the slight doubt in the other party's eyes, Zhang Xian quickly added on with an earnest look on his face. Third Elder, I dare not lie to you. It's truly my earnest wish to learn the saber. The way of the saber crushes everything in its path with overwhelming might, and I find it extremely fitting of my personality and temperament. Seeing the slight doubt in the other party's eyes, Zhang Xian quickly added on with an earnest look on his face. The agile sword and the forceful saber. It was a conventional notion that it was impossible for a man to master both weaponry together. Since the other party was intent on making him learn swordsmanship, there was no better excuse than to claim that his true passion lay in the way of the saber. It was not as if he was a disciple of the sect, so it didn't contravene the rules of the sect. As long as he could show that he was skilled in the way of the saber, he should be able to convince the other party to give up on the notion of taking him in as his student. Cough, cough. If that's the case, may I ask you to display your saber art? I'm quite interested to see how adept you are in the way of the saber. Elder Bai took another deep breath to calm himself down before asking. I know that someone as formidable as you would surely be unwilling to become my student, but of all excuse you can come up with, you are telling me that you wish to learn the way of the saber instead? Very well, let me see what you can do then. Just watch as I spot traces of sword intent in your saber art. I'll see how you are going to explain yourself afterward. To be honest, he wouldn't have minded if Zhang Xian had turned him down directly. But to put up all these acts and toss him so many ridiculous excuses, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't displeased. I'm afraid that I don't have any saber with me. Don't worry, I have one here. Zhang Xian was just about to turn Elder Bai down with a wave of his hand when the latter suddenly whipped out a saber. Even though Elder Bai specialized in swordsmanship, he still had some other types of weapons with him. This was a part of his swordsmanship training as well. A useful way to better understand the strengths and limitations of swordsmanship was to try out other weapons too. Through uncovering the possibilities of other weapons, one could uncover unconventional ways to exert one's swordsmanship. This was similar to how the 9 swords of Duguiel had saber-subduing stance, whip-subduing stance, arrow-subduing stance, palm-subduing stance. All right then. Seeing that there was no other way out of this, Zhang Xian took the saber and flicked it lightly. A powerful saber intent swiftly suffused his entire body, contrasting him to be an incomparably mighty saber that would even smash a hole into the heavens above. Elder Bai Yi and Bai Feng narrowed their eyes in speechlessness. At this very instant, they felt the sword intent in their body being suppressed by the other party's saber intent to the extent such that they couldn't even lift their heads up. To put it in other words, Zhang Xian's saber intent was actually even purer and more powerful than their sword intent. But the young man before them was supposed to be the person who had comprehended the god's sword intent. How in the world was it possible for his saber intent to be so formidable as well? It almost felt as if their years of hard work had gone completely to waste. On the other hand, Zhang Xian carefully assessed the shocked expressions on the 2 elders before nodding in satisfaction. From the looks of it, it seemed like he had finally managed to convince Elder Bai Yi of the matter. As I have mentioned, my true expertise lies in saber arts instead of swordsmanship, Zhang Xian said as he flicked his saber and retracted his saber intent. He had really gone all out, so that he wouldn't have to become Elder Bai Yi's student this time around. You are indeed more skilled in saber art. Elder Bai Yi swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Knowing that he was going nowhere at this rate, he decided to just come clean with the matter. To be honest, the reason why I'm here is not to take you in as my student. Instead, it's to confirm your identity and bring you over to the Elder Council. Confirm my identity? Zhang Xian's heart skipped a beat, but he concealed it with a confused look. What do you mean by that? If I'm not mistaken, you are I am low profile and I am very handsome, right? Elder Bai Yi asked. Pardon me, but I'm not really catching what you were saying over here. Zhang Xian was panicking a little inside, but he maintained a look of bewilderment on his face. What do you mean by low profile and handsome? There's no need for you to deny this matter any further. I know my granddaughter very well. She's an impatient and reckless person, and she has never been really serious about learning swordsmanship before. Otherwise, she wouldn't have only reached the level she's currently at after years of training. However, within a short hour after meeting you, she gained the strength to confront the number 1 expert of the core disciples. Other than I am low profile, the genius who has comprehended the god's sword intent, I can't think of another person in the world who could pull off a feat like this. Elder Bai Yi said. Zhang Xian's panic quickly turned into embarrassment before eventually culminating into burning rage. Your mom. If you have already known my identity right from the start, why didn't you just say it out loud? You made me put on an act and display my saber art. Are you treating me like a monkey for your entertainment? In order to alleviate Zhang Xin's worries, Elder Bai hurriedly added, I bear no ill will toward you. If I did, I would have already made a move. While you have comprehended the god's sword intent, your cultivation is only at lesser pseudo-immortal realm at the moment. I don't mean to be rude, but you wouldn't be able to pose a threat to me with your current strength. He had no idea what kind of methods Zhang Xin used in order to achieve a breakthrough within such a short period of time, but the fact that he was able to enter the core disciple's ethereal hall meant that he had managed to advance his cultivation to lesser pseudo-immortal realm. Fine then, I'll admit to it. With an irritated sigh, Zhang Xin tossed away his excessively respectful attitude and replied. He did notice that the other party had failed to see through his cultivation, but he chose not to clarify the matter. He didn't want to give himself away until he finally discerned Elder Bai Yi and the sect's intentions. If it was possible, he would have preferred not to reveal his identity as I am low profile at all, but he could sense the conviction in Elder Bai Yi's words. The latter was definitely not just trying to sound him out. Since he had already been revealed, there was no point in him struggling so desperately to conceal his identity. He might as well just admit to it candidly. Furthermore, there was some truth in what Elder Bai Yi had said. He had no gauge of a high immortal's prowess at the moment, but at heavenly pseudo-immortal realm, it didn't seem like he would have a good chance of triumphing over Elder Bai Yi. For the time being, it didn't seem that Elder Bai Yi harbored malicious intentions toward him. Indeed, seeing Zhang Xian admitting to it, Elder Bai Yi clenched his fists tightly together. While he was confident in his deduction, he was still unable to curb his heart from beating in agitation when he heard the news. The man who had comprehended the god's sword intent was really standing before him. Ever since the founding of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion several thousand years ago, there had been no one who had reached such a height other than the founder. Would you be willing to accompany me to the Elder Council? As the person who has comprehended the god's sword intent, your existence is of great significance to our sect. If nothing goes wrong, it's very likely that you would become our sect leader in the near future. Elder Bai Yi clasped his fist and spoke respectfully. The way in which the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion chose its sect leader was extremely simple. It was determined by one's mastery in swordsmanship. As the one who had comprehended the god's sword intent, as long as Zhang Xian was able to raise his cultivation up to par, it was only a matter of time before he became a sect leader. It's likely that I would become your sect leader in the near future? Zhang Xian was stunned. He had thought of many possibilities, but he never thought that the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion would actually be looking for him to become their new leader. To be honest, he was indeed moved by this offer. This identity would grant him greater protection to survive in the Azure. Furthermore, with the influence of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, it would be much easier for him to unearth Luo Ruoxin's trails too. Elder Bai Yi nodded. I understand. I'll follow you to the Elder Council. However, I do have a request. I understand that I'll be facing the other elders, so it's inevitable that they would learn of my identity too. But as far as possible, I hope that this matter doesn't reach the ears of too many people, Zhang Xian said. Even if Elder Bai Yi and the sect had no intention of harming him, it would still be best for him to act prudently. As the saying went, a tree rising above the forest will eventually fall to the fiery wind. It was for practical reasons why he was so determined to conceal his identity. If others were to learn of his abilities, there was no guarantee that some might attempt to harm him. Don't worry, we have no intention of doing anything that would put you in the way of harm. Elder Bai Yi replied with a nod. He understood the dangers of drawing the attention of others onto one as well. He turned to Bai Ruanqing and instructed sternly, Ruanqing, do not speak of whatever that has happened here to anyone else. I'll be heading out with Brother Zhang for a while. After which, he turned to Zhang Xian and said, Let's go. Elder Bai Yi quickly wrapped Zhang Xian around in his zhenqi before soaring into the sky. Watching as Zhang Xian disappeared in the horizon, Dan Xiaotian couldn't help but fall into deep thoughts over what he had just heard. There's a chance that teacher might become the next sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. He had always known that Zhang Xian was a highly talented individual with extraordinary fighting prowess, but still, he had never imagined that the latter would actually have comprehended the god's sword intent. Despite his young age, he was already next in line to become the leader of one of the 6 sects. As for Chao Qingli, he suddenly widened his eyes in utter shock as a realization finally struck him. It dawned on him why the young master had so many weird rules, prohibiting him from entering the residence with both his left leg and right leg. He actually had the audacity to criticize I am low profile loudly before the young master. Wasn't that equivalent to insulting the young master in his face? Chao Qingli hurriedly stroked his chest to calm himself down. He thanked the heavens for allowing him to survive what that could have very well been a fatal mistake. Sword Gazebo. Sect leader Han, Elder He, and the others were staring at the wall before them with such intent gazes that it almost seemed as if they would bore a hole in the wall. Dang, 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 dang. A series of flurried footsteps echoed from the outside. Elder He quickly glanced at the arriving elder and asked, "Is there an update on I am low profile?" "No, that's not it. Someone has challenged all of the core disciples." The old man exclaimed anxiously. It was the very same old man who had visited Elder Bai Yi just a moment ago. Someone challenged all of the core disciples? Could he be I am low profile? Elder He narrowed his eyes in shock as he swiftly rose to his feet. No, that's not right. Isn't his cultivation supposed to only be at Dimension Shatter Realm consummation? That person is called I am very handsome. He challenged dozens of core disciples simultaneously and slew all of them. Elder Bai Yi and I have headed there discreetly, but we ended up getting killed as well, the old man said with a reddened face. He was able to kill dozens of core disciples and even defeat Bai Yi and you. He must indeed be the genius who has comprehended the god's sword intent. Sect leader Han nodded slightly. He turned to the wall before him and ordered, "Find where I am very handsome is at the moment." If it was just killing dozens of core disciples, it was still well within his means to do so as well. However, if his opponent included Elder Bai Yi and the old man before him, even he would have a fairly tough time dealing with them. There was no doubt about it. I am very handsome and I am low profile were likely to be the same person. Wong. The wall in front flickered, but nothing appeared. Sect leader Han, that person has already left the ethereal hall after killing the core disciples, the old man explained. However, Elder Bai Yi seems to have confirmed that person's identity. He's looking for that person at the moment, and he requests for you and the other elders to return to the Elder Council to await his return. He believes that he would be able to bring that person over soon enough. Bai Yi has already confirmed that person's identity? The few elders looked at one another with a look of disbelief on their faces. It was a known fact that Elder Bai Yi was severely wounded, and his life was hinging on a thread. Due to his physical condition, he was even excused from the Elder Council. How did he manage to confirm the identity of that person ahead of them? Well, it's like that. The old man began explaining the matter. He was unaware of the matter regarding Bai Wanqing purchasing the medicine from Zhang Xian, but he did know about what that came afterward. He felt that it was the basis behind Elder Bai Ye's deduction of that person's true identity. Bai Wanqing has only learned 2 moves from that person, but her ranking swiftly rose from the 17th place to the 1st place. She even fought my grandson to a draw? Elder He widened his eyes in disbelief. If he was still a little uncertain a moment ago, right now, he was utterly convinced that Elder Bai Yi had gotten the right person. Let's quickly return then. Knowing that this matter had been resolved, the crowd quickly made their way back to the Elder Council. Barely after they took their seats, the doors opened. Elder Bai Yi walked in with a young man beside him. Sect leader Han, you are back. Elder Bai Ye's eyes lit up after seeing the person sitting on the center seat. He quickly gestured to the young man beside him and introduced, "This is the person who has comprehended the god's sword intent, Zhang Xian." Zhang Xian? The crowd quickly glanced over out of curiosity. To their surprise, the other party was only in his early 20s. That was an unbelievably young age for a cultivator who had reached the zenith of swordsmanship in the Azure. Zhang Xian, this is our sect leader, Han Jianqiu. Elder Bai Yi gestured to the old man sitting at the center of the group and said, "Sect leader?" Zhang Xian gazed over. Han Jianqiu had the appearance of someone in his 60s. He was dressed in a green robe, and his presence seemed to be suffused with sharp sword intent, making it difficult for one to gauge the depth of his cultivation. 1. The 9 swords of Dugu are depicted to be 9 independent sword stance to counter a wide range of martial arts. It's known to be formless and flexible, containing only several basic moves that can be put together to construct endless variations, making it impossible for the opponent to predict and counter the swordplay. Chapter 1986, Devastating the Elder Council 1:1986, Devastating the Elder Council 1. There were no records of what came after High Immortals in the books that Zhang Xian had accessed so far, and Elder Lu Yun had no idea what was there either. Nevertheless, his gut feeling was that the old man before him, sect leader Han Jianqiu, had already reached that unknown level. He could tell that Han Jianqiu did not bear him any ill will, but if the latter really wanted to make a move against him, he would be completely helpless to retaliate. Zhang Xian, is it convenient for you to display your swordsmanship to us? Han Jianqiu asked with a chuckle. May I know how you wish for me to display my swordsmanship? Zhang Xian asked. Your cultivation is only at lesser pseudo-immortal realm, so it would be impossible for you to enter the Elder's ethereal hall. Since that's the case, let's enter the core disciples' ethereal hall and have a duel there. I think that there's no better way to demonstrate one's swordsmanship than a real battle. Han Jianqiu replied. The elders also had an exclusive ethereal hall, but there was a minimum cultivation to enter its premises. Clearly, the young man had not reached the minimum requirement, so they could only make do with the core disciples' ethereal hall instead. Seeing that the other party did not notice that he had intentionally suppressed his cultivation, Zhang Xian replied with a smile, entering the core disciples' ethereal hall? That's too troublesome. Why don't you just suppress your cultivation and have a fight with me here? Here? Are you certain? Before Han Jianqiu could say anything, Elder he had already interjected with a frown. Everyone's cultivation, Jinqi capacity, and physical prowess are at the same level as one another in the ethereal hall, so it's indubitably the fairest battlefield for all of us. On the other hand, here, even if we suppress our cultivation, there will still be some differences in the resilience of our bodies, souls, and purity of Jinqi. Those are not factors that we can control. Entering the ethereal hall only required a sliver of one's consciousness, and one would be instantaneously paired with a body whose attributes were identical to everyone else. In a sense, it was similar to one's consciousness being brought over to a puppet's body. It was only under such circumstances that the differences in the prowess of one's swordsmanship would show clearly. But in reality, even if they suppressed their cultivation, their physical bodies and souls as high immortals would still grant them a decisive advantage in the battle. There was no way a lesser pseudo-immortal would stand a chance against them. It's fine, Zhang Xian replied. While he could uncover the other party's identity from their sword arts in the ethereal hall through the library of Heaven's Path, the information that he received was limited. If he used the library of Heaven's Path in reality, he could even track down the other party's ancestors. If anything happened, this information could become the key for him to preserve his life. Humph, since you have already made up your mind, we also want to see just how powerful the God's sword intent is, an elder said as he stood up. The God's sword intent was the swordsmanship comprehended by the founder, and just the fact that the founder was able to steal half a character from the Hall of Gods spoke a lot about its prowess. Unfortunately, over the past several thousand years, no one had been able to reach the same level as the founder. In fact, even they, despite being the strongest sword practitioners in the sect, were unable to tell just how powerful it was. Since the person before them wanted to challenge them outside the ethereal hall, that would be for the best. They were more than willing to test the prowess of the God's sword intent for themselves. In any case, given the resilience of their physical bodies and souls, even if they suppressed their cultivation, the other party would not be able to hurt them anymore. I am Cho Hua, the first elder of the core disciple sector. My cultivation is at the heavenly high immortal realm, and I wish to test your swordsmanship. The elder named Cho Hua stepped forward and swiftly suppressed his cultivation to Zhang Xian's level. With a simple flick of his blade, a crisp metallic reverberation echoed through the air. It was customary for each elder to be bestowed with a sword from the Elder Council. The swords that elders received were identical, and they were intended for dueling purposes. The reason behind that was to ensure that the prowess of the weapon did not interfere in the results of the duel. Zhang Xian looked at Chou calmly, not drawing his blade at all. Instead, he chuckled lightly and said, "You won't be enough. The rest of you should come down as well." "Not enough?" The eyebrows of the other elders shot up in astonishment. Among them, Elder Bai even clasped his forehead. To think that this fellow actually called himself I am low profile. Just tell me, how the heck is this low profile at all? Those who are present aren't just the top sword practitioners of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. They are renowned even across the entire Forsaken continent. Even if your swordsmanship is formidable, any single person here would be enough to be an opponent for you. Yet, you actually want to fight everyone, including the sect leader Han? Is there any limit to your arrogance? It seems like you all dare not face me? Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up, and a provocative smile crept onto his lips. Seeing how Zhang Xian was snubbing him, Chouhua's complexion did not look too good. I admit that the God's Sword intent is indeed formidable, but it's not for no reason that I was able to become the first elder of the core disciple sector. Not to mention, only my cultivation has been suppressed here. If you wish to fight everyone else, you would do well to defeat me first. In the first place, it was already beneath a heavenly high immortal like him to challenge a lesser pseudo-immortal, but the other party thought that he would not be able to put up a fight. This was as good as slapping him in his face. Furthermore, it was the kind that utilized a skillful combination of backhand and forehand to create a rhythmic pa, pa, pa kind of face slap. Is that how it works here? I see. Seeing that no one else intended to join the battle, possibly due to their confidence in Chouhua's strength, Zhang Xian smiled lightly as he raised a single finger up. What does that mean? Do you intend to defeat me in a single move? Chouhua was stunned for a moment before he roared furiously in laughter. Aren't you being a little too arrogant? Hearing those words, Zhang Xian shook his head and clarified himself. You misunderstand. What I'm saying is that without using a sword or moving an inch, I can defeat you with a single finger in a single breath. You. Chouhua nearly exploded on the spot. As the first elder of the core disciple sector, he had tempered his state of mind to a level where he could remain unfazed to most matters, but he had never met someone as infuriating as the other party. It was not just the other party's words that were leaving him so maddened. Even the other party's gaze and gestures were incredibly condescending, almost as if he was looking at an ant. He was a heavenly high immortal, one of the strongest experts on the Forsaken continent. Yet, why did it feel as if he was a nobody attempting to challenge someone far beyond his league? Very well, allow me to assess your prowess. I'm looking forward to seeing how you defeat me with a single finger and a single breath. Chouhua harumphed as he glared at Zhang Xian. Isn't that young man a little arrogant? Arrogant? More like his head is up in the clouds. Han Jinxiu and Elder He looked at one another as they traded bitter smiles. For a lesser pseudo-immortal lad to remain unfazed in the presence of so many heavenly high immortals and even utter such haughty words. Did he have a screw loose in his head, or did he have the skills to back his words? The God's Sword intent is known to be powerful enough to deal with even the deities. Let's hope that this young man's strength is enough to awe us. I guess that's all we can do now. Shaking their heads, the two of them turned their gazes back to Chouhua and Zhang Xian. Seeing how no one else was coming even after his provocation, Zhang Xian was a little disappointed, at a pity. He knew that his words were a little arrogant, but he was doing it on purpose. He wanted everyone to make a move so that he could gather the flaws of everyone on the Elder Council. This would allow him to be prepared for whatever came his way in the future. Otherwise, the duels would probably end after he defeated around 3 enemies and proved his strength. He did not think that he had the strength to oppose a heavenly high immortal in his current state, so he could only find other means to escape from them in case any of them intended him harm. Forget it. I should defeat this one before challenging the rest of them again. I believe they should all come down after this. Seeing how snugly seated the elders were, Zhang Xian knew that it was impossible for him to convince them to come down for the time being. Thus, he turned his gaze to Chouhua and said, "Let's not waste any time and get it over with." Who? Right after he said those words, Chouhua moved. Even though Chohua had suppressed his cultivation to the lesser pseudo-immortal realm, his movements were still swift like a hurricane. The sword in his hand seemed to pierce right through the limitations of space, arriving before Zhang Xian's face in an instant. In terms of prowess, there was no doubt that he was many times stronger than the number one core disciple, He Jingxian. But just as Chohua's sword was about to reach Zhang Xian's throat, Zhang Xian raised his finger and flicked it lightly. His movements were not too fast, but they felt solemn and incredibly heavy. In an instant, Chohua felt as if a comet was crushing down on him, leaving him feeling as if he was facing a force that he could never hope to oppose. How is this possible? Chohua widened his eyes in disbelief. He was a heavenly high immortal expert. Even if he suppressed his cultivation, his mental resilience would still be at a much higher level. It should have been impossible for the other party to make a move that would have left him feeling so helpless, but that single finger actually made him feel as if he was facing something far beyond him. How did the other party manage to do that? Kacha! Kacha! With a furious roar, Chohua tried to shake away that feeling in his mind and push through with sheer courage. However, as the finger came into contact with his sword, the zhenqi infused into the sword immediately dissipated. The sword swiftly bent into an awkward angle, causing cracks to appear all over it before it shattered into innumerable fragments. As for Chohua himself, he tried to move, but the overwhelming feeling kept him bound to the spot. He could only watch helplessly as the other party's finger slowly approached his glabella. On the seats above, Han Jianxiu was slightly stunned by the sight for a moment before the edge of his lips curved up a little. This fellow. Interesting. Sect leader Han. This is... Elder he glanced at Han Jianxiu in confusion. Ignoring the fact that Chohua had the body and soul of a high immortal, even if one assumed that they were of the same cultivation realm, how could Zhang Xian possibly destroy Chohua's sword with a single finger and seal his strength too? What were the principles behind this move? If I'm not mistaken, his expertise lies not only in swordsmanship but in formations as well, Han Jianxiu explained. Formations? Elder he was even more confused. That move made use of not just his sword intent, but the formation around the entire Elder Council. He used the formation to refine his sword intent to a tremendous level, far beyond what Chohua could stand against, Han Jianxiu explained. The reason he used his words to goad the other party earlier was, in truth, to stall for time. He was in his process of refining his sword intent then. At this point, Han Jianxiu remarked, it's no wonder he was able to comprehend the God sword intent. His ability to tap into whatever resources are around him is truly formidable. This, Elder He's cheeks twitched a little. How long had it been since the other party entered the Elder Council? All in all, not more than 10 minutes. But within this period, not only did he see through the formation cast around the Elder Council, he was even able to make use of it to nourish his sword intent. This was too remarkable. Previously, he had thought that it was impossible for someone to be so much more powerful than them in the same cultivation realm, but it seemed like he might have been underestimating the other party. Peng. While they were shocked beyond words, the battle between the two people fighting below had already come to an end. As Zhang Xian's finger fell on Chohua's forehead, the latter was sent flying into the distance. Chohua hurriedly released the seal on his cultivation while he was flying back, or else he would have sustained severe internal injuries. How is it? Zhang Xian placed his hands behind his back as he looked at Chohua impassively. All in all, from the moment he made his move to the moment that Chohua was sent flying, he had spent exactly one breath. I have lost. Chohua lowered his head and surrendered. Even though he felt that the other party did not triumph over him on the grounds of just swordsmanship alone, he felt that it was an embarrassment to even point that out. After all, it was a great humiliation for a high immortal like him to be defeated by a pseudo-immortal within a single breath. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xian chuckled softly as he suddenly turned his gaze to the other members of the Elder Council. His voice echoed loudly in the ears of every single elder present. I wonder if I could have the honor of facing the rest of you. Won't you allow me to give each of you a good pummeling with my sword? Chapter 1987, Devastating the Elder Council 2:1987, Devastating the Elder Council too you. He's way too arrogant. I have never felt like hitting someone so much in my life before. In my 200 years alive, I have seen countless geniuses, but this is the first time I've wanted to strangle someone so much. Have we made a mistake by bringing him here? Hearing those words, Han Jianqiu, Elder He, and the others were so furious that they gnashed their teeth together. When they first heard that someone had comprehended the god's sword intent, they had been so excited that they had immediately put everything aside and even breached the conventions of the sect just to find him, but when they finally found him, it felt like they had just made the worst mistake of their lives. By saying that you'll pummel us with your sword, what you mean is that we won't be a match for you even if all of us combine our might together. Is that so? Conceited, pompous, low profile your head. Taking a deep breath, Elder He stood up and said, that being said, even though he used the formation of the Elder Council to his advantage, the fact that he could defeat Elder Cho with a single move does show that he has superior battle senses. Allow me to give him a try. At that moment, Han Jianqiu shook his head and stood up. He wishes to challenge all of us at once. Let's not waste any time and fight him together. Sect leader Han. The faces of the elders around immediately stiffened. They had never thought that they would hear such words from the mouth of their sect leader. They were the strongest experts on the continent. If someone learned that they had suppressed their cultivation to challenge a pseudo-immortal realm lad, they would be mocked for their entire lives by their peers. One who has comprehended the god's sword intent is capable of reaching the gods with his blade. It's not an embarrassment for all of us to face him together, Han Jianqiu replied calmly. The crowd hesitated for a moment before eventually nodding in agreement. Yes, the Forsaken Continent was a land abandoned by the gods. Comprehending the god's sword intent meant that one's mastery of swordsmanship had already reached a level that could compete with the gods. Even though their cultivation was indeed much higher, there was no doubt that the other party had something in him that far surpassed the rest of them. Otherwise, it would not just have been the founder who had comprehended the god's sword intent in the several thousand years since the founding of the sect. Voila! Several elders walked down to the open space at the center of the Elder Council with a sword each in hand. They were sect leader Han Jianqiu, Elder He, Elder Bai Yi, and 2 other elders. All in all, there were 5 people. Those 5 people represented the highest fighting prowess of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Every single one of them was ranked within the top 30 strongest cultivators of the Forsaken Continent. Wait a moment. Despite the formidable lineup before him, Zhang Xian did not seem nervous in the least. Instead, he seemed to heave a sigh of relief before speaking up. Don't you think that a plain battle is too boring? Since we are going to fight, we might as well put something on the line to make things a little more interesting. You want to make a bet? Elder Bai Ye's eyebrows shot up as an ominous premonition loomed over his mind. This money-minded fellow could not be thinking of cleaning them out as well, could he? As the sect leader and the 4 strongest elders of one of the 6 sects, if even they got robbed despite putting their strength together. Elder Bai Yi was not too sure if he would still be able to find the strength to continue existing in this world. They would surely become the greatest joke in the Forsaken Continent in all of history. Bet? What kind of bet do you wish to make? Han Jianqiu asked. If I win the duel, there's something that I would like to ask you. If you know the answer, I hope that you can answer it honestly. If I lose, I'll apologize for my earlier disrespect, Zhang Xian replied. Hearing those words, Elder Bai Ye's heart finally settled down a little. All is fine as long as no money is involved. To be honest, he felt like he had already been traumatized by the word bet. Each time someone said that word, he would immediately jolt in horror. You wish to pose a question? Even if you lose this battle, I don't see any harm in answering your doubts, Han Jianqiu replied. Also, there's no need for you to apologize for your disrespect. It'll suffice as long as you don't speak of whatever that has happened here today. Sounds fine to me. Zhang Xian nodded. It's settled then. Han Jianqiu smiled. Let's begin the duel. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian drew his sword from its sheath. The reason he had made the bet was to inquire about Luo Ruoxin. Since the other party had agreed to it, what he had to do now was win the battle. While Han Jianqiu had said that he would answer his question even if he lost the battle, Zhang Xian knew that the matter concerning Luo Ruoxin was likely classified as the most confidential secret of the Forsaken Continent. After all, the fact that the Spirit God Palace had the character God, one in its name, spoke volumes about the significance of its existence. As such, he could not just rely on Han Jianqiu's goodwill. He needed a compelling reason to force the latter to answer his questions. He could not afford to lose this duel. While he had been putting up a leisurely front all along, he knew that defeating the opponents before him would be no easy feat. Dealing with one of them would be well within his means, but dealing with all of them at once would definitely pose some trouble. Meanwhile, Han Jianqiu glanced at the other 4 elders and said, "He is the man who has comprehended the God Sword intent. It would be a horrible mistake to underestimate him. We have to go all out right from the start." "Agreed," the other 4 elders replied solemnly. They too understood this. Just the fact that Zhang Xian was able to defeat Chou Hua in a single move proved his prowess. So, Han Jianqiu's sword burst forth as he claimed the first move. While he had suppressed his cultivation to the lesser pseudo-immortal realm, his sword intent still gushed forth like a boundless ocean. His very presence left one feeling as if one was falling continuously in the endless abyss. Even escape was impossible. Seeing this, Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes warily. As expected of the sect leader, Han Jianqiu's mastery of swordsmanship was too much higher than the earlier elder Chou Hua. As soon as he made a move, Zhang Xian could already feel great pressure being heaped upon him. Flaws. Zhang Xian willed. The main reason for him challenging all of them at once was to analyze their flaws. This was the perfect opportunity for him to do so. Wong. There was a light buzz before a book materialized within the library of Heaven's Path. Tapping on it lightly, knowledge flowed into his head. Han Jianqiu, 23rd sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, semi-divinity realm cultivator, comprehended the emerald ripple tide swordsmanship, resulting in the relentless nature of his swordsmanship. There is a total of 23 flaws, namely, semi-divinity realm cultivator? Zhang Xian nodded in realization. So, that's the realm that's above high immortal. He had previously noticed that Han Jianqiu's strength was far above that of Elder Bai Yi and Elder He, and that was indeed the case. While there was the prefix semi in front, the fact that it carried the term divinity one showed what kind of frightening existence he was. But as powerful as Han Jianqiu was, once his cultivation was suppressed down to pseudo-immortal realm, there was no way he could be a match for him. Just the flaws reflected in the library of Heaven's Path would allow Zhang Xian to defeat him without any trouble. Zhang Xian flicked his sword toward one of the flaws reflected in Han Jianqiu's swordsmanship. His movements were imposing like a great dragon, and his swordsmanship carried the indomitable aura of the god's sword intent. Due to the limitations of his cultivation, he had not been able to utilize too much of the prowess of the god's sword intent. However, with his cultivation rising to heavenly pseudo-immortal, it had already fused together with his body, allowing him to exert 70 to 80% of its true might. Han Jianqiu did not expect Zhang Xian to be able to see through the flaws in his moves with just a glance. Taken aback, he retreated a step as he hurriedly gestured for the others to join him. "Let's attack him together." At this point, the others had also finished their preparations. 4 swords bolted toward Zhang Xian from 4 different directions. A metallic screeching sound reminiscent of the cry of a banshee echoed throughout the room. Flaws. With just a slight sidestep, Zhang Xian was able to evade their collaborative offense with ease. At the same time, 4 books materialized in the library of Heaven's Path with a jolt. Before long, he gained some degree of understanding of the 4 elders too. Other than sect leader Han Jianqiu, Elder He was the strongest expert within the group. His cultivation had also reached the semi-divinity realm. Elder Bai Yi and Elder Huang Qing were both at the heavenly high immortal realm, and they were just a step away from reaching the semi-divinity realm. The 5th elder shared the same surname as him, and his full name was Zhang Wushang. His cultivation was conspicuously lower than the rest of the group, being only at earthly high immortal. However, just because his cultivation was at a lower level did not necessarily mean that he was the weakest of the group. On the contrary, Zhang Wushang's mastery of swordsmanship was actually above that of Elder He. While he was still some way off from matching Han Jianqiu, the gap was not extremely large. As a result of the 4 elders he was facing, the one who posed the greatest threat to him was actually Zhang Wushang. Each of their swordsmanship has its own flaws and problems, but the issue is that their reflexes are simply too quick. Before I can even finish exploiting one of their weaknesses, the other one will swiftly step in to intervene. After trading a few blows, Zhang Xian's complexion was looking more and more awful. He knew that it would not be easy to win against them, but they were tougher opponents than he had expected, as expected of the top experts of the Forsaken Continent. The likes of He Jingxian and the others could not begin to compare to them. I'll have to calculate their openings as a collective group in order to deal the conclusive blow, Zhang Xian thought. Back on the Master-Teacher Continent, he had noticed that it was possible to view a collaboration among multiple individuals as an entity and have the Library of Heaven's Path compile a book on that. Naturally, that would be much more useful than analyzing each of the individuals. The Library of Heaven's Path jolted, and a book materialized. It was filled with the information and flaws of the collaboration of the 5 sword practitioners. I see. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. After coming to know the flaws of their collaboration, it was as if everything before him suddenly cleared up. Who? He flicked his wrist and took out a piece of black cloth. What is he intending to do? Han Jianxiu and the others were having a difficult time as well. The young man had been striking at their flaws one after another in quick succession, such that they had their hands full just trying to defend themselves. Thus, they had been brainstorming ways to turn the tables around and at least push the duel to a draw when they noticed Zhang Xian's anomalous actions. Frowns of bewilderment filled their faces. Sect leader Han and Elder He, hurry up and attack him. He's intending to cover his eyes. Elder Cho was shouted by the side. He's intending to cover his eyes? He feels that he can cope against the 5 of us even without his vision? Screw this. I'm going to kill that be *starred. The 5 sword practitioners were astounded for an instant before something erupted within them. You can't humiliate us like that. It's already beneath the 5 of us to gang up against an individual like you. But you still want to cover your eyes to fight with us? So. Under the effects of their rage, their swords grew even faster and mightier. They swiftly sealed Zhang Xian's surroundings with their sword qi, such that numerous holes would be punctured into the young man if he took the slightest misstep. But for some reason, even as the other party was tying the black cloth around his eyes, every step that he took evaded their sword qi with such incredible precision that it seemed as if he had measured every step with a ruler. Even though their offense crashed down like raging tides, it did not seem to have fazed him in the least. It was almost as if he was a specter treading around their wrath rage without sustaining the slightest bit of damage. Who? After tying the black cloth over his eyes, Zhang Xian continued treading around their attacks, but vaguely, it seemed like his movements were getting more and more agile. His eyes were no longer distracted by the feints executed by his opponents, and he could ignore all the baits that his opponents laid out before of him. All he had to do was focus on the flaws listed in the Library of Heaven's Path and execute his moves one after another. Ding, 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 ding. With the flaws of their collaboration exploited again and again, it did not take long for their teamwork to fall apart. Seeing that the time was ripe, Zhang Xian decided to end the battle. Break. Infusing the God Sword intent into his blade, Zhang Xian executed 8 stabs consecutively. Each strike was aimed at the flaws of their collaboration once more. Dang-lang, dang-lang, dang-lang. The sounds of swords falling to the ground echoed loudly in the Elder Council. The 5 experts felt a sudden numbness in their hands, which caused them to lose their grip on the sword in their grasp. Making use of this opening, Zhang Xian moved with such agility that he seemed to have warped into 5 silhouettes as he stationed 5 surges of sword qi right next to their throats. Of course, as high immortals, it was likely that sword qi of such a level would not have been able to harm them, but the same could not be said now that they had suppressed their cultivation to the pseudo-immortal realm. If the other party willed it, he could have killed them all. We have lost, Han Jianxiu conceded with a bitter smile. The 5 of them, despite being the strongest existences in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, had actually been defeated by a blindfolded individual. It seemed like Zhang Xian was a much more fearsome sword practitioner than they had imagined. Chapter 1988. I am not a disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Seeing that the sect leader had admitted his loss, Zhang Xian quietly heaved a sigh of relief as he removed the black cloth. It might have appeared as if he had beaten the 5 of them easily, but in truth, it was much more complicated than that. In terms of difficulty, this would definitely be far above that of slaying 5,000 inner disciples in the ethereal hall. If he had shown the smallest opening, there was no doubt that those 5 would have exploited it right away to crush him. It was fortunate that everything turned out well in the end. The God's sword intent is indeed formidable. Returning to his seat, sect leader Han Jianqiu chuckled softly. It did not seem like the earlier defeat had induced any negative emotions in him at all. I thank you for going easy on me, Zhang Xian replied with clasped fists. A loss is a loss. Han Jianqiu shook his head. So, what's the question you would like to ask? Sect leader Han, I would like to ask if you have heard of the Spirit God Palace? Zhang Xian asked nervously. The person before him was the leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, one of the top figures of the Azure. The things that he knew of were likely well above what Elder Lu Yun knew. There was a good chance that Han Jianqiu would be able to provide him with some clues to Luo Ruoxin's whereabouts. The Spirit God Palace? Han Jianqiu frowned a little before shaking his head. I've never heard of this place before. This left Zhang Xian a little taken aback. The 6 sects of the Forsaken Continent are namely the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, Starchaser Palace, Myriad Beast Hall, 7-Star Pavilion, Black Mirror Citadel, and Evanescent Immortal Sect, Han Jianqiu said. Of the 6 sects, the only one who is qualified to use the God, one character is our Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. None of the other 5 sects would dare use the word carelessly. The only existence that towers above the 6 sects is the Ethereal Hall. It was founded by Hall Master Kong 4,000 years ago, and he single-handedly entered the Hall of Gods to steal the God character. It's precisely due to this that the Ethereal Hall was allowed to expand throughout the world, and not even the 6 sects dare oppose it. However, in the thousands of years since, no one else has been able to pass through the Azure Bridge, let alone enter the Hall of Gods to grab the character. Given so, there's no other major power in the Forsaken Continent that would dare use the God character. There are only 2 possibilities. 1. The Spirit God Palace doesn't exist at all. 2. It's not a power that's located on the Forsaken Continent. As the Forsaken Continent was a world cast away by the gods, the usage of the God Underser character was an extremely sensitive issue. Without the explicit permission of the Hall of Gods, there was no power that would dare carry the word in its name. If the Spirit God Palace really existed, there was no way he would not have heard of it. On the other hand, Zhang Xian's face paled upon hearing those words. Could it be that what the summoned deity had told him back then was all lies? Did the Spirit God Palace not exist at all in the Azure? Han Jianqiu could see that Zhang Xian was particularly concerned about this matter, so he asked out of curiosity, "Where did you hear about that place from?" "I happened to overhear someone speaking of it." Zhang Xian shook his head in disappointment. If even someone of Han Jianqiu's standing had never heard of the place before, it was likely that no one in the entire Azure would know about it. If so, where could the Spirit God Palace be? Did it even exist? Where could Luo Ruoxin be? Han Jianqiu paused for a moment before replying. If the news you have heard isn't false and the Spirit God Palace is truly existent, perhaps you could try asking Du Qing. She might know a thing or two. Du Qingyuan? Zhang Xian asked. She's the head of the Starchaser Palace. In the Forsaken Continent, she is the one who has the deepest understanding of the Hall of Gods. It's rumored that she has even communicated with real gods before and was rewarded by them, Han Jianqiu replied. She has communicated with real gods? Zhang Xian froze as a thought came to his mind. If Luo Ruoxin was not in the Azure, could she possibly be a real god? This mysterious girlfriend of his knew about the existence of the Library of Heaven's Path and was able to fuse Kong Shi's great codex of spring and autumn together with it. If one looked at her abilities, she seemed to surpass even sect leader Han. If so, it seemed to make perfect sense to say that she was a real god. However, Du Qingyuan is not a person with a good temper, and she treads very carefully when it comes to matters regarding the gods too. She might not necessarily be willing to answer your question, Han Jianqiu warned. Considering that the Forsaken Continent is a land cast away by the gods, the thing that they abhor the most is us investigating their affairs. If the Hall of Gods notices such a thing, there's a good chance that they might come after us. Zhang Xin frowned as he nodded grimly in agreement. The books that he had read did give him some understanding of the Forsaken Continent. It was said that those living on this continent had disobeyed the rules of the gods, which resulted in this entire piece of land being cast away. It would not be inaccurate to say that all life forms living on this piece of land were exiles. The descendants of the exiles worked hard day and night cultivating, hoping to cleanse the name of their ancestors and return to the Empyrean, the world where the gods lived. Their hope lay in what was known as the Azure Bridge. It was the only pathway leading to the Empyrean, but it would only connect once every 100 years. Furthermore, the Hall of Gods stood in their way at the other end of the bridge. There were guardians in the Hall of Gods that denied entry to those from the Azure. It was from there that Hall Master Kong and the founder of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion had stolen the God character. The Hall of Gods seals this world away, preventing any of us from becoming real gods. Furthermore, if anyone dares probe into the secrets of the gods, the Hall of Gods swiftly finds out about it and takes action. In fact, at this point, Han Jianqiu suddenly lowered his voice grimly, as if fearing that someone would overhear him, before carrying on. A person like you, who has comprehended the God's sword intent, is deeply feared by them. If they learn of your existence, it might provoke them to make a move as well. Surprised by the revelation, Zhang Xin asked, "Why?" "I don't know either. Perhaps they don't wish to see anyone questioning their divine authority. Those who have comprehended the God's sword intent will eventually gain the strength to challenge them, and they don't wish to see such a thing happening. All in all, it's best to stay away from matters concerning the gods wherever possible," Han Jianqiu said. "So, I hope that you will avoid drawing the attention of those from the Hall of Gods. Until you possess the strength to stand on equal grounds with the Hall of Gods, it's best to ensure that as few people know of your identity as possible." Zhang Xin closed his eyes for a moment before nodding slowly. "I'll watch my words." "It's not just your words. Don't reveal your strength easily either. Being too high profile will kill you." Han Jianqiu continued. "Don't worry, it's my nature to remain a low profile." Zhang Xin replied with a confident smile. Cough, cough. Seeing how much Zhang Xin was lacking self-awareness, Han Jianqiu's face turned red as he suddenly found himself not knowing how to respond to the other party's remark. In a single day, Zhang Xin had caused the mountain gate to collapse, following which he challenged all the inner disciples and core disciples in the sect. Not too long after that, he proceeded to provoke the entire Elder Council and defeated the sect leader and the 4 strongest elders. He had probably caused a far greater uproar than an ordinary person would in their entire lifetime, and yet, he dared to say that he was low profile? "Where is your face?" Knowing that he would faint from anger at this rate, Han Jianqiu took out a token and passed it over. "Hall Master Kong from the Ethereal Hall learned that you have comprehended the God's sword intent, so he asked me to give this token to you. With this, you'll be able to acquire any resources in the Ethereal Hall. You need to advance your cultivation at no cost at all." "It's given by Hall Master Kong?" Zhang Xin's body tensed up a little, and he could not help mumbling to himself, "Is that Kong sure? Is he still on the Forsaken Continent?" The lifespan of a pseudo-immortal was only 300 years, and even those who had reached the high immortal realm or semi-divinity realm would not live too much longer than that. Kong Shi had left the master-teacher continent tens of thousands of years earlier, and using a 1:10 ratio, it meant that he had been there for several thousand years at the very least. Was it possible for him to still be alive after so many years? Kong Shi? Well, people did use to address him like that in the past. Han Jianqiu chuckled. "Of course, he's on the Forsaken Continent. As for where he resides at the moment, I fear that I'm not too aware of that. For the past several thousand years, he has been roaming the lands, rarely appearing before others. It's only in recent decades that he's begun appearing in public once more, and it's only then that people knew that he's still alive." Zhang Xin's eyes lit up in excitement. This was probably the best news that he had heard the entire day. If Kong Shi was still alive in the Azure, it would only be a matter of time before they met one another. Taking the token from Han Jianxiu, he touched it lightly and felt a surge of warmth flowing into his body. It's him. Zhang Xian's body trembled a little. If he still harbored some doubts as to whether Hall Master Kong was truly Kong Shi or not, from the moment that he came into contact with the token, he knew that was definitely the case. As fellow celestial master teachers who had originated from the master-teacher continent, there was some kind of inexplicable connection between them. Hall Master Kong has always been generous to those who possess superior talent. As the sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, I would be mocked if I didn't offer you something as well. Han Jianxiu chuckled. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a sword and said, "This sword is called Tongshang. While it's nowhere in comparison to my Ruantian, it's still a heavenly high immortal artifact. I'll give it to you now. Try to decipher it, and if you can claim it as your own, it'll be highly beneficial to your cultivation and your fighting prowess." Who? The Tongshang sword floated in front of Zhang Xian, emanating immense pressure. It was almost as if a high immortal expert was standing right before him. "Thank you, sect leader Han." Zhang Xian bowed deeply. He had been worrying that he would be helpless if a high immortal came after him, but with such a sword in hand, it would be no different from having a heavenly high immortal constantly protecting him by his side. Of course, that was only if he managed to tame the Tongshang sword. Swords of such a tier possess their own spirit, and given the current limitations of his cultivation, it would be no easy feat for him to win it over. Nevertheless, with the Library of Heaven's Path, he should still be able to pull it off. Zhang Xian swiftly placed the Tongshang sword away in his storage ring for the time being. Most likely, Han Jianxiu must have placed some kind of seal on the Tongshang sword as well, or else it would not have allowed him to store it in his storage ring. Han Jianxiu nodded as he watched Zhang Xian depositing the sword into his storage ring. A moment later, he suddenly thought something and asked curiously, "Oh right, which peak are you under at the moment? Who is the elder managing you?" The elder of the peak had really done well to nurture such a talented disciple. There was no doubt that the elder had to be handsomely rewarded. "I am currently still residing in the peak where the inner disciples live in. As for the elder, I believe that it's Elder Lu Yun," Zhang Xian replied. "Lu Yun?" Han Jianxiu frowned. Seeing that the sect leader had never heard of Elder Lu Yun before, he quickly filled him in on the details. He was an external elder who was promoted earlier today for his meritorious contribution in bringing in a highly talented disciple. As he managed to achieve a breakthrough to the true immortal realm, I promoted him to inner elder. External elders were not allowed to participate in the elder council, so it came as no surprise that Han Jianxiu did not know of the other party. An external elder? If that's the case, does it mean that you were previously an outer disciple? Han Jianxiu looked at the young man before him in disbelief. An outer disciple had comprehended the God's sword intent? Was this for real? When did the outer disciples of the sect become so formidable? It was no wonder he wanted to challenge the inner disciples, core disciples, and even the elders. He must have been really frustrated at having his talents buried like that. Outer disciple? Hearing those words, Zhang Xian's face reddened as he replied, "To be honest, I'm not a disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion." As soon as he said those words, he noticed that everyone around him went completely silent. So, he hesitated for a moment before reluctantly asking, "Should I give this token and the Tongshang sword back to you?" Chapter 1989. The requirements to upgrading the Tongshang Sword Elder Bai Yi did not have the time to report Zhang Xian's true identity before everything happened, which resulted in this huge misunderstanding. As such, no one in the room had known that this incredible genius who had comprehended the God's sword intent was not a core disciple, not an inner disciple, not an outer disciple. Heck, he was not a disciple of the sect at all. Well, this sure made things awkward. A person who was not even a disciple of the sect had comprehended the sword intent of the founder and pummeled everyone from the inner disciples upward. The faces of Han Jianxiu, Elder He, and the others turned bright red as their breathing became a little ragged. They were contemplating if it was possible to vanish on the spot. What the heck was this? They would be utterly humiliated if others learned of this matter. Have you really been in our sect for a single day? Furthermore, you comprehended the god's sword intent while passing by the massive sword? Elder, he was on the verge of crying. He had stood outside the mountain gate to comprehend the profoundness of the sword intent for more than 30 years, only to make hardly any advancement at all. On the other hand, this young man had managed to comprehend it while he was walking by. Was there anything in the world that was more traumatizing than this? I guess so. I reckon that it took me several breaths. Zhang Xian replied. Elder, he immediately felt everything around him becoming dark. It seems like the god's sword intent is not something that can be comprehended with time. Han Jianxiu consoled when he saw the desolate look on Elder He's face. Following which, he turned to Zhang Xian and said, the fact that you have comprehended the god's sword intent means that you are the next leader of our sect. In a way, it's good that you aren't a disciple. From this moment on, you will be a core elder of our sect, and you'll enjoy all the privileges of one. Whether the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion would be able to become the Ascendant Cloud Sword God Pavilion or not depended on the young man before him. Naturally, there was no way he could allow the young man to leave like that. The young man was not a disciple yet, but it was clearly inappropriate to place him among the inner disciples or core disciples. After all, as someone who had defeated the 5 strongest experts of the sect, there was no one there who was qualified to teach him swordsmanship. Since that was the case, he might as well confer the young man the position of core elder. With such a position, it would be easier for him to succeed him as the sect leader in the future. Core elder? Zhang Xian was a little stunned. I have become the core elder of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion just like that? Indeed. Of course, due to safety concerns, it will be an honorary role for the time being. We won't be announcing the matter until your cultivation finally reaches the high immortal realm. Han Jianxiu replied. It was just a moment ago that it was revealed that a genius had comprehended the god's sword intent. If a pseudo-immortal realm cultivator was abruptly promoted to the position of core elder, would it not be as good as telling the entire world that this person was the very same genius? Thus, while it might bring about some inconvenience, it was still best to maintain a low profile for the time being. If so, can I access the library of the elders? Zhang Xian asked. He was perfectly fine with the current arrangements. He did not like being in the spotlight after all. As long as he could get whatever he needed, the rest was unimportant. Of course, Han Jianxiu replied. This is your elder token. Your name isn't inscribed on it, but I have imprinted my aura on it, so you will still be able to access any facilities available to the core elders. At the same time, you can use the resources available in the sect freely, but of course, I'll have to ask you not to use them wastefully. Thank you, sect leader Han. Zhang Xian received the elder token delightfully. With this, he should be able to gather true immortal realm cultivation technique manuals and successfully push for another breakthrough. As long as he could reach the heavenly true immortal realm, he would be able to put up a fight even against high immortals, thus allowing him to ensure his safety. Unusually, every elder is allocated their own independent residence, but for your own safety, we'll have to ask you to bear with your current residence for the time being, Han Jianxiu said awkwardly. Considering that it was their future sect leader, such treatment was unacceptable. It's fine. There's no need to worry about it, Zhang Xian replied calmly, paying the matter no heed at all. If he was allocated an elder's residence, it would be no different from having his identity announced. It would be hard for him not to catch anyone's attention. After dealing with this issue, Han Jianxiu hesitated for a moment before saying, since you are a core elder, I hope that you can avoid entering the inner disciples and core disciples' ethereal halls too often. Zhang Xian replied with an affirmative nod. With the token given by Kong Shi, he would not lack cultivation resources. Naturally, he would not have to earn money from those inner disciples and core disciples anymore. I'll be taking my leave then. After asking all that had to be asked, Zhang Xian turned around and walked out of the Elder Council. Elder Bai quickly followed along to escort him back to his residence. As soon as Zhang Xian left the room, the surroundings turned incredibly silent. Not a single person said a word or moved at all. It was some time before Elder he finally turned to Han Jianxiu and said, Sect Leader Han, considering that Zhang Xian has comprehended the God's sword intent, it would be best to take him into the Palace of Sword Intent to cultivate. That way, he would be able to advance his cultivation faster. He has already met the prerequisites to do so. But why did you? The Palace of Sword and Tint was the most elusive location of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Generations of sect leaders had tempered their sword and tint at that venue in order to achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. Since Zhang Xian had comprehended the god's sword and tint, it was a done deal that he would become the sect leader. Thus, their priority should be helping the young man advance his cultivation as quickly as possible, and the most direct route to doing so was indubitably the Palace of Sword and Tint. But why did Han Jianqiu not raise the matter at all? Stored in the Palace of Sword and Tint are the precious sword and tints of the preceding leaders of our sect. They are there for the later generations to learn from and temper themselves. It would indeed enhance the growth of normal cultivators, but a bitter smile crept onto Han Jianqiu's lips as he continued. Zhang Xian has comprehended the god's sword and tint, and it's likely that his conceptualization of swordsmanship has reached a level higher than our predecessors. I fear that if he enters the Palace of Sword and Tint, not only will he learn nothing at all, he might even end up unintentionally destroying the place. Considering his previous track record, I think that it will be for the best to preserve the dignity of our predecessors. Elder He's eyebrows shot up. What Han Jianqiu said made perfect sense. That fellow had gone around challenging everyone that he saw. If he headed to the Palace of Sword and Tint and challenged the predecessors instead of learning of them, what would become of the dignity of their predecessors? It was fortunate that sect leader Han had thought things through properly, or else, if a mishap occurred, they would not dare face their predecessors after their passing. Elder He and Elder Cho, even the sect might not necessarily be safe anymore. I'll need to trouble the two of you to keep a lookout and take care of Zhang Xian. He has already comprehended the god's sword and tint a day after arriving here, so I believe that he might be the key to restoring the sect's glory. If it really happens, we might become an existence similar to the ethereal hall, towering above the other 5 sects. Han Jianqiu said agitatedly. While Zhang Xian did not seem too reliable as a human being, his strength was indeed formidable. His mastery of swordsmanship was far above theirs and anyone else on the Forsaken Continent. As long as he could advance his cultivation to the same level as the rest of them, it was likely that the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion would be able to snatch the other half of the character from the Hall of Gods and rise above the 6 sects. There was no saying that it might even surpass the Ethereal Hall and the Hall of Gods. The possibilities were endless. Rest assured, sect leader Han. Elder He and Elder Cho replied with a nod. For the sect, they would do everything they could to help and protect Zhang Xian. After returning to Dan Xiaoyan's residence, Zhang Xian quickly looked over Dan Xiaoyan and by watching swordsmanship and gave them some pointers before returning to his room. He set up an isolation barrier around the area before taking out Kong Shi's token with a flick of his wrist. He dripped a droplet of blood on the token in order to claim ownership of it. Soon, he found out the true purpose of the token. Unlike what he had thought, this token was not an ethereal token, so he could not enter the ethereal hall through it. Rather, it was some kind of insignia. With it, if he entered any ethereal halls outside, he would be able to freely purchase any resources from the ethereal halls without spending any money at all. In other words, it was like a black card that he could swipe again and again without paying a single cent. Kong Shi was generous. I'll have to try it out when I finally leave the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, Zhang Xian thought as he placed it back into his storage ring. It was possible to access external ethereal halls within the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, so he would have to leave the area in order to enjoy the benefits of endless credit. After placing the card back into his storage ring, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist and took out the Tongsheng sword that Han Jianqiu had given him. As soon as the sword appeared, slight cracks immediately appeared in the surrounding space. It was as if the fabric of the world could not withstand the tremendous energy that the sword was emanating, causing it to seem as if it was being torn apart. As expected of a heavenly high immortal artifact, its prowess was indeed formidable. The Tongsheng sword harumphed coldly. Brat, it's under Han Jianqiu's orders that I have reluctantly come along with you. You are still far from strong enough to tame me, so I advise you not to waste your strength. Also, you'd better not bring me out for no reason, or else I fear that I'll lose my temper and beat you up. It felt that it was a huge humiliation for a heavenly high immortal artifact like itself to acknowledge a pseudo-immortal realm lad as its master. "You'll beat me up?" Zhang Xian burst into laughter. He tapped his finger lightly on the Tongsheng sword's blade and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you were forged by Ouyang Qingfeng, the third greatest blacksmith on the Forsaken Continent, right?" "Indeed," the Tongsheng sword replied proudly. Ouyang Qingfeng was a renowned blacksmith of the Forsaken Continent, and the weapons that he forged were much sought after by those in the top echelons. In his entire life, he had forged 7 high immortal artifacts, thus becoming a legend in his field. It was precisely due to this that the Tongsheng sword was extremely proud of its origins. Ouyang Qingfeng's sword forging technique is indeed formidable. He combined the rare Xianyang metal and ocean-bed Xian crystals together using his superior forging techniques in order to create you. However, given how valuable the materials that were used to make you are, don't you find it regrettable how you have only reached heavenly high immortal tier? Zhang Xian asked. The materials that were used to make the sword before him were incredibly precious on the Forsaken Continent, and the forging method was ingenious as well. With enough luck, there was a chance that the eventual product would have reached semi-divinity. It was honestly a huge pity that it had only reached heavenly high immortal tier. Only reached heavenly high immortal tier? Do you know that only a handful of semi-divinity artifacts exist across the entire continent? The conditions required to forge a semi-divinity artifact are so extreme that it's nigh impossible to succeed. Don't bother using such words to beguile me. The Tongsheng sword sneered. If you think that you can win me over with just a few words, don't bother. You are wasting your time. An artifact of the Tongsheng sword's tier had its own pride, so it would not easily acknowledge anyone as its master. Even its previous master had gone through a lot before he eventually won its recognition. Beguile? You are really thinking too much. All I am doing is stating a fact. Given the materials and forging method used to make you, the chances of you becoming a semi-divinity weapon are roughly 10%, and that's under the assumption that the conditions are perfect. Zhang Xian replied with a nonchalant shrug. But with me, as long as I will it, I can ensure that you'll be able to reach the semi-divinity realm with 0% chance of failure. You seem to be very confident. Sure, I'll listen to what you have in mind then. The Tongsheng sword replied coldly, clearly harboring no confidence in Zhang Xian. If it was that easy for a weapon to reach semi-divinity, there would not be so few of them on the Forsaken Continent. Even the powerful Han Jianqiu was unable to do so, so there was no way a mere pseudo-immortal realm cultivator would be able to pull it off. It's very simple. Zhang Xian focused his sword intent on the tip of his finger before infusing it into the Tongsheng sword. It was the god's sword intent that he had comprehended. Feeling the deep conceptualization behind the sword intent, the Tongsheng sword felt as if it had been kissed by the gods. It was a profound yet warm sensation. It exclaimed in astonishment, "You have comprehended the god's sword intent?" Indeed. You should also be aware that a sword practitioner who possesses the god's sword intent wields the power to oppose even the gods. You should also know how likely you are to reach semi-divinity if I nourish you with the god's sword intent, Zhang Xian said. If a high immortal tier sword wished to advance to higher realms, there was no better way than for it to be nourished with sword intent. Naturally, there was no better sword intent than the powerful god's sword intent for this. Chapter 1990 The Elder's Library. Not expecting the Dongshu gourd to be so vicious as to swallow even a heavenly high immortal tier sword just like that, Zhang Xian anxiously whipped out his axe and struck down on the Dongshu gourd furiously. What the heck are you doing? Hurry up and spit it out. You. Not expecting the Dongshu gourd to be so vicious as to swallow even a heavenly high immortal tier sword just like that, Zhang Xian anxiously whipped out his axe and struck down on the Dongshu gourd furiously. What the heck are you doing? Hurry up and spit it out. This sword was to become the trump card that would guarantee his safety. It would be a huge loss to him if it was swallowed just like that. After all, there was no way he could depend on the Dongshu gourd to protect him. It's just a lousy lump of metal, but it sure acts as if it owns the world. Why don't you just let me eat this fool? The Dongshu gourd protested with a shake of its bottom. Hurry up and spit it out. Otherwise, you won't be getting anything from me at all. Zhang Xian was on the verge of erupting like a fiery volcano. What the heck was with the Dongshu gourd? It was as if eating was the only thing on its mind. But as infuriated as Zhang Xian was with the Dongshu gourd, he was also extremely shocked by the matter. All along, he had thought that the only use of the Dongshu gourd was its bathwater. But who could have known that it would actually be capable of swallowing a high immortal artifact whole? If it was capable of pulling off such a feat, did this not mean that it was stronger than even high immortal tier artifacts? Under Zhang Xian's threat, the Dongshu gourd hesitated for a moment before reluctantly spitting the Tongs-Hang sword out. It had no choice but to do it after all. It knew that whatever its master gave it in the future would definitely be worth much more than this tiny little sword over here. It could at least weigh the losses and gains of a situation. Putting everything aside, just the zhunqi of its master was already something that no mere sword could compete with. Who the hell are you? The spat-out Tongs-Hang sword was nearly scared out of its wits. It was a heavenly high immortal tier sword, a renowned artifact of the Forsaken Continent, but it had actually been swallowed whole by a mere gourd. To make matters worse, it had found that it was completely helpless. Just thinking about it was enough to send shivers down its glistening surface. The Dongshu gourd harumphed coldly. You piece of sh*t. If you don't acknowledge this lad as your master, I'll really swallow you whole and turn you into a literal piece of sh*t. The Tongs-Hang sword shuddered for a moment before it abruptly straightened its blade and declared, "From the first time I set my sights on Master, I already knew that he's an extraordinary man who will achieve great things in the future. In that instant, I made my mind up that I would acknowledge no master other than him. I only refused earlier to test his resolve." Zhang Xian covered his face from sheer speechlessness. He never would have thought that a high immortal artifact could be so shameless. Zhang Xian quickly conducted the acknowledgement ceremony, and before long, he felt the Tongs-Hang sword coming fully under his control. It seemed like the Dongshu gourd was not just a glutton. It still had its uses after all. While the Library of Heaven's Path was able to see through the flaws of the Tongs-Hang sword, which made Zhang Xian confident that he would eventually be able to tame the latter, he knew that it would not have gone so smoothly if not for the threats of the Dongshu gourd. However, it seems like wielding a high immortal tier sword is still far beyond my current ability. Even with the God Sword intent, I am unable to utilize its full prowess, Zhang Xian thought. Only after placing the Tongs-Hang sword under his control did he realize just how frightening an existence it was. That would explain why it was so reluctant to submit to him. In comparison to the power it wielded, the strength of a pseudo-immortal was indeed not much more than an ant. With his current strength, he would not even be able to draw out 1/100th of the Tongs-Hang sword's full prowess. Nevertheless, with this sword in hand, no one beneath high immortals would be able to pose any threat to him. In fact, he might even be able to slay high immortals if he caught them off guard. With this, he finally had the means to protect himself. Keep. Zhang Xian placed the Tongs-Hang sword back into his storage ring. He turned to the Dongshu gourd and nodded in approval. You've done well this time around. I'll buy you some pills later on as reward for you. After appeasing the Dongshu gourd and putting it back into his dantian, Zhang Xian walked out of his room. From what he had gathered from Han Jianqiu earlier, it seemed like there was a good chance that Luo Ruoxin was a god. This left him feeling even more pressured. He felt an urgent need to raise his cultivation once more. It had already been 2 hours since he reached Heavenly Pseudo-Immortal. Quite some time had passed since his last breakthrough. It was about time for him to start looking for true Immortal Realm cultivation technique manuals so that he could push for another breakthrough. As long as he could reach the true Immortal Realm, with the sheer purity of the Heaven's Path Zhenqi, the God Sword intent, and the Tongs-Hang sword, he should be able to stand on equal footing against even high immortals. So, he walked over to Bai Ruanqing and requested to borrow her aerial beast. After which, he quickly made his way over to the Elder Peak. Just like how most of the books in the Inner Disciples Library were beneath the pseudo-immortal realm, most of the books in the Core Disciples Library were beneath the true immortal realm. If he wanted to gather sufficient true immortal realm cultivation technique manuals, or even that of high immortal realm, he would have to head to the Elder's library. Upon arriving at his destination, he passed the identity token that he had obtained from Han Jianxiu over, and as the latter mentioned, he was immediately granted entry. The Elder's library was not as large as that of the core disciples' library. It was only a 2-story high building with a couple of bookshelves scattered around the room. A slight frown formed on Zhang Xian's face as he swiftly glanced at the books around him. There were indeed true Immortal Realm cultivation technique manuals around, but it did not seem like there were too many there. It did not take him too long to collect everything into the Library of Heaven's Path. Only 600? Zhang Xian sighed. It was far from the usual 1,000 that he required to form a complete Heaven's Path divine art. Shaking his head, he proceeded up to the 2nd floor. The cultivation technique manuals of high immortals were stored there, but the quantity was even more limited. All in all, there were only 12 books. Zhang Xian found himself extremely conflicted. It was true that most cultivators only needed a single good cultivation technique manual to advance to greater heights, but he needed as many books as possible in order to perfect his Heaven's Path divine art. To be fair, the cultivation technique manuals of true immortals were incredibly rare. Aside from major sects such as the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, there was probably nowhere on the Forsaken Continent where one could find so many of them lying around, but it was still far from what Zhang Xian required. Compile. Not bearing too much hope, Zhang Xian tried putting all the true Immortal Realm cultivation technique manuals together. He flipped open the compiled book, and very soon, his face sank in disappointment. Just as he had thought, the compiled cultivation technique was incredibly flawed. There were shockingly 7 flaws in it. There was no way he could cultivate something as disgusting as that. It seems like I'll have to find ways to gather more true Immortal Realm cultivation technique manuals. Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella in distress. Most likely, he would need another 400 true Immortal cultivation technique manuals in order to complement those flaws, but they would surely cost quite a hefty sum. At the very least, the Sword Pavilion coins that he had just earned would be far from sufficient. He continued walking around the library and ensured that he had taken all the books into the Library of Heaven's Path before leaving the premises with a helpless sigh. As he returned to his residence, he pondered deeply. Even in a place like the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, becoming a true immortal was enough to land one the position of an inner elder. Among the core disciples, there were not too many who had reached this level. It would be no exaggeration to say that true immortals were strong enough to become a regional powerhouse in most parts of the Forsaken Continent. Using the context of the Master-Teacher Continent, it would be equivalent to the significance of the Great Sages. It was perfectly normal that the cultivation technique manuals at this realm were severely lacking. It was only due to the great influence of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion that it was able to gather 600 books like that. But as long as he could not perfect his Heaven's Path divine art, he would not be able to continue cultivating. He would rather die than cultivate a technique that had 7 flaws in it. Kong sure did give me a token that allows me to acquire anything from the ethereal halls. I should be able to purchase cultivation technique manuals through it, right? Zhang Xian thought. Based on what Han Jianxiu had said, the token that he had received from Kong Shi had endless credit. Since that was the case, could he make use of it to purchase all the cultivation technique manuals that he required? He did try in the past, but it was simply too expensive for him to do so back then. However, with this token in hand, money was not a problem. With such a thought in mind, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. But the next moment, his face crumbled into bitterness as he muttered, "But I'll have to leave the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion first." It went without saying that he could not use this token for the internal ethereal hall that the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion operated. He would have to head to the ethereal halls outside in order to exploit its privileges. I should do some information gathering before deciding on my next move, Zhang Xian thought as he finally arrived back at the residence. Seeing that Bai Wanqing had yet to leave, Zhang Xian walked up to her and asked, "May I know where the nearest city to the sect is? Is there an ethereal hall there? You wish to head out?" Bai Wanqing was slightly taken aback. "I do have such intentions in mind," Zhang Xian replied frankly. "The nearest town to the sect is called Wuhai City, and it's roughly 3,000 li away. Its name originates from its proximity to the Wu Sea. It's a huge, first-tier city, so it does have an ethereal hall, Bai Ruanqing replied. It's not too far away. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. At a distance of 3,000 li, he could reach it with just 2 hours on the back of an aerial beast. It's indeed not too far away, but the sect doesn't allow disciples to leave its premises freely. There's a lot of administrative processes that one must go through before one is permitted to leave the area. In fact, depending on the nature of business, it might even require a judgment from the Elder Council. The entire process can easily take several days, Bai Ruanqing explained. Several days? Zhang Xian frowned. Darn bureaucracy. With a deep sigh, he asked, what about elders? Are they allowed to freely leave the premises? They don't have such privileges. Unless they have some important business, they aren't allowed to freely leave the sect either, Bai Ruanqing replied. Unless? Knowing that she was a troublemaker, her grandfather, Elder Bai Yi, had made sure to pound the rules of the sect into her so that she would not get into too much trouble. Unless what? Unless they have a mission. Usually, elders and disciples who are entrusted with a mission are able to leave the sect easily without too much trouble, Bai Ruanqing replied. Mission? When inner disciples and core disciples find themselves in need of Sword Pavilion coins, they head over to the Hall of Missions. As long as they have a mission token with them, they are able to freely leave the sect without any restrictions, Bai Ruanqing explained. Zhang Xian widened his eyes in realization. He did previously hear that it was possible to earn Sword Pavilion coins through missions, but he had found it a little too slow for his liking. Senior Uncle, if you really wish to head out, I can grab a mission and take you to Wuhai City, Bai Ruanqing said. She had wanted to leave the mountain range to explore the world for a long time, but it was a pity that her grandfather had never allowed it. While she had taken on quite a few missions so far, she had never been able to travel far from the sect. However, now that she had Senior Uncle with her, her grandfather was unlikely to stop her. Wuhai City was an extremely prosperous city near the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. She had long heard of it and wanted to visit the area to take a look. All right, let's head to the Hall of Missions together then. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. Given his current identity, it would be incredibly inconvenient for him to take on a mission. Thus, it was better to leave it to Bai Ruanqing. Let's go. Bai Ruanqing excitedly leaped up onto the aerial beast, and the two of them swiftly made their way over to the Hall of Missions. The Hall of Missions was the place where the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion allocated missions. It would set the difficulty of mission based on the description of the request and determine the reward accordingly. Browsing through the various posters pinned on the boards, they swiftly found a couple of missions regarding Wuhai City. The missions from Wuhai City tended to be harder, but the compensation was extremely tempting. An appraisal mission from Wuhai Market with a reward of 30 Sword Pavilion coins. Let's take this then, Zhang Xian said with a smile. The other mission would take up quite a bit of time and effort, whereas this one only required him to appraise several items. It should be a piece of cake for him. After completing the mission, he would have plenty of time to explore the regional ethereal hall. Chapter 1991 Sect Leader Han's Astonishment. T. Senior Uncle. I fear that it isn't as simple as it seems. Bai Ruanqing frowned. There's a total of 17 missions from Wuhai City, and most of them are only priced at around 20 Sword Pavilion coins or so. Even this one, saving the City Lord's daughter, is only worth 25 Sword Pavilion coins. Don't you find it weird that an appraisal mission is actually worth so much? Even she, who was rarely meticulous, had noticed that something was wrong with the request. She found it hard to believe that her senior uncle had not noticed that something was wrong. It's fine, Zhang Xian replied with a wave of his hand. Naturally, he could tell that something was amiss. However, as long as it was something in the fields of appraisal, it should not pose a problem to him since he had the Library of Heaven's Path. Since you're confident, I'll be leaving the mission to you. I'll first say in advance that I know nothing at all about appraisal. Bai Ruanqing got straight to the point. She had close to blind admiration for this senior uncle of hers. Since the latter had no qualms about it, there should not be too much trouble. After confirming the mission that they wanted to take on, Bai Ruanqing quickly applied for it with the receptionist. Soon, she obtained the mission token. Once the mission was accomplished, it would automatically be reflected on the mission token, and the reward would be transferred over to the applicant's ethereal card. One thing to note was that there was a time restriction as well, as Wuhai City was relatively close and the mission did not involve adventuring and the like. If the mission was not completed within 3 days, one would have to pay a late compensation fee of 3 Sword Pavilion coins. Carrying the mission token, the two of them got back onto the aerial beast and headed straight for Wuhai City, leaving the premises of the sect. Hearing the report from the elder in front of him, Han Jianxiu pinched his glabella tightly. This future sect leader of theirs sure was one to make them worry. It was just a moment ago that he indirectly told the other party not to cause trouble within the sect, but in the blink of an eye, that fellow had already flown over to Wuhai City. Why could he not just obediently stay within the sect and cultivate patiently? The fact that he had comprehended the god's sword intent meant that his understanding of swordsmanship had already reached the peak. What he had to do right now was raise his cultivation. As long as he could reach the high immortal realm, even Han Jianxiu himself might not necessarily be a match for him. By then, he could be considered unrivaled in the Forsaken Continent then. But this fellow would not rest at all. After bullying the inner disciples, he carried on and bullied the core disciples, the elders, and eventually even the sect leader himself. Once he was done, he freaking went on to Wuhai City. Would he die if he simply gave his tendency to humble brag a rest just for a day? Besides, even if he did not want to cultivate, he had just been given a heavenly high immortal tier sword. Surely he should cultivate some feelings with the sword so as to lay the groundwork to tame it in the future. Should we capture him and force him to cultivate? Elder He's face was also frighteningly livid. It would be best if we could bring him back. Han Jianxiu nodded before he abruptly halted. He pondered deeply for a moment before asking, how is his speed of cultivation? If he's able to reach lesser pseudo-immortal in his 20s, that means that he has his ways to advance his cultivation, right? If that's the case, we should not interfere in his plans. It might be slower, but it will at least temper his will. Comprehending the god's sword intent was dependent on one's intelligence and luck, but cultivating was centered around relentless diligence. One had to take a step at a time and travel forward steadily. The fact that the other party was able to reach the lesser pseudo-immortal realm at such a young age likely meant that he was quite a disciplined individual. Why would he become so unruly all of a sudden? Wanching is with him at the moment. I'll ask her, Elder Bai said. Han Jianxiu nodded in response. Elder Bai sent a message over, and it did not take long for him to receive a response. When he saw the response, he suddenly rubbed his eyes intensely, as if fearing that he was seeing things. Noticing Elder Bai's bizarre response, Han Jianxiu asked with a frown, what's wrong? Bai Ruanqing told me that Elder Lu Yun and the others told her that Zhang Xian's cultivation was only at Ancient Sage 4 Dan primary stage when he entered the sect yesterday. Elder Bai replied in bewilderment. Ancient Sage 4 Dan primary stage? Wait a minute, are you telling me that in the span of a day, he raised his cultivation from the Dimension Shatterer realm to the pseudo-immortal realm? That's an entire cultivation realm. Han Jianxiu narrowed his eyes. It was true that Ancient Sage 4 Dan was not too high a cultivation realm, but to advance a single realm in the span of a day was still a nigh impossible feat. It's not only that. According to what I have heard from Ruanqing, it seems like he has already reached the heavenly pseudo-immortal realm. Elder Bai said, Heavenly pseudo-immortal realm? Everyone was stunned. It was just an hour ago that they had fought with him, and he should only have been at the lesser pseudo-immortal realm. Just when in the world did he find the time to advance his cultivation so much? Han Jianxiu pondered for a moment before instructing, call Elder Luin over. Under the direct order of the sect leader, it did not take long for Elder Lu Yun to arrive before the Elder Council. I want you to go through what happened back in Xinjiang City in detail, Han Jianxiu said with a wave of his hand. Yes, sect leader Han. Elder Lu Yun swiftly explained everything that he had seen and heard in detail. You mentioned that Zhang Xian allowed Dan Xiaotian to achieve a breakthrough from Great Sage 3 Dan to Ancient Sage within just an hour? Everyone was trembling so much that their wrinkled cheeks were tingling. As high immortals, they had seen far more things in the world than they would have liked, but it was completely unheard of for a cultivator to achieve a breakthrough of 2 cultivation realms within an hour. Yes, I understand how ludicrous it might sound, but I witnessed the scene personally. Elder Lu Yun said, I am certain that Zhang Xian's cultivation realm was only at Dimension Shatterer realm primary stage then. All right, I understand. You can rest for the day. Make sure not to speak of what has happened today to anyone else, Han Jianqiu said as he dismissed Elder Lu Yun. With his departure, the Elder Council was suddenly plunged into silence. They had thought that fellow was capable of nothing but bragging all day long, opting to neglect his cultivation. But who could have known that while causing all those incidents within the sect, he had also managed to advance his cultivation from ancient sage 4-dan primary stage to the heavenly pseudo-immortal realm. Such a rate of advancement, even the founder of the sect would be pouring down buckets of cold sweat when compared with him. An elder suddenly broke the silence. Should we capture him then? It was just a moment ago that Han Jianqiu and Elder he had been discussing plans to drag Zhang Xian back, so as to stop him from messing around and force him to cultivate properly. Yet, in the end, it turned out that Zhang Xian's rate of cultivation was far more frightening than they had thought. In comparison, it felt like they were mere snails. If so, should they go ahead and capture him? The reason he can cultivate so quickly must be because he has his own way of cultivating. Let's put that matter aside for the time being. Han Jianqiu pondered for a moment before instructing, Elder Cho, I want you to follow him discreetly. Make sure that he doesn't notice you, and you must guarantee his safety by any means. Understood? Yes, sect leader Han. Elder Cho clasped his fist before quickly leaving the Elder Council. Once again, silence descended upon the Elder Council as they tried to reassess the current situation. To be honest, the shock that their future sect leader had brought them was truly tremendous. An invincible swordsmanship paired with an invincible rate of cultivation. Just how many more surprises were in wait for them? It seems like he has a really strong understanding of saber arts as well. He was able to even suppress my sword intent easily, Elder Bai remarked as he recalled what had happened earlier today. He suppressed your sword intent with his saber intent? Tell me more about it. Han Jianqiu said. The others quickly turned their gazes over as well. It did not take long for Elder Bai to go through what had happened earlier in detail. Everyone was rendered speechless once more. Sword arts, formations, saber arts. How is that fellow capable in everything? Bring Dan Xiaotian here. Han Jianqiu ordered. Very soon, Dan Xiaotian was brought before the Elder Council. Tell me honestly, the sword toss that you specialize in, did you learn that from Zhang Xian? Han Jianqiu asked. Knowing that it was impossible for him to hide the matter anymore, Dan Xiaotian decided to come clean. That's right. Even though I claim that he's my friend to others, in truth, he's my teacher. Just as I thought. Han Jianqiu nodded. Since that's the case, I want you to use that sword toss against us so that we can test its prowess. To be honest with you, I have only studied under my teacher for several hours, and the knowledge that I was able to absorb from him is quite limited as well. However, if you wish, Sect Leader Han, I'm still willing to give it a try, Dan Xiaotian said hesitantly. Several hours? I see. Don't worry, we'll go easy on you. Han Jianqiu said with a smile. 3 minutes later, the doors to the Elder Council opened and out came Dan Xiaotian. Within the room, Han Jianqiu, Elder He, and the others had a sword each on their head. While their vitals were not hurt, the swords still managed to scrape their skin, causing blood to ooze from the tops of their heads. The crowd reached out to pluck the swords from their heads as the room fell silent once more. A very long time later, Han Jianqiu's hoarse voice sounded. He has only learned from Zhang Xian for several hours, but we already aren't a match for him. It almost sounded as if he was going to burst into tears. Based on what they had heard from Dan Xiaotian, it seemed like he had known next to nothing about swordsmanship prior to meeting Zhang Xian, but after several hours of teaching, they were no match for him. As for Bai Ruanqing, she had only learned from him for an hour now, but she was practically unrivaled among the core disciples. Was this not a little too exaggerated? Why did it feel like all their cultivation over the years had been nothing but mindless meandering? The atmosphere within the Elder Council grew so heavy that it was getting rather tough to breathe. Shall we ask him to teach us after he gets back from that mission? Elder, he asked hesitantly. They knew that Zhang Xian had comprehended the God's sword intent, but they had thought that he was only adept in a single type of swordsmanship. In terms of overall comprehension of swordsmanship, that fellow should not have been able to compete with them. After all, they had immersed themselves in the profound world of swordsmanship for countless years. But from the looks of it, they could not have been any more wrong than that. As depressing as it was to them, they knew that it signified an opportunity as well. If they could put their pride aside and humbly request for his teaching, they might be able to make significant advancements in the way of the sword. Very well, we shall request for his lessons after he returns from his mission. Han Jianxiu nodded deeply, oblivious to the fact that his fake cultivation had already been exposed by Wanqing. At that very moment, Zhang Xian was staring at the immense city before him in agitation. As expected of the largest city in the vicinity of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. In terms of its scale, it would not pale in comparison to even the capital of conferred empires. Stretching over a span of 2,000 li, the massive city was protected by layers of ingenious formations. Experts could easily be spotted here and there, hinting at the terrifying military power of the city. The city lord of Wuhai City is a high immortal, and he's said to be no weaker than my grandfather, Wanqing explained. Even though she had never been there before, she had already built a mental image of what it would be like based on the stories that she had heard from her grandfather, so she was not particularly surprised by what she was seeing. High immortal? Zhang Xian nodded slowly. It was no wonder that it was able to become a first-tier city on the Forsaken Continent. Just the strength of the city lord was enough to draw talents and powerful cultivators in, laying the groundwork required for a prosperous city. Most likely, there should be plenty of true immortals in the city as well. That's right. Wanqing nodded before turning to look at Zhang Xian grimly. As such, even though we are disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, we have to make sure to tread carefully. Where many experts gathered, there were bound to be politics and factional rivalries. Things could turn out horribly if one accidentally crossed one of the powerhouses in the city. Then, Senior Uncle, will we be heading to Wuhai Market right now to complete the appraisal mission? Wanqing asked curiously. There's no hurry for that. Where can we acquire an ethereal token here? Let's pay a visit to the local ethereal hall first, Zhang Xian said with a smile. Chapter 1992 Disciple by Wanqing. You wish to enter the ethereal hall? Wanqing did not think that her senior uncle would be so anxious regarding this matter. She pondered for a moment before nodding. All right then. In any case, they had 3 days to finish their mission, so there should not be any trouble. Besides, they were out there to explore the region. Given their wealth, it was inconsequential whether they accomplished the mission or not. Wanqing quickly took out a map and scanned it carefully before directing her aerial beast accordingly. Roughly 30 minutes later, they arrived before a towering building. It was the Wuhai branch of the Ethereal Hall. The local currency in Wuhai City is similar to the ethereal coin used back in Xinjiang City, just that its value is greater. As the value of the local currency has been pegged to our Sec Sword Pavilion coin in a 1-to-1 ratio, it's possible to purchase resources here using Sword Pavilion coins, Wanqing explained with a smile. Hearing that, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He was still worrying that he would have to find some way to earn some money in order to purchase an ethereal token, but it seemed like his worries were unfounded. He had plenty of Sword Pavilion coins with him, so purchasing an ethereal token should not be too much of a problem for him. The two of them quickly headed over to the front receptionist. The price of the ethereal token differs according to its tier. It's 20 ethereal coins for Ancient Sage 4 Dan, 200 ethereal coins for the Lesser Pseudo-Immortal Realm, and 2,000 ethereal coins for the True Immortal Realm, the receptionist explained. The prices were slightly cheaper than that of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. We'll buy 2 Lesser Pseudo-Immortal Realm ethereal tokens, Zhang Xian said as he transferred 400 Sword Pavilion coins over through his ethereal card. Receiving the money, the receptionist quickly passed 2 jade tokens over and said, "Do you two need a room, too? There are silent chambers over there. They cost an ethereal coin every 2 hours." Zhang Xian requested a single room. After making payment, he quickly headed over into the room with Wanqing. Already familiar with how the ethereal token worked, It did not take long before they entered the ethereal hall. The layout of the ethereal hall was similar to the branch in reality, which left one feeling slightly taken aback. Shaking off that bizarre feeling, Zhang Xian proceeded to the front receptionist and revealed the token that he had obtained from Kong Shi. "Can you show me what I can purchase with this?" The receptionist took the token, and a moment later, her eyes widened in shock. "Esteemed guest, this way please. I'm afraid that the value of your token is too great, so I have to invite my superior over to serve you personally." Zhang Xian and Bai Ruanqing were swiftly led to a spacious room, and a moment later, an elder rushed in with an anxious look on his face. "I am an elder of Wuhai City's ethereal hall. I have seen your token, and it's definitely an insignia bestowed personally by our hall master. It entitles you to the right to purchase any cultivation resources required for you to advance your cultivation without incurring any cost." The elder bowed deeply as he presented the token back to Zhang Xian. This token could be said to be a physical representation of their hall master himself, so they had to show the utmost respect to the person who carried it. As such, the elder dared not display the slightest discourtesy to the person before him despite his young age. Seeing that the token was indeed real, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. With a smile, he said, "Since that's the case, I would like you to bring me 100 superior immortal pills." After reaching the heavenly pseudo-immortal realm, he realized that standard immortal pills were no longer effective in advancing his cultivation anymore. If he wanted to further his cultivation, he would need to acquire superior immortal pills at the very least. At the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, each superior immortal pill was valued at a whopping 20,000 Sword Pavilion coins. Despite the huge wealth that he had accrued thus far, it would dry out swiftly if he spent his money on it. 100 superior immortal pills? The eyebrows of the elder shot up. Superior immortal pills are invaluable cultivation resources that are sought after by even high immortals. I fear that our Wuhai City Ethereal Hall doesn't have the means to bring out so many of them. How many of them do you have then? Zhang Xian asked. I'd say, roughly 20 of them. The elder paused for a moment before continuing. If you aren't in any hurry, we should be able to gather the required amount within 3 days. All right then, bring me the 21st and begin preparing the rest, Zhang Xian instructed. He knew that using this token would not be exactly free. Even though he shared the same origin as Kong Shi, he was not so naive as to think that the latter would express such generosity to him without expecting anything in return. Most likely, he would have to repay this favor somehow in the future. However, what was more important for him at the moment was to advance his cultivation. After speaking to Han Jianqiu, he knew that he was in a precarious position, so he had to strengthen himself and secure his position in the Forsaken Continent as soon as possible. Yes, I understand, the elder replied before quickly left the area. Sometime later, he returned with a storage ring in hand. He passed the storage ring over to Zhang Xian, and with a deep bow, he asked once more, Esteemed guest, may I know if there's anything else you require? I would like to browse through the true Immortal Realm cultivation technique manuals. May I know if this token will allow me to purchase them? Zhang Xian asked. This token can only be used to purchase consumables that would aid in the advancement of your cultivation. I fear that it's impossible for you to purchase books with it. At this point, the elder suddenly thought of something, so he quickly added, Furthermore, the consumables you have purchased cannot be resold. If you are found to have broken this rule, the privileges of your token will be permanently revoked. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian shook his head bitterly. When he heard the elder using the term cultivation resources, he had already had a hunch that he would not be allowed to purchase cultivation technique manuals with the token. Nevertheless, he could not help but feel a little disappointed when hearing it directly. Other than cultivation technique manuals, there was nothing that Zhang Xian really needed anymore, so he could only back out of the ethereal hall. Using the teleportation token on the ethereal token, he withdrew the superior immortal pills. The superior immortal pills were indeed overflowing with concentrated spiritual energy. One could feel tremendous energy pulsating from them, giving one a feeling of incredible richness. In comparison, standard immortal pills did seem to pale far in comparison. Here, Zhang Xian casually tossed a superior immortal pill over to Bai Ruanqing. Thank you, senior uncle. Bai Ruanqing's face reddened in agitation. She had only seen superior immortal pills in her grandfather's place, but due to their immense value, she had never used one before. Looking at it with a leaping heart, she opened her mouth and swallowed it whole. Goo goo goo. The pill melted in her body, releasing an incredible surge of spiritual energy. Her eyes narrowed in astonishment as her body trembled uncontrollably from the sheer energy. Sweat was raining down from her body. Noticing the anomalies in her condition, Zhang Xian asked with a frown, "What's wrong?" "Senior uncle, the spiritual energy in the superior immortal pill is simply too concentrated. I can't handle it." Bai Ruanqing cried out with a pale face. Even the spiritual energy within a single standard immortal pill would take her quite a while to assimilate, let alone that from a superior immortal pill. It was similar to attempting to stuff an entire car into the mouth of a baby. It would be a wonder if the latter did not explode. At this moment, she finally understood why her grandfather had never allowed her to use a superior immortal pill before. It was not because he could not bear the price, but because it would be a huge waste of resources given her lesser true immortal realm cultivation, and if things went wrong, her life would be at risk. Ah! A cry of agony sounded from Bai Ruanqing's lips. Due to the overwhelming energy gathered within her body, some traces of it were leaking out from her acupoints. Her face reddened as her body inflated like a balloon, seemingly ready to explode to any moment. Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. He has not expected to encounter such a situation. He had only given the superior immortal pill to Bai Ruanqing in order to repay her for doing him this favor, and he had not thought that such a situation would occur. If Bai Ruanqing really exploded from eating the superior immortal pill that he had given to her, how was he supposed to explain this to Elder Bai Yi in the future? "Hurry up! Execute a battle technique!" Zhang Xian roared in command. Knowing how critical the situation was, Bai Ruanqing immediately gritted her teeth and forced herself to display a sword art. With a quick glance, Zhang Xian's consciousness immediately dived into the library of Heaven's Path to view the book that was compiled on her. A frown swiftly formed on his forehead. It seems like the only way out of this is for her to swiftly cultivate the rampaging spiritual energy and convert it into zhenqi, Zhang Xian thought. This way, she will be able to place it under her control and deposit it safely into her dantian. Given Bai Ruanqing's current condition, it was too hard to release the energy from her body. The buildup was too great for Zhang Xian to guarantee that he would be able to facilitate the flow of energy out of her body safely. The safest way was for her to assimilate the spiritual energy into her body. However, the current issue was that she was limited by her own cultivation technique. Ordinary cultivation techniques were like a straw. No matter how much one tried to suck water out of an ocean using a straw, it would not make much of a difference. So, what was most important was finding a sufficiently powerful cultivation technique for Bai Ruanqing so that she could swiftly place the rampaging spiritual energy under her control. "It seems like I'll have to take her in as my student." Zhang Xian sighed helplessly. It was fine to him that Bai Ruanqing had learned a couple of sword arts from him without acknowledging him as her master. It simply was not of much concern to him. However, the same could not be said about the Heaven's Path divine art. It was one of his greatest secrets, and he would not allow the slightest bit of negligence concerning it. As such, he had already made up his mind to only impart the simplified versions of the Heaven's Path divine art to his direct disciples. While Bai Ruanqing was reckless at times, he could tell that she was still a kind person at heart. She would not waver on her own principles, and once she had found a goal, she would work tenaciously toward it. As such, he was not too reluctant to take her in as his direct disciple. The true immortal realm Heaven's Path divine art has 7 flaws at the moment. While it's hard for me to cultivate something like that, it is at least much better than what she was cultivating previously, Zhang Xian thought. While the true immortal realm Heaven's Path divine art still was not perfect, it was at least a complete cultivation technique. In terms of quality, it was on par with the simplified Heaven's Path divine art that he had imparted to his other direct disciples thus far. Of course, it was not that he did not want to impart the perfected Heaven's Path divine arts to his direct disciples, but he was the only one who could cultivate them in the entire world. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian quickly sent a telepathic message to Bai Ruanqing. I can resolve your current crisis, but you have to acknowledge me as your teacher before I can impart the cultivation technique of my lineage to you. Student Bai Ruanqing pays respect to teacher. Bai Ruanqing immediately kneeled onto the floor and cried out. She had long wanted to acknowledge Zhang Xian as her teacher, but the latter had never expressed anything regarding that matter, so she had been unable to find an opportunity to broach the subject. As such, when this opportunity presented itself before her, she delightfully grasped it without any hesitation. Good. This is my cultivation technique. Practice it well. After accepting Bai Ruanqing's bow, Zhang Xian swiftly modified the Heaven's Path divine art to suit her constitution before imparting it into her mind. At the same time, he whipped out innumerable silver needles and infused them with Heaven's Path Shinqi before inserting them all over her body. Guguga. The rampaging spiritual energy swiftly calmed down under the Heaven's Path Shinqi's guidance, thus alleviating the excruciating pain from the energy inflation that Bai Ruanqing was suffering from. This cultivation technique, Bai Ruanqing swiftly browsed through the cultivation technique that she had just been imparted, and she could not help but narrow her eyes in amazement. This cultivation technique was fundamentally similar to what she had been practicing at the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion all along, but it was much more profound and powerful. If the spiritual energy that she could absorb after driving her old cultivation technique was nothing more than a small trickling stream, with this new cultivation technique, she could foresee her capacity expanding to that of a raging river. Knowing that this cultivation technique would be able to save her life, she quickly closed her eyes and began practicing it. Her cultivation immediately began soaring. Lesser true immortal, greater true immortal, earthly true immortal. 6 hours had passed, and her cultivation progressed without the slightest resistance until it finally reached heavenly true immortal. Chapter 1993 Wuhai Mark, T. Since you have become my student, you have to heed my instructions from now on, Zhang Xian said solemnly. Also, you mustn't impart the cultivation technique I have just taught you to anyone else, and this includes Elder Bai Yi. Are you able to do that? Yes, I can. Bai Ruanqing nodded anxiously. The fact that a golden page had formed meant that Bai Ruanqing was sincerely thankful to him and was unlikely to leak his secrets, so he was not too worried. The concept of lineage was important in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion as well. A student was expected to follow their teacher's words, and the debt of nurturing was something that must never be forgotten. Good. I'll need to head out for a while. You should remain here to reinforce your cultivation, Zhang Xian said, following which, he opened the door and left the room. He had managed to acquire the superior immortal pills required for him to advance his cultivation. So what he had to do now was find more true immortal realm cultivation technique manuals to perfect his Heaven's Path divine art. The current destination that he had in mind was the Wuhai market, as he thought that it might be possible for the books that he required to be on sale there. Of course, these books were likely to be pricey, but he did not need to buy the books, just collect them into the library of Heaven's Path. He had looked at the map beforehand, so he knew that the Wuhai market was located nearby. Even without riding on an aerial beast, it only took him an hour of leisurely strolling in order to reach his destination. As expected of a market in a first-tier city, the Wuhai market was bustling with huge crowds. It was already teeming with people even before making his way in. The first floor was filled with normal vendors, selling stuff like medicinal herbs, precious ores, weapons, and the like. After taking a swift look around, Zhang Xian shook his head in disappointment. There were simply too many counterfeit products. Even without using the library of Heaven's Path, he could see through them easily. Furthermore, most of them were below pseudo-immortal tier, so they were of no use to him at all. Zhang Xian walked up to a vendor and passed a sword pavilion coin over. May I know if there are any places here that sell cultivation technique manuals? The cultivation technique manuals are usually sold at auction, the vendor hurriedly replied, accepting the coin in delight. A single sword pavilion coin was enough for him to live comfortably for a month. The cultivation technique manuals don't have to be particularly profound. Ordinary ones would do as well, Zhang Xian added. The cultivation technique manuals that needed to be auctioned were bound to be invaluable. But to him, whether a cultivation technique was high-tier or rare did not matter at all. What he needed was quantity, not quality. Of course, there was no doubt that higher-quality cultivation techniques had fewer flaws, which meant that they could more easily perfect his heaven's path divine art. However, the issue with that was that their numbers were too limited, so it was simply not worth the time sourcing for them, and their prices were scarily exorbitant. Ordinary cultivation techniques, too? Well, there are plenty of those over there at the Boundless Knowledge Pavilion. With just a single sword pavilion coin, you can read all the books you want in there. However, the cultivation technique manuals there are quite ordinary, such that even I won't cultivate them. Most of us go there to read those kinds of books instead, the vendor replied with a knowing smile. Considering how the person before him could casually tip him a single sword pavilion coin, it was likely that he was an inner disciple or even a core disciple. If so, his expectations on cultivation techniques were bound to be very high. Considering how the cultivation technique manuals in the Boundless Knowledge Pavilion could not even catch the eye of a fake medicine peddler like him, there was no way that the other party would be interested in them. Most likely, the cultivation techniques that this young man spoke of were referring to something else. Zhang Xian was perplexed by the mysterious smile the vendor was directing toward him, but he still waved his hand and said, "Take me over to take a look." "All right." The vendor chuckled a little as he quickly led the way. Soon, as they arrived before a bookstore, the vendor gestured and said, "We have arrived." Zhang Xian took a brief glance inside, and there were indeed many different books on display. Cultivation technique manuals, battle technique manuals, old newspapers and magazines, notebooks and diaries. Of course, there was also those stuff that the vendor was referring to, which made Zhang Xian immediately comprehend the meaning behind the vendor's earlier licentious smile. The covers of those books were particularly eye-catching, such that they seemed to leap out at those passing the bookstore. Zhang Xian passed a single sword pavilion coin over and walked in. He quickly swept through the contents on the shelves, and it did not take him long to collect all the cultivation technique manuals. A moment later, he shook his head bitterly. There was a huge number of cultivation technique manuals, but they were all of pseudo-immortal realm and below. There was not a single true immortal realm cultivation technique manual, so of course, those books did nothing to resolve the flaws in his heaven's path divine art. Thus, Zhang Xian left with bookstore with a gloomy look on his face. How was it? Those cultivation techniques are horrible, aren't they? The vendor, who had yet to leave, asked. If you want higher-tier cultivation techniques, there's indeed one way to acquire them. Oh, not too long ago, the Wuhai market auction acquired a treasure. They brought many appraisers in, but none of them were able to ascertain what it was. If someone is able to accurately appraise exactly what the treasure is, they will be specially authorized to enter the auction's treasury and choose any cultivation technique manual they wish, the vendor said in a hushed voice. A treasure? Zhang Xian was stunned. That reminded him of the mission that he had taken on before coming over to Wuhai City. If he had known that there was actually such an opportunity involved, he would have come way earlier. Nevertheless, it was still better to clarify the matter lest he was disappointed like he had been before. So, he asked, it sounds like the auction has an impressive collection of cultivation technique manuals. Do you know if they have any true immortal realm cultivation technique manuals? Of course. The Wuhai market auction has 500 years of history, and the strongest expert they employ to guard the treasures are already at the half-high immortal realm. They are bound to have plenty of true immortal realm cultivation technique manuals. The vendor exclaimed vehemently. Then, he looked around him before lowering his voice slightly. There are often auctions where cultivation technique manuals are sold, and based on my guesses, I think that the Wuhai market auction has secretly been making copies of them. The auction house did not have the right to make copies of the cultivation technique manuals that their clients were selling, so the Wuhai market auction had to be doing this behind their clients' back. However, under the rules of the auction, the items that were sold during the auction would have to be placed under the custody of the auction house prior to the auctioning, so there was no way the client would know or verify whether a copy had been made. According to what the vendor was saying, it seemed like making copies of cultivation technique manuals had already become one of the implicit rules within the auction house. It was just that no one was willing to point it out. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, it was good news that the auction house had true immortal realm cultivation technique manuals. It was truly good luck that they had taken on the appraisal mission. After confirming the location of the auction house, Zhang Xian bade the vendor farewell before quickly making his way over. Do you have an invitation letter? At the entrance of the auction hall, Zhang Xian was halted by a guard. I am a disciple from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, and I have taken on the mission of the Wuhai market to appraise its artifact, Zhang Xian said as he took out his mission token. The guard took a look at the mission token before bowing deeply. Welcome. This way, please. The Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion was one of the 6 sects, and Wuhai City happened to be under its jurisdiction. On top of that, it was a known fact that the sect only took in top-notch geniuses as their disciples. Naturally, the guard would dare not be discourteous to Zhang Xian. Under the guard's lead, Zhang Xian entered a room. Within the room, there was an old man standing before an artifact, examining it closely. Elder He, this young man over here is a disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. He has come here to take on the appraisal mission, the guard reported to the old man. Let him wait there for a moment. Without even turning around, Elder He continued examining the artifact before him with an agitated look on his face. With a slight frown, Zhang Xian assessed the old man who was addressed as Elder He carefully. The latter appeared to be in his 60s, and the aura that he emanated felt heavy and powerful. He was a high immortal realm expert. The artifact before him was a sculpture of roughly a chi tall. It was painted with beautifully contrasting colors that accentuated its aesthetics. Just accounting for the painting skills, it was definitely the work of someone who was as competent as a 9-star painter of the master teacher continent. Zhang Xian could not really recognize what it was, but he could feel a fleeting aura from it that felt serene and calming. Wonderful! Wonderful! Elder He could not help but exclaim in delight. Not too far away, a smile slowly formed on a middle-aged man's lips as he saw Elder He's reaction. With a respectful tone, he asked, Elder He, may I know if it's authentic? Based on my appraisal, this sculpture was indeed left behind by High Immortal Du He. He used the Calmheart stone to carve this sculpture, so if one uses it at the core of a formation, it could be used to bring serenity to one's mind. So one need not worry about facing inner demons during one's cultivation, Elder He said with a smile. You have my deepest thanks, Elder He. Hearing that the sculpture was indeed authentic, the middle-aged man delightfully raised his hand, and a subordinate quickly walked up and passed a bag of jingling ethereal coins over. Auction Master Wang, you are too courteous, Elder He said. No, it's only right for me to offer this to you. I have troubled you to appraise for me, Elder He, so this is just a small sum that represents my appreciation for your help, the middle-aged man addressed as Auction Master Wang quickly replied, following which, he walked up to the sculpture and carefully stored it in a cushioned container, intending to move it somewhere else. Seeing this, Zhang Xian could not help but shake his head. However, he chose not to say a word. At the same time, after finishing his appraisal, Elder He turned around and saw that it was a young man behind him. In that instant, a slight frown could be seen between his brows. Are you the disciple from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion who took on the mission? Zhang Xian nodded. May I know what treasure you wish for me to appraise? He could not be bothered to waste his breath on things that did not involve him. Right now, he just wanted to quickly finish his appraisal so that he could access his books. No need to hurry, Elder He said as he took a seat in a nearby chair. He lifted his teacup and took a sip before turning to look at Zhang Xian with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion are formidable in their swordsmanship. There is no denying that. However, their appraisal skills seem to be sorely lacking. 2 of your peers came not too long ago, but they couldn't discern anything at all, so I kicked them out. Are you here to give it a try, too? If you don't have any capability, I advise you say so now so that we don't waste each other's time. It would be troublesome for me and humiliating for you if we had to do this the hard way. Those words cast a slight shadow over Zhang Xian's eyes. It was clear that the other party was making light of him. I know that my words might not sound nice, but I'm sure that there's some truth to my words. I have heard much about how talented the disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion are, but I'm afraid that your expertise stops at swordsmanship. I'll have to humbly ask you not to insult us appraisers." Elder, he shook his head. He waved his hand and said, "Yuan Qing, take these 2 sword pavilion coins, give them to that young man over there, and invite him to leave. I don't need anyone causing any undue trouble here." "Yes." The guard who had brought Zhang Xian in took 2 sword pavilion coins from Elder He's hands and passed them over to Zhang Xian. "Here." Paying no heed to the guard's actions at all, Zhang Xian looked at Elder He deeply and scoffed. Causing undue trouble? He did not want to get involved in unnecessary matters, but this fellow just had to stretch his face over for him to slap. Did the other party's cheek feel itchy or something? He walked over to the middle-aged man, who was in the midst of packing the sculpture, and said, "Friend, I advise you not to take this item with you just yet." "Oh." Auction Master Wang stopped his actions and turned to look at Zhang Xian with a perplexed frown. He had heard the conversation between the two of them, and while Elder he did not fear offending the disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, he was not so audacious. "I'd just like to give you a word of warning. The item in your hands isn't an artifact from High Immortal Du He at all, nor is it a sculpture made out of Comheart stone. If you use it as the core of a formation, it won't take long for your cultivation to go berserk." Zhang Xian remarked calmly. "What do you mean by that? I just appraised the artifact, and it was certainly left behind by High Immortal Du He. Do you have any questions about the results of my appraisal?" Elder He's face darkened. He had been appraising for over 100 years, and he had hardly made any mistakes to date. Yet, a 20-year-old man dared challenge his judgment? Naive. "Questions about the results of your appraisal?" Zhang Xian shook his head with a pitiable smile on his face. "No, I just have 2 words for it. Utter bullsh *t. If Auction Master Wang really listens to your words here, he will surely lose his life within 3 days." Chapter 1994, Blood-Soaked Stone. Audacious. Elder He's face reddened in fury. He had been the chief appraiser of this auction house for nearly 100 years, and the artifacts that he had looked at numbered at least 8,000. Even if his knowledge was lacking from time to time, his appraisals had never been too far off the mark. Yet, this young man was actually saying that Auction Master Wang would die within 3 days if he believed his words. There was no greater insult to his professionalism than this. You are the one who is audacious. You were hired to appraise an artifact, but an error you have made ended up putting your client's life at risk. You should know the consequences of that, right? Zhang Xian replied coldly. Having read through the books of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, he had learned quite a bit about the occupations in the Azure. While the appraiser occupation did not have a specific heritage, unlike the master-teacher continent, and there was no particular guild managing it, there were still some strict conventions surrounding the occupation. If an appraiser made a mistake, not only would they lose their reputation, they might even be demanded to pay a huge compensation fee, which could bankrupt them. In extreme cases, the appraiser might even be dealt with through the law. With the current situation, if someone lost their life as a result of Elder He's appraisal error, he might be stripped of his cultivation and banished from the land. Utter nonsense. Hearing the words of the young man, Elder He's face warped in fury. He flung the sleeves of his robe and bellowed, "Do you know the consequences of attempting to besmirch an appraiser's reputation? I demand that you give me an explanation right now. Otherwise, even if I have to make a scene before sect leader Han, I'll make sure that you are severely punished for the lies you dared spout about me." Considering how important reputation was to appraisers, it was also a convention in the Azure that those who dared carelessly besmirch the reputation of an appraiser would be severely dealt with. These conventions were made out of necessity for fear that the markets would fall into turmoil, so they were acknowledged by most cultivators of the Azure. As such, even a disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion would have to be severely punished if he dared infringe it. Besmirching an appraiser's reputation? A playful smile crept onto Zhang Xian's lips, and he shook his head. "We'll see." Meanwhile, Auction Master Wang was a little conflicted about the situation before him. He could not afford to offend this young man or the esteemed Elder He, which placed him in a terribly difficult position. "You mentioned that my teacher has erred in his appraisal, but are you able to prove it? If you can't prove me, That will leave us no choice but to suspect that you are intentionally sullying my teacher's reputation." The guard named Yuan Qing cried out indignantly. He was apprehensive of confronting a disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, but he could not watch by the side as his teacher was being insulted by another man. "Don't worry, that's what I'm just about to do." Zhang Xian chuckled softly. He turned to Auction Master Wang and asked, "Do you have any test rats, or the like here?" Similar to the pill sample beast on the Master-Teacher continent, there were also creatures in the Azure that could be used to test the effects of certain medicine on living beings. As an auction house, there was bound to be something of the sort there for appraisal purposes. "We do have some." Yuan Qing was the one who replied. He looked at his teacher, and seeing the lack of reaction from the latter, he quickly backed out of the room. Soon enough, he returned with a rabbit-like Saint Beast in his hand. It was only at Saint Wondan, which was equivalent to the strength of a powerless child in the Azure. Seeing that what he needed had been prepared, Zhang Xian turned to Auction Master Wang and smiled. "Pardon me, but may I trouble you to bring your sculpture out once more?" Auction Master Wang hesitated for a moment, but he eventually followed Zhang Xian's instructions. Without touching the sculpture at all, Zhang Xian took out a brush and calmly drew out a bizarre pattern in the surroundings. Taking Zhang Xian's actions into sight, he was stunned for a moment before he suddenly burst out laughing. "Isn't that the calming heart formation? You are intending to create the formation using a brush?" He immediately understood Zhang Xian's intentions as soon as he recognized those bizarre patterns. The latter was simply trying to construct a calming heart formation on the spot to test the validity of his appraisal. Just that. Setting up a calming heart formation required formation flags and all kinds of treasures. What could mere brush and ink possibly do? What a joke. The effects will be reduced through an ink formation. Otherwise, I fear that this Saint Beast won't even last a single breath, Zhang Xian remarked impassively. It did not take long for him to complete his formation, and he quickly threw his brush back into his storage ring. With a light tap, he infused his zhenqi into the calming heart formation. Wang. The brilliant light glowed from the ink formation, and it swiftly engulfed the sculpture as well, turning it into the heart of the formation. In an instant, a calming energy rippled within the perimeters of the formation. Without a doubt, cultivating in such an atmosphere would surely enhance one's rate of cultivation significantly. He did not think that the other party would actually successfully create the calming heart formation with just a brush and ink, and his eyebrows shot up in astonishment. Even the cultivator who was the most skilled in formations, there would not be able to pull off a feat like that. Just how deep an understanding did the young man have regarding the formation, the surroundings, and the sculpture in order to pull this off? This would not have worked if there was even a single error. At that moment, he suddenly felt an ominous premonition. On the other hand, after the formation was activated, Zhang Xian turned to Yuan Qing and said, "I'll have to trouble you to place the Saint Beast into the formation." Yuan Qing quickly headed forward and placed the rabbit in his hand into the formation. Under the effects of the calming energy, the slightly agitated rabbit swiftly calmed down. Soon, its eyelids drooped down, and it seemed like it would fall asleep at any moment. "Didn't you say that the sculpture is fake?" Seeing the current state of the rabbit, he harumphed in glee. Through his appraisal, he had deduced that the sculpture complemented well with the calming heart formation, and it would accentuate its effects. Yet, this fellow accused him of lying, and even claimed that doing so would place one in danger. The rabbit in the formation was proving that his words were right. "There's no hurry, just enjoy the show." Zhang Xian chuckled softly as he turned around and took a seat on a nearby chair. Making himself at home, he turned to Qing Yuan and said, "Brew me a pot of tea." Qing Yuan clenched his fists tightly. "Go on." He looked at Zhang Xian with narrowed eyes, but he still gestured for Qing Yuan to do as the young man had said with a wave of his hand. While he was not terribly fond of the young man before him, the latter was still a disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. At his teacher's command, Yuan Qing quickly left the room and brought a pot of tea back. Zhang Xian sipped on it calmly as he waited patiently. Roughly an hour later, the sleeping rabbit finally opened its eyes, and it seemed to be a little agitated. "What's happening?" He was stunned. Under normal circumstances, Any beast that was placed in the perimeter of the calming heart formation would remain absolutely silent. The fact that it was starting to get a little agitated showed that something was off. Who? The rabbit abruptly rose to its feet, and with reddened eyes, it leaped straight toward the sculpture before it. Gotcha! Crashing right into the sculpture, its stubby legs twitched a little before it finally breathed its last. Gotcha! The teacup that Auction Master Wong was holding was crushed into bits as tea seeped through the cracks between his fingers. With a livid voice, he asked, "Elder He, what's going on?" He could almost see himself in the place of the dead rabbit in the formation. If he had really cultivated using that sculpture, that might have been his outcome. Elder He was also stunned by the sight before him. Nothing should have been wrong based on his appraisal. Why would such a situation occur? There was completely no chance for the disciple from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion to have tampered with the formation under their close watch. All the latter did was draw the calming heart formation. It was true that the way in which the formation was set up was a little bizarre, but there was definitely nothing wrong with the formation. In other words, the rabbit's death was related to the sculpture. Seeing that Elder He did not have an answer for him, Auction Master Wong turned his gaze upon the young man in the room. "What's going on? You wish to know the reason?" Zhang Xian asked with a mysterious smile. "That's right." Auction Master Wong nodded. This was simply too terrifying. He had paid such a hefty sum to purchase this sculpture so that he could calm his mind and dispel himself of his inner demons. Yet, such a matter actually happened instead. Unless he made sense out of it, there was no way that he would dare use this sculpture ever again. "If you want to know the reason, you just have to lift the sculpture up," Zhang Xian said. "All right," Auction Master Wang replied as he picked the sculpture up. Even though the Saint Beast had crashed into it earlier, it did not leave the slightest scratch on it due to its overwhelming resilience. "Lift it over your head," Zhang Xian instructed. Thus, Auction Master Wang lifted it even higher. "Now, with all of your strength, smash it on the ground," Zhang Xian said. "Smash it on the ground?" Auction Master Wang was stunned. It was true that the sculpture was exceptionally resilient due to being forged of calm heart stone, but it would still shatter if one threw it on the ground forcefully. This was something that he had spent a huge portion of his savings on. How could he smash it like that? Indeed, don't you want to know what it is? Smash it. Zhang Xian replied nonchalantly as he sipped on his tea. "If you can't bear to part with it, you can take it back home and use it just as Elder He said." Auction Master Wang's eyes twitched. By the side, Elder He's body also stiffened up. He wanted to refute Zhang Xian's words, but he was unable to find any words to say. With the rabbit smashing its head against the sculpture, who would dare use it anymore? If you still aren't able to explain it after it's shattered, are you going to compensate Auction Master Wang for his losses? Elder He asked. "If I explain it, are you going to compensate Auction Master Wang?" Zhang Xian asked. "If your explanation makes sense, I'll admit that I have made a misjudgment and compensate him accordingly." Elder He harumphed. It was only right for an appraiser to be punished if he erred in his judgment. "Very well. I'm willing to compensate for the sculpture if I am unable to explain it," Zhang Xian replied calmly. "All right then." Gritting his teeth, Auction Master Wang threw the sculpture down with all his might. Gotcha! The sculpture immediately shattered into many fragments upon impact. But as the rock crumbled, a malicious aura gushed out from within, causing the crowd to shudder a little. Elder He quickly lowered his head, only to see that the shattered portion were crimson in color. His face immediately drained of color as realization struck him. This is blood-soaked stone? Blood-soaked stone was known to appear on battlefields or places where massacres had occurred. Over time, as fresh blood seeped into the stone, a tremendous amount of killing intent would be accumulated in a single place. More importantly, it was shrouded by the malicious intent of vengeful spirits. Putting aside coming into proximity with it, the malicious intent could even afflict others from a distance. Carelessness could easily lead to one's cultivation going berserk, and in even more extreme cases, there were those who lost their rationality and eventually went insane. Blood-soaked stone could be said to be the exact opposite existence of calm heart stone. He had been certain that the sculpture before him was forged out of calm heart stone, so why would it suddenly turn into the former after it was shattered? Elder, he immediately found himself completely dumbfounded. Chapter 1995, Zhang Xian's explanation. The others in the room were flabbergasted. Even though auction master Wang was not an appraiser and did not know too much about appraising, the fact that he had gone to the extent of sourcing this sculpture showed that he knew a fair bit about Calmheart stone. Naturally, he could discern that the material that was before him was its polar opposite, blood-soaked stone. To think that he had ended up buying the complete opposite of what he intended to purchase, and to make matter worse, Elder, he had even claimed that it was Calmheart stone. If he had not met this young man, it probably would not have been long before he was afflicted by the malicious intent lingering around the sculpture. Soon enough, he might have committed suicide just as the rabbit had done earlier. A mixture of fear and rage surged into auction master Wang's head as he turned to the old man before him and bellowed, "What's going on here? Elder He, is this what my trust in you amounts to?" Usually, he would not dare speak to Elder He in such a manner, but he was just moments away from sealing his fate. There was no way that he could remain calm under such circumstances. Elder He's body trembled. He did not know what to say. He squatted down to pick up fragments of the rock, but no matter how he examined them, they were all blood-soaked stone. There was no trace of Calmheart stone to be seen at all. In an instant, he looked as if he had aged a decade. After a long moment of silence, he finally turned to Zhang Xian and asked, "May I know how I should address you?" "I am Zhang Xian," Zhang Xian replied. "Brother Zhang, I was certain that what I saw in the sculpture earlier was Calmheart stone." Elder, he said, "So why would?" He was no longer maintaining the haughty attitude from before, and the way he addressed Zhang Xian had also turned into a more polite brother. He was certain that there was nothing wrong with his judgment, but somehow, things still turned out this way. Given that the other party actually knew of this in advance, he must have known where things had gone wrong. His prejudice against the disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion was not completely unjustified. 2 inner disciples had gone there before Zhang Xian to try their luck, but it turned out that they did not know anything about appraisal at all. Not only did they make a fool out of themselves, they even accidentally destroyed an invaluable artifact. As a result of that, even he had been implicated. For this reason, he really did not have a good opinion of disciples from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion trying to act as appraisers. When he saw how young Zhang Xian was, he had immediately assumed that the latter was there to try his luck as well. Who could have known that he would stumble upon a true master? In terms of eye of discernment, this young man seemed to be far ahead of him. On the other hand, seeing that Elder He had finally put away his superior attitude, Zhang Xian could not be bothered to keep up with his scornful attitude. He picked up one of the fragments on the ground and began explaining. Calmheart stone and blood-soaked stone are like 2 sides of a coin. Despite their opposing natures, they are able to affect the psyche of others through the energy they emanate. I don't need to explain any more about this, right? The crowd nodded in agreement. In the strictest terms, Calmheart stone and blood-soaked stone could be considered spirit stones. Ordinary spirit stones were filled with attributeless spiritual energy that provided energy for others to cultivate, whereas these 2 stones were stored with special kinds of energy that would affect one's psyche. Elder He's appraisal was not completely off the mark. This sculpture is indeed an artifact from High Immortal Du He, and it was a piece that the latter personally made. In fact, even the layer of painting was done personally by him, Zhang Xian explained. If it was left by him, then, Elder He was perplexed. Since that was the case, he should not have been wrong. Why did things turn out like that? Do you know who High Immortal Du He is? Zhang Xian asked. I have heard of him. By the side, Yuan Qing spoke up. High Immortal Du He was known to be a divine physician 100 years ago. He had saved countless people in his lifetime, and as a result of that, there were many people who worshipped his idol. Praying to him is not just a gesture of respect to him. It's also viewed to be a prayer for safety. Why would someone as benevolent as High Immortal Du He create such an artifact to poison others? Given all the good deeds that High Immortal Du He had done, It was hard to believe that he would disguise a blood-soaked stone as a calm heart stone in order to mislead others into disaster. Poison? You are misunderstanding something. Zhang Xian shook his head. The reason High Immortal Du he created this artifact wasn't to harm others, but to save people. Save people? Zhang Xian's words were only making the crowd get more and more confused. This artifact is indeed created out of a blood-soaked stone, but you have neglected something. It's for a reason that High Immortal Du he put so much effort into painting the artifact. While it might seem to be for aesthetic purposes, he was, in actuality, inscribing a unique formation on the artifact with his ink in order to suppress the killing intent within, similar to what I did earlier. Not only so, he even imbued it with energy so that it would continuously emanate a calming aura, Zhang Xian explained. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to see through the killing intent. That's also why Elder he misunderstood that it was Calm Heart Stone. Elder he nodded in agreement to those words. He was indeed unable to discern the presence of killing intent in the stone. And indeed, the killing intent sealed within the artifact wouldn't affect one typically. However, if you used a formation and attempt to draw out the energy within the stone, that would be a different story. Your actions would damage the ink formation that High Immortal Du he painted on the surface of the sculpture, and to make matters worse, you wouldn't even notice anything is wrong initially as the killing intent is sealed too deeply within. As you cultivate with the sculpture, it's inevitable that the killing intent would slowly seep into your body. Your rationality would gradually be eroded, causing you to descend into lunacy. Not only would you attempt to kill yourself, you might even bring harm upon your family and friends. Just imagining the possible consequences was enough to leave Auction Master Wang shuddering uncontrollably. Before he knew it, his hair was already drenched with sweat. This was also why appraisers were of the utmost importance in the world. An artifact, when used well, could be an invaluable treasure to a cultivator. However, if a cultivator failed to recognize the true nature of an artifact and used it recklessly, the consequences could be disastrous. This was a perfect example of that. I don't dare claim that I have a deep understanding of High Immortal Du he, but my guess is that his purpose for creating this artifact was to save patients who have fallen into a coma. Zhang Xian explained. There's no better way than this to stimulate the consciousness of patients who have fallen into a coma and can't be woken up through any other methods. This sculpture would first release a calming aura to lower one's guard, allowing killing intent to discreetly creep into one's soul. The killing intent would agitate one's soul, causing one to swiftly awaken. This reminded him of how Wei Ruyan had fallen into a coma back then, because she was unable to withstand the prowess of the two unique constitutions that she was born with. In the end, he had needed to resort to other medicine before he succeeded. If he had such an artifact with him back then, it should have worked as well. A body would still be protected by its reflexive defense mechanisms, even in an unconscious state. If one attempted to afflict a soul with killing intent directly, one's soul would automatically guard against it. At the same time, if the concentration of killing intent was too great, it was more likely to kill a patient before even awakening them. Thus, High Immortal Du he had to come up with such a method. It was because Zhang Xian had a similar experience in the past that he felt that the other party had created this artifact for treatment purposes. I have studied High Immortal Du he's life, and his young daughter once fell into a coma due to an incident, and no matter what he did, she just wouldn't wake up. The situation continued for half a year till he finally found a method to successfully rouse his daughter's consciousness. He never revealed the trick, so this matter became a huge mystery among the local physician community back then. Could this be the reason? Elder he was stunned. As an appraiser, he had studied the history of famous figures as it helped him in identifying artifacts. He had read about High Immortal Du he's affairs, so he knew about the incident back then regarding the other party's daughter. It was only after hearing Zhang Xian's words that he finally came to a realization. That should probably be the case. There's no such thing as a good or an evil artifact. It all depends on how the user utilizes it. Zhang Xian replied with a nod. I see. Elder he nodded in realization. He looked at the young man before him with a complicated expression on his face before sighing deeply. I concede. I have lost to you. Auction Master Wang, allow me to compensate your loss. Elder He, you are too courteous, Auction Master Wang quickly replied. Following which, Elder He turned to Zhang Xian and bowed deeply in gratitude. Brother Zhang, I am extremely grateful to you. Not only have you saved Auction Master Wang, you have indirectly saved me as well. While the young man did question his professionalism and put him down before Auction Master Wang, thinking back, it was such an action that had saved him. Otherwise, if something had really happened to Auction Master Wang in the midst of his cultivation, his career as an appraiser would have come to a screeching halt. Zhang Xian nodded politely in response to Elder He's words. May I know if I'm qualified to complete the mission that was assigned to my sect now? Of course, of course. Elder He nodded. This way, please. Considering how the young man was able to see through something that had escaped his notice, there was no doubt that the young man's eye of discernment was indeed far sharper than his. He might really be able to resolve the issue that had rendered him helpless all this while. Following behind Elder He, Zhang Xian walked out of the room. Chapter 1996 Luo Ruoxin. It did not take long for the two of them to arrive before a sealed chamber. There were many layers of formations constructed over it, and there were 4 true immortal realm guards standing outside. A middle-aged man dressed in a thick fur coat noticed Elder He's presence and quickly walked over to greet him. Elder He introduced the middle-aged man to Zhang Xian. This person here is Boss Hu of Wuhai Market. Boss Hu, this young man over here is a core disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Zhang Xian. He might be young, but his expertise as an appraiser is far above mine. Far above yours? Boss Hu was surprised by Elder He's high evaluation of Zhang Xian, such that he could not help but reassess the young man before him once more. Elder He was the chief appraiser of the Wuhai Market, and the two of them had known each other for several decades. As such, he was very familiar with the other party's temperament. Considering how formally Elder He was introducing this young man to him, it was likely that this young man was the real deal. It was just that he could not help but harbor a hint of doubt at the back of his mind. Appraisal was highly dependent on the scope of one's knowledge. The older one was, the more knowledgeable one was likely to be. It was a little hard for him to imagine a 20-year-old being truly proficient as an appraiser. Despite his doubts, he did not show any sign of making light of Zhang Xian at all. Instead, he turned to the latter and bowed slightly. Brother Zhang, it's a pleasure to meet you. For Elder He to have such a high opinion of someone as young as you must be a truly capable individual. Boss Hu, you are flattering me, Zhang Xian replied calmly. The middle-aged man before him did not have a particularly impressive presence, having sealed his zhenqi deeply so as to not reveal any hint of it. Nevertheless, through the eye of insight, Zhang Xian was still able to see that the other party had already reached half-high immortal. With such a level of cultivation, the middle-aged man could be considered among the top echelons of Wuhai City. Come, follow me. After trading some pleasantries, Boss Hu took the two of them into the room ahead. Without wasting too much time, Boss Hu gestured toward the object ahead and said, Brother Zhang, this is the artifact that I would like you to appraise. At the center of the room was an object around the height of a person wrapped in a layer of black cloth. Pulling the cloth off, a glistening rock dyed in the striking color deep crimson was revealed. It seemed to have been worked on before, such that the gleam reflecting off the rock was particularly bright. It was slightly similar to a blood jade, but again, it did not really seem so either. It's just a piece of rock? Zhang Xian frowned. Considering the exceptionally high reward for the mission, as well as the fact that a skilled appraiser like Elder He was unable to discern its true nature, he had expected an invaluable treasure of some kind, but it turned out to be a piece of rock instead. This was truly surprising. Don't underestimate it just because it's a piece of rock. It has an appearance similar to a blood jade, but the blood jade doesn't have a glow as warm as it. Its texture is reminiscent of that of a blood crystal, but blood crystals are known to exist in smaller sizes. I have browsed through innumerable books, and there was nothing that tallied with this rock. At least 100 appraisers have been brought in to appraise the rock, but none of them have been able to discern its origin or name. As such, we chose to seek the help of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Elder, he said, There were several reasons that they had chosen to engage the help of core disciples. Firstly, most core disciples in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion came from illustrious clans, so there was a chance that they might have chanced upon something similar to it. Secondly, core disciples were not as powerful as the elders, so even if they appraised the rock to be something valuable and attempted to take it for themselves, they would still be able to do something about it. It was a survival of the fittest world that they lived in, so this was something that could not be helped. Besides, it would be truly scary if the enemy feigned a lack of interest but resorted to underhanded means to acquire it. That would really be extremely troublesome. Dealing with a core disciple was simply much easier. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian nodded slightly. While they were speaking, he had already tried assessing the rock with his eye of insight, but to his astonishment, he was unable to discern it. He had read all the books in the libraries of the inner disciples, core disciples, and elders. In terms of general knowledge, even elders who had lived on the Forsaken Continent for centuries would not be a match for him. Yet, he was actually unable to identify the rock through his eye of insight. There was indeed something amiss with it. Have you tested the rock's attributes yet? Zhang Xian asked. If it was just an unidentifiable rock, boss who would not have gone to the extent of gathering so many appraisers and even seeking help from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. There had to be some sign that hinted to him that this rock was not an ordinary artifact. We did. The most intense flames used by the strongest blacksmith in Wuhai City are unable to phase it, and high immortal tier weapons can't even leave a scratch on it, Elder he said. Knowing that such information was crucial to appraising the artifact, they chose not to withhold any information at all. It's impermeable to flames, and even high immortal tier weapons aren't able to scratch it. Zhang Xian was astonished. High immortals could already be considered the top existences on the Azure, but even a weapon of that tier was unable to leave a scratch on it. Could this stone have reached semi-divinity or even beyond? That would explain why boss who was willing to spend so much money on it. Most likely, he was planning on selling this item for an astronomical sum after confirming what it was. Brother Zhang, I'll have to trouble you to take a good look at the stone and help us figure out what it is. Elder, he clasped his fist. Very well, Zhang Xian replied as he walked up to the stone. The crimson emerald stone had a heavy presence that weighed down on one. Without even coming into contact with it, Zhang Xian could tell that even he would have trouble trying to lift it with his current cultivation realm. While he was only at the heavenly pseudo-immortal realm, his strength should be comparable to a heavenly true immortal. Despite that, he was still incapable of lifting it up. This stone was really getting more and more interesting to him. Brother Zhang, do you need a compass or any other equipment for your appraisal? Elder, he asked as he watched Zhang Xian approaching the rock without any tools in hand. Usually, when it came to appraising stones, one would try to measure its density, weight, and other properties using all kinds of tools in order to make a more informed deduction regarding the identity of the artifact. Yet, Zhang Xian was completely empty-handed. It was almost as if he thought that he could figure out what the rock was just by staring at it. In response to Elder He's question, Zhang Xian waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that for now." He slowly circled the rock contemplatively before reaching out to touch it lightly. Wong. A book materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. He quickly touched the compiled book, and its content flowed into his mind. The next moment, his eyes suddenly narrowed as his body froze on the spot. Elder He, this young man doesn't seem to be too reliable. Boss who complained with a frown as he watched the young man walking around without taking any measurements at all. As the head of an entire market, he had seen many top-notch appraisers at work, but this was the first time that he had seen any appraiser working in such a manner, not to mention that the other party was oddly young. His means might be a little bizarre, but there's no denying that his eye of discernment far surpasses mine. Elder, he replied. The sculpture earlier had also been made of a rock, and even through the ink formation, the young man had been able to discern the truth of it. That was more than enough to verify the young man's capabilities. The young man might be able to do the same for this rock as well. While the two of them were talking with one another, the young man turned around and looked at them with a tense expression. Where did you acquire this rock? Seeing that Zhang Xian might have figured something out, Boss Hu replied honestly. I bought it from a wandering cultivator. Based on what he said, It seems to be from the Sea of Exiled Stars. Sea of Exiled Stars, Zhang Xian mumbled beneath his breath. The Forsaken Continent was simply too huge, and the books in the libraries that he had accessed only consisted of the territories in the vicinity of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. As such, he had never heard of the Sea of Exiled Stars before. The Starchaser Palace, one of the 6 sects, is located on an island in the midst of an ocean. The name of the ocean around them is known as the Sea of Exiled Stars. Elder, he explained. Starchaser Palace, Du Qingyuan? Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly. Previously, sect leader Han Jianqiu had told him that if he wanted to know more about the gods, there was no one better to consult than the head of the Starchaser Palace, Du Qingyuan. It was just that the latter might not be willing to talk. After all, speaking carelessly about the gods could cost one's life. And this thing had suddenly appeared in the Sea of Exiled Stars at such a moment. Could there be some kind of link between them? Brother Zhang, have you managed to identify the rock? Elder, he asked. From the moment he first saw this young man, he had remained perfectly calm, as if there was nothing in the world that could faze him. But at this very moment, it was clear to see that he was slightly shaken. Could it be that he had managed to identify the artifact before them? Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Zhang Xian nodded.
Yes.
What is it? Elder, he asked in agitation. Boss, who hurriedly turned his gaze over as well. Zhang Xian closed his eyes for a brief moment before replying. This is a Godblood rock. Godblood rock? Elder, he and Boss, who looked at one another as their faces slowly warped in astonishment. The term God was not something that could be used carelessly in the Forsaken Continent, or one might risk bringing the wrath of the gods upon oneself. Godblood rock. This was an artifact that they had never heard of before. Was such a thing really existent in the world?
Indeed.
Zhang Xian nodded. The reason he had lost his cool for a moment earlier was not because of the association between the rock and the gods, but that there was a chance that this artifact might have something to do with Luo Ruoxin. It was not to say that Luo Ruoxin's name was written in the book, but the anomaly concerning the Godblood rock was simply too similar to the situation with Luo Ruoxin. He was indeed able to compile a book on the Godblood rock, but other than its name, the book was completely empty. After the Library of Heaven's Path had been upgraded, he could discern heavenly high immortal tier artifacts with ease, and he could even compile a book on the semi-divinity realm Han Jianqiu. However, anything else that was related to Luo Ruoxin, such as the crimson pendant that he was wearing, reflected only a name and no other details. This rock was the same. This meant that there was a chance that the so-called Godblood rock was related to her. Of course, just this much would not be enough to faze him so. After all, the Library of Heaven's Path had a lot of mysteries that he had not uncovered yet, such that it was not possible for him to predict its behavior entirely. What had really convinced him about the relationship between Luo Ruoxin and the Godblood rock was the slight warmth emanated by the crimson pendant hanging in front of his chest when he came into direct contact with it. He would really have to be a fool if he still could not make the link with this compelling evidence. Does the Godblood rock have something to do with the gods? Boss, who asked with a hint of fright in his eyes. He would have been more than delighted if this rock was any other treasure. He was confident that something of the quality of this rock could be sold for an exorbitant price. However, if the gods were involved in this, that was really a cause for concern. As someone from the Forsaken Continent, he knew that it was a huge taboo to get too close to the gods. The dissemination of knowledge and objects associated with them was heresy, and it would draw their wrath. If this rock was really related to the gods, auctioning it would surely draw the attention of the Hall of Gods. That could very well be an act of suicide. Given its name, I have no doubt that it's related to the gods. As for how it's formed and what its uses are, I fear that I don't really have an answer to that at the moment. Zhang Xian shook his head. The only thing he had received regarding the artifact was its name. There was no detailed explanation regarding its properties or flaws in the compiled book, so he did not know whether it could be forged into a weapon or whether it had some unique effects or not. However, he knew one thing for sure. If even the Library of Heaven's Path was unable to compile a complete record on the artifact, it was definitely related to the gods. Boss who hesitated. He could tell that there was something special about the rock, so he had spent a heavy price to buy it. After that, he invested huge sums into having it appraised. If it was really related to the gods, what should he do? Should he still sell it or not? With a livid complexion, Boss Hu asked, Brother Zhang, you mentioned that it's called Godblood Rock, but do you have any evidence to prove that? Pardon me for asking such a question. It's not that I'm doubting your judgment, but that character has huge implications. I have to be absolutely careful when dealing with this. Evidence to prove it? Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. It should be possible to prove it. How? Boss Hu asked anxiously. It's simple. Since it's named the Godblood Rock, it must contain some traces of a god's blood. If you have the blood of the most ferocious immortal beast on the continent, you can place it in contact with the Godblood Rock and see how it reacts. If the blood displays instinctive subservience toward the Godblood Rock, that should be enough to prove that my judgment is not wrong. Zhang Xian replied. Chapter 1997 True, Immortal Realm Heaven's Path Divine A.R.T. Even though he did not know the exact properties of the Godblood Rock, he did have a deep understanding of immortal beasts. Since this artifact had the name Godblood, it must have something to do with the blood of the gods. If so, even the more terrifying of beasts on the continent would instinctively fear it due to bloodline suppression. This was a method that he had learned from the libraries of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Over the past 1,000 years, there was not a single immortal beast that had dared move in close proximity of the Sword God Hall due to the aura that it emanated. The reason for that was the aura of the gods from the half-character that the founder had snatched from the Hall of Gods. I'll go look for some right now. This method sounded feasible and logical, and it was not too difficult to carry out. Boss Hu and Elder he glanced at one another, and the former nodded slightly before quickly taking his leave. He was extremely anxious to verify whether the artifact was truly the Godblood Rock or not. If it was truly Godblood Rock, even if he would make a huge loss, he would not dare put an artifact associated with the gods up for auction. After all, there was no amount of money that he could earn that would save him from the wrath of the gods. An hour later, Boss Hu returned with several jade bottles in hand. These few bottles are filled with the blood essences of high immortal realm beasts, Boss Hu said. There were not many high immortal realm beasts in the world, so it was impossible to find one on the spot. However, if it was just acquiring their blood, there were still some channels for it on the market. The blood of high immortal realm beasts harnessed an incredible amount of energy, making them treasures to raise one's cultivation. As long as one was able to fork out the money, it was still possible to acquire some from the markets or the ethereal hall. This bottle is filled with the blood of a mature ink tiger immortal beast, which is known to possess the cultivation of heavenly high immortal, he explained as he dripped a droplet of blood on the Godblood Rock. Even though it was just a single droplet, due to the overwhelming amount of spiritual energy it harnessed, it was as heavy as gold. Even as it dropped, one could hear it compressing the air with a sharp wheeze. Just as it was about to fall on the rock, it suddenly diverted away and flew aside. It was as if it had encountered something that it deeply feared, forcing it to flee. This sight caused Boss Hu's face to stiffen. If he had still harbored some doubts in the past, at that moment, he was already almost certain that Zhang Xian's words were right. Of the various bottles of immortal beast blood that he had bought, the Ink Tiger Immortal Beast was the strongest of all. On the off case that it might just be an exception, Boss Hu carried on experimenting with the other bottles of blood, but all of them reacted in the same manner. Before reaching the Godblood Rock, they would flee away, as if they did not dare taint its divine presence at all. This was more than enough to show that the Godblood Rock harnessed some kind of might that commanded the deference of those immortal beasts. Other than the gods, there was really no other existence that they could think of that would induce such an extreme reaction. This proves what you said. It's indeed the Godblood Rock, Boss Hu remarked with a deep sigh before raising his gaze to look at Zhang Xian. This young man was able to infer that the rock had something to do with the blood of the gods without using any tools at all. This showed that his eye of discernment was frighteningly powerful. Regarding this artifact, do you have any information on when it was acquired, and what was the exact location of its procurement? Zhang Xian asked. When I bought it, that person only mentioned the Sea of Exiled Stars. He didn't reveal too much information aside from that, Boss Hu replied. Well, is it possible for you to get in touch with the man who sold you the stone now? There are some questions which I would like to ask him, Zhang Xian asked. I'll give it a try. Boss Hu took out his communication jade token and attempted to send the other party a message. However, after waiting for a while, there was still no response. Thus, he could only shake his head helplessly and say, he isn't replying. I haven't seen him around in the city since acquiring the rock, so it might be hard to get in touch with him. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian sighed deeply. He had thought that he would be able to question the other party to find out more about the matter, but from the looks of it, it was not possible at the moment. Zhang Xian proceeded to ask a few more questions, but he was unable to receive any useful clues regarding the issue, so he could not help but feel a little disappointed. Then, do you know how long it has been since the other party acquired that rock? Zhang Xian finally asked. It has been roughly a month since I bought the rock, and I recall the seller saying that the rock had been with him for almost a month. All in all, it should be roughly 2 months since this rock was first found. 2 months? Zhang Xian did a swift mental calculation, and slowly, his hands tightened into fists. All in all, it was roughly a year and 4 months after Luo Ruoxin left the Master-Teacher continent that he entered the Azure. Going by the 1:10 ratio between the time of the Azure and the Master-Teacher continent, a year and 4 months translated to roughly 500 days, which was equivalent to 50 days in the Azure. It had been 10 days since he arrived in the Azure, so that would add up to a total of 2 months. This evidence seemed to suggest that the God-Blood Rock had something to do with Luo Ruoxin. Of course, whether that was truly the case or not, he would have to personally make a trip to Starchaser Palace to verify it for himself. Coming to understand all that, Zhang Xian exhaled deeply before moving on to the other matter at hand. Boss Hu, do you have any true Immortal Realm cultivation technique manuals here? If possible, could you allow me to browse through your collection? I just need to take a rough look at them, and I can assure you that I won't copy or take them away with me. This was the primary reason he had come here to appraise the artifact. If he wanted to continue tracking Luo Ruoxin's footsteps, it was of the utmost importance for him to raise his cultivation. Only upon becoming a true immortal would he finally have the strength to protect himself in this world. True Immortal Realm cultivation technique manuals? Hearing the request, Boss Hu pondered for a moment before nodding. I do have some here. They are copies that I have made prior to the auction. If you wish to take a look, Brother Zhang, I would be more than delighted to share them with you. Considering how the young man was able to identify something as rare as this, his eye of discernment could be said to be truly formidable. If he could convince the young man to work at their market, it would surely be a huge boost to their reputation and business. As such, he agreed to the request right away. Besides, the young man was only having a quick browse instead of copying or taking anything away. This was a request that would not hurt him in any way. Thank you, Boss Hu. Receiving the other party's approval, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He took one last look at the Crimson Rock and advised, Boss Hu, the Godblood Rock is deeply linked to the affairs of the gods, so it would be best for you not to auction it. Use a formation to seal it, and ensure that no one else learns of its existence. If, by any chance, I unearth the way to use the Godblood Rock, I'll come back and inform you. I'll be troubling you then, Brother Zhang. Boss Hu replied with a nod. Even if the young man had not said such a thing, he would have done the same. Even if one inflated his guts tenfold, he would not dare do something as disrespectful as auction something with the blood of the gods. While his cultivation had reached half-high immortal, he knew that the Hall of Gods could easily destroy everything that he possessed. It would be wise not to risk crossing those experts. More importantly, even if the Hall of Gods chose not to interfere in this matter, the existence of the Godblood Rock would surely draw the attention of the six sects. He was just a merchant. He did not want to get involved in the dangerous politics of the continent. Since that was the case, the only option left for him was to seal all news. After arranging for his men to seal the Godblood Rock away, Boss Hu led Zhang Xian over to the market's book collection vault. True to its name, there were many valuable manuals placed on its shelves. While its collection could not compare with the libraries of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, it could still be considered impressive. There are only 70 books here. Zhang Xian shook his head and sighed deeply. To be exact, there were more than 70 books in the vault, but only 70 of them were true Immortal Realm cultivation technique manuals. It did not seem too likely that the 70 books would be enough to fix the 7 remaining flaws in the Heaven's Path Divine Art. Compile. Zhang Xian willed as he placed the 70 books he had collected together with the compiled Heaven's Path Divine Art. He did not bear too much hope regarding the matter, but when he flipped open the pages of the newly compiled Heaven's Path Divine Art, his eyes lit up in excitement. To his astonishment, the 7 remaining flaws had actually been resolved. The true Immortal Realm Heaven's Path Divine Art had been perfected. Zhang Xian could hardly believe his eyes. He had been thinking that 70 books would only be enough to fix a flaw or two, but they had actually resolved all of the problems at once. Why would that be? Surprised, he quickly browsed through the 70 books that he had just compiled, and soon, he widened his eyes in realization. Naturally, the books sold at auction were not as formidable as the ones available in the Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion. However, most of them went down an unorthodox route that strayed from the typical path that most cultivation techniques followed. It was also because of this that these cultivation technique manuals could be sold at such a high price, and countless cultivators wanted to acquire them. The 600 books from the sect were orthodox, whereas these 70 books were unorthodox. In a weird way, they complemented one another and covered whatever the other was lacking. As a result of that, all the flaws were resolved. Brother Zhang, may I know if there are any cultivation technique manuals that you are particularly interested in? I can fetch them for you, Boss Hu said with a smile. It's fine. I am done browsing through the books. Thank you for your generosity. Zhang Xian clasped his fist. You are already done browsing through the books? Boss Hu was stunned. The two of them had just entered a minute ago, and the young man had only shot a sweeping glance over all the books, but he was already done browsing? It was almost as if he was leaving before the main show had even started. Was this not a little too fast? Are you sure that you are here to browse through the books? Unbelievable. I recently encountered some issues in my cultivation that I was unable to make sense of, so I wanted to look through some books in the hope that it would give me some inspiration. However, the books you have over here don't seem to fit me too well, so rather than confuse myself further with them, I think that it would be better for me to steer clear entirely, Zhang Xian explained with a smile. Well, I can understand what you mean. These cultivation techniques do stray a little from the orthodox cultivation techniques that the disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion practice. Boss Hu nodded in agreement, seemingly accepting Zhang Xian's excuse. Cultivation was not a field where one would be able to advance further simply by accruing more knowledge. It was a field of knowledge that was too vast for a human to fully understand. So reading too many books that portrayed contrasting views might just lead one to be unable to discern truth from falsehood, thus resulting in one's cultivation going berserk. Brother Zhang, I'm indebted to you for sparing me from a possible calamity. This is a small token of my gratitude, and I hope that you won't turn me down. Before leaving the room, Boss Hu passed a sachet of ethereal coins over. It seemed quite heavy, such that there were probably more than 100 coins inside. To offer so much money at once, it seemed like he was really determined to pull Zhang Xian over to his side. Boss Hu, you are too generous. I'm just accomplishing whatever is expected of me. Zhang Xian waved his hand, not accepting the money at all. He did love money, but this much money was not enough to draw him in. He did not really want to get too deeply involved with Boss Hu. Besides, he had much more efficient ways of earning money. Farewell. May we meet again in the future, Zhang Xian said before making his way out of the market. The reason he had gone to the Wuhai market was to find true Immortal Realm cultivation technique manuals to perfect his Heaven's Path Divine Art, and he had accomplished what he had gone there for. Since that was the case, it was about time for him to return to start advancing his cultivation once more. As long as he could raise his cultivation to the heavenly true immortal realm, with the Tongshang sword in hand, he would be able to put up a fight even if his opponent was a heavenly high immortal. By then, he would need not worry too much about his safety when he went to the Sea of Exiled Stars in search of Luo Ruoxin. It was only after leaving the Wuhai market that Zhang Xian realized that the sky had already darkened. A brilliant moon hung against a backdrop of twinkling stars. The surroundings were extraordinarily peaceful and quiet. Walking along the streets, Zhang Xian slowly made his way over to the ethereal hall branch. However, barely after taking a few steps, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Chapter 1998, Achieving a Breakthrough to True Immortal Spatial Manipulation? A hint of horror flickered across Zhang Xian's eyes as goosebumps rose all over his body. If it was anyone else in the Azure standing before such a phenomenon, even if they were a high immortal, they might not have managed to recognize what it truly was. However, having mastered spatial prowess in the Master-Teacher continent, he knew the reason for the happenings before him. Someone had sealed his surroundings spatially. In other words, he had been brought into a folded space, and no matter how big a fuss he made, no one in the external world would notice it at all. If it was the Master-Teacher continent, even St. Nine Dan cultivators were able to control space to some extent, but in the Azure, not even the high immortals would necessarily be able to pull spatial manipulation off. If so, did it mean that the people who had captured him were? Zhang Xian quickly turned his sights to the figures before him, and there were 4 of them in total. They were all dressed in black robes, and they emanated a chilling air that left one feeling as if they had come from the depths of hell. 3 heavenly true immortals and 1 heavenly high immortal? Zhang Xian frowned. The opponents were weaker than he had expected, which was a huge blessing, but it was still beyond his means to deal with. He was only at the heavenly pseudo-immortal realm. Even if the invincible Heaven's Path Divine Art was able to deal with heavenly true immortals, subduing 3 of them together with a heavenly high immortal would be pushing the limits. Just who the hell were these people? Why were they coming for him? Making sure to maintain a look of calmness, Zhang Xian asked with a nonchalant voice, "Are you here to kill me?" The killing intent that those people emanated was so overwhelming that even ordinary cultivators would have easily noticed it, let alone Zhang Xian. Without even turning to look at Zhang Xian, the heavenly high immortal glanced at one of the black-robed, heavenly true immortal experts and said, "I'll leave it to you. Remember what our master said." Yes. Hearing the command, the chosen black-robed expert charged forward and thrust his palm down upon Zhang Xian. Boom. A destructive force swept across the area like a tornado. Before the palm could land, Zhang Xian could already feel a stifling sensation suffocating his chest. He's formidable. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes. He had never truly fought with a true immortal before, but his swordsmanship duels with the others in the Elder Council had given him a rough gauge of how powerful an average true immortal was. Even though Zhang Xian was only at the heavenly pseudo-immortal realm, with the various means that he possessed, he would still be more than a match for heavenly true immortal cultivators. However, the might that the other party emanated actually left his chest feeling a little constricted. There was no doubt that the person before him was far stronger than ordinary true immortals, such that he might even be able to stand on equal ground with an average heavenly high immortal. Retreat. Knowing that there was no time for him to think, the first thing Zhang Xian did was dodge the other party's offense by leaping backward. At the same time, he tapped his finger forward. Voila! A surge of sword chi immediately materialized and dissipated the other party's offense, charging right toward the other party's glabella. Since the other party was bent on killing him, he decided to go all out in this attack. He did not infuse the God's sword intent into the attack, but it harnessed his deep understanding of swordsmanship as well. Given how abruptly the attack be launched, he should have been able to defeat this heavenly true immortal before him with ease. Then, before the others had a chance to encircle him, he would find a way to break this spatial seal and flee. You do have some capabilities. It seems like this mission won't be too boring. Just as the sword chi was able to pierce through the other party's forehead, the black-robed expert chuckled softly as he stretched his hand out and swiftly grabbed the incoming sword chi between his fingers. No matter how the sword chi struggled, it was unable to break free of his grasp. Seeing this, Zhang Xian's face turned completely livid. With the might that he had put into the earlier attack, even the core disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion would be caught off guard and killed within that single strike. Yet, the heavenly true immortal was able to grab it so easily, as if he was just picking up a bug. Just how powerful could he be? Go. Amid Zhang Xian's bewilderment, the black-robed expert reversed the direction of the sword chi that he was holding and shot it back toward Zhang Xian. Who? This abrupt attack caught Zhang Xian off guard. He immediately backed away. Puha! But still, the sword chi still struck his shoulder, causing fresh blood to ooze out. To think that the day would come when someone would be able to use his own sword chi against him. Not too bad. I was aiming for your throat. The black-robed expert smiled in approval when he saw that he had failed to kill Zhang Xian with the counterattack. Suppressing his astonishment, Zhang Xian took a deep breath and willed, "Flaws." The other party was simply too weird. He would have to rely on the Library of Heaven's Path in order to overcome the current situation. Wong. The Library of Heaven's Path trembled, but no book appeared. What? Zhang Xian's body stiffened. The fact that no book was compiled in the Library of Heaven's Path meant that the other party had either reached a level that surpassed the heavens of the azure, or they were using some kind of technique that concealed them from the heavens. Is it the effect of this folded space? Zhang Xian thought. He had encountered such situations in the master-teacher continent as well, and there was a good chance that the other party was using a similar method. With the heavens sealed off, the Library of Heaven's Path would not be able to work its wonders. But this then led to another question. Why would the other party do so? Could it be that they knew about his Library of Heaven's Path as well, and that was why they had chosen to set up such a trap against him? That should be impossible. Most likely, they are just afraid of the means of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. After all, those elders are bound to be keeping an eye on me in case I run into any danger, so they might be using this to stall for time. He was certain that there was no one in the world other than Luo Ruoxin who knew about the Library of Heaven's Path, so that could not possibly be the reason. Most likely, it was just to ward off the experts of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. I heard that you specialize in the way of the sword. Won't you show me how powerful your swordsmanship is? While Zhang Xian's mind was still trying to make sense of the situation, the black-robed expert before him launched a follow-up attack with a flick of his finger. Whoa! 5 surges of sword chi shot forth from his 5 fingers, and they bolted toward Zhang Xian with frightening speed. Zhang Xian immediately pushed his feet against the ground and flitted to the side. Heaven's Path movement art. But despite his swift, evasive maneuver, the 5 surges of sword chi reacted equally fast. No matter where he maneuvered himself to, the 5 surges of sword chi would swiftly return to his trail. He was unable to get away at all. His moves are truly impressive, Zhang Xian murmured. He knew that he had met the real deal this time around. There was no way the other party could have controlled his sword chi manually to catch up with his Heaven's Path movement art. What the other party had done instead was lock his sword chi onto him through his sword intent. As such, no matter where he ran off to, the sword chi would simply follow him. Zhang Xian was also capable of this move, but it was an advanced move that he would have to rely on his god sword intent to pull off. He would have never thought that the other party would be this powerful. The Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion was known to be the place where the strongest sword practitioners resided, but not even the strongest core disciples whom he had seen in the core disciples' ethereal hall yesterday would be capable of pulling this feat off. This really got Zhang Xian thinking. Just what was the background of the people standing before him? Why would they want to kill him? A thought swiftly arose in his head, and he widened his eyes in astonishment. Are you from the Hall of Gods? Sect leader Han Jianqiu had told him that he must make sure to keep his true identity a secret, or else the Hall of Gods might set their eyes on him and make an attempt on his life. Back then, he had thought that with how low profile he was, it would be a long time before trouble came knocking on his door. But in less than a day, the enemies had already tracked him down. It seemed like he might have been taking the Hall of Gods too lightly. Just the fact that they were able to confirm his identity and track him down within a single day meant that their means far exceeded his imagination. Who? Instead of answering Zhang Xian's questions, the black-robed expert flicked his fingers once more and sent several more surges of sword chi on Zhang Xian's pursuit. These few surges of sword chi swiftly merged together with the earlier ones, causing their strength and speed to be enhanced significantly. At this rate, it seemed like they were going to catch up with him and impale his body. Break! Zhang Xian hurriedly channeled his zhenqi within the tip of his finger and shot it out at the sword chi behind him. The two surges collided with one another with a resounding explosion. I can't wait any longer, Zhang Xian thought as he took the opportunity to create some distance between him and his opponent. In order to dodge the other party's sword qi, he had to forcefully compress his zhenqi to the extremities and expel it swiftly. Just carrying out this move had inflicted minor internal injuries within him. On the other hand, his opponent seemed to be in a leisurely state, clearly having yet to be pushed to his limits. This made Zhang Xian realize that he would surely die at this rate. Thus, he took a deep breath and swallowed a superior immortal pill. Gugaga. A tremendous amount of energy immediately poured into his body. What? Noticing Zhang Xian's peculiar actions, the black-robed expert was stunned for a moment. He could feel Zhang Xian's zhenqi swiftly rising to a new peak before abruptly bursting apart. Boom! Thunderous rumbling echoed from Zhang Xian's body as his cultivation began surging upward. His cultivation was already at the heavenly pseudo-immortal realm, but usually, some preparations would be required before pushing for a breakthrough. However, given how critical the situation was, he decided to force his way through. Pushing a breakthrough on the spot? Interesting. The black-robed expert was surprised, but he was not too shocked by the matter. Without wasting any time, he proceeded on to launch another new wave of attacks. If he could not even kill a pseudo-immortal realm lad, there was no way his master would assign any other missions to him in the future. Honglong. The offense this time around was clearly much stronger than before. Even without a weapon in hand, the black-robed expert's sword qi was incredibly sharp and swift. In just a few moments, it was already right before Zhang Xian, who, on the other hand, Zhang Xian stood motionlessly on the spot as he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His breakthrough to the true immortal realm had raised his fighting prowess significantly. To make an analogy, the energy a pseudo-immortal wielded was similar to snow. As long as it piled up, it would be able to crush anything beneath it. But upon reaching true immortal realm, the snow would have melted to form a flowing river. While it was lacking in decisive might, it made up for it through its relentless nature. Even the toughest of materials would give way under this relentless torrent. Furthermore, this breakthrough did not just bring about a qualitative enhancement in his zhenqi. His soul and physical body had been tempered as well, allowing him to think faster and react swifter. Just as the sword qi launched by the black-robed expert was about to pierce through his chest, Zhang Xian lightly tilted his body and easily dodged the attack. After which, he quickly launched a counterattack with a flick of his finger. Voila! Sword qi of roughly the width of a human's arm darted straight toward the black-robed expert. It was the same move as earlier, but the might and speed it harnessed were much stronger than before. Humph! The black-robed expert harumphed coldly as he lifted his palm and struck at the incoming sword qi. A massive dust storm rose in the air, obscuring one's sight. Under the sheer might of the palm strike, the incoming sword qi dissipated inch after inch. Even though Zhang Xian had managed to advance his cultivation to true immortal, his strength as a lesser true immortal was still lacking to the black-robed expert's heavenly true immortal. It's about time to end the battle. Having finished testing the limits of Zhang Xian's strength, the edges of the black-robed expert's lips curled up into a cold sneer as he charged right through the dust storm to launch the decisive move to conclude the battle. But all of a sudden, goosebumps rose all over his body as warning bells rang desperately in his mind. His instincts were screaming at him that he was in grave danger. He quickly looked upward, and only then did he realize that a real sword was concealed within the earlier burst of sword qi, and at that very moment, it was pointed right in front of his chest. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.